We should play Pigs by. That's the start of the.
Live.
Oh yeah, you're live. You've been live for 10 seconds. Hey everybody, welcome to Tank Boy News. I know you guys are just filtering in right now. So
I've already got
give
one
it a couple
dislike.
minutes. You already got one dislike.
Yeah.
That was for me. No, I'm just joking.
Just pop by to say nope.
Just. I like that. I like that background that you got though. That guy looking over the city out the window.
On the actual channel itself.
Yeah. Here we go. I'll post the link.
Yeah, I think I made that one. I made 3 or 4 of them just like it.
It's a lot easier to post when you're on a computer, links and stuff like that.
I think you posted it in the private chat, dude.
Oh shit! I did.
The private chat.
What speech do you want?
The fuck?
There, is that better? I got it in the. Now it's in the actuals.
Cool.
So everybody, how's it going today? We are actually waiting for this Talls guy to come in. But
yeah, fuck that guy.
So this will be a different show from the other night. Obviously, you guys can hear Tank. So
and I'm sober, kind of.
I'm sober. Oh, we got 3 people watching. Hit that like button, everybody. There we go. We got 2 likes in here. That dislike was one of my fans coming by.
I don't give a shit. Likes, no likes.
Yeah. Oh, you got 3 likes, brother.
It's cool. It's cool to see them fluctuate, though.
Yeah, you can see. Well, you can watch it live. Go up. Usually, when I click on a like, then all of a sudden you see 7, 8, 9, 10, or something like that. You know, it's really cool to see that. Even the dislikes. When I start getting like 54 dislikes, I'm like, oh, this is great. I love it. But
it's all the same to me.
It's been.
I mean, I'd rather likes.
Yeah.
That means I'm pleasing somebody.
Yeah, at least 1 like. 1 like, and it's not my own.
Wait, you can like your own thing?
Yeah. You can go push it to 4 right now if you wanted. Oh, you got 2 dislikes.
Awesome.
So, we should play a Christmas movie here or something. Something about a mushroom. Santa Claus is a mushroom.
Santa Claus is a mushroom.
We're gonna have to ban this in 7 different countries because. Let's see if I can find it here.
Yeah, that's a bitch, man. When you play certain shit, they block it.
Yeah. They block it in countries. I'm like, okay, well, I'll just take it off YouTube if you're that scared of it.
I don't think that they're scared of it. I think what the problem is if they're not making any money off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, but what countries would it be blocked in? If it says, oh, your content's been blocked in some countries.
Well, I had a video that was blocked in the United States and Canada.
Yeah.
Just those 2 countries.
So that means anybody else in the world can watch it except for United States and Canada.
Right.
That's retarded. I'm sorry, man. If it's free speech and stuff like that, you know, if you're supposed to be able to watch whatever, it's not like a beheading video that you're putting on.
No, it was the Google exposed videos.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You can't play that.
Well,
We can't.
Google owns YouTube, right? So
Yeah.
So
we can't
they
expose
can't have
that.
nobody. Yeah. I bet you they got a little dinger and a guy behind the desk. As soon as someone says something stupid about Google, it goes off. And he's like, "We got another one, Earl. Got him. Everybody band together. Let's fuck him up."
Let's go. Let's make it illegal to play in Canada and United States, but the rest of the world can watch it and laugh.
But you got to take into consideration that when they ban shit like that in only certain countries, you got to ask why only certain countries.
Well, either the other countries already know, or they know that nobody's going to watch it in another country and go after. Who else in this? Who else in a different country is going to look at one of our videos and go, "Oh, Google's blocking them in certain countries. We got to make an uproar and start making videos about this." Well, you might get the one or two people, 3 people. Let's say 1,000 people, because it is a big world, right?
Right.
But how many of those people are going to have watch likes all over the world if it's blocked in Canada and the United States?
I don't know.
They don't want us to wake up. They don't want us to wake up here, man. That's the thing. They don't want people to wake up here. I think we're already waking up, man. I think a bunch of people.
Are. Jesus fuck! It wouldn't let me. Oops, knock that retail off.
It's just weird. Nobody's typing in chat. No one wants to say hello today.
Yeah, that's the first time that's ever happened. Normally within the first couple minutes, someone says something.
I just want to tell everybody too, Merry Christmas. I know it's past, and I hope everybody has a Happy New Year's in the background there.
If you're Jewish, Happy Hanukkah.
Oh yeah. Don't want to get a video made that we didn't say hello to them. There's two fucking assholes on YouTube. Oh man. That'd be pretty cool if we get like Doug or somebody to hop on.
Doug,
I'm no thanks.
It's I know who you're talking about.
What was that?
I said I know who you're talking about. I'd take a second to think about that. 5-speed accountability. Well, hello.
Hey, 5-speed. How's it going? Thanks for stopping in, man. Yeah, he's good. I like him.
I bet she's easy on gas too. 5-speeds usually are.
Yeah. Oh man. I have my old lady coming down soon. Unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm doing good, thank you.
I've never seen that guy or girl here.
Hey, Jimmy, what's going on? Welcome. Well, happy Kwanzaa to you. It starts today, and nice. I'm gonna have to look that up. You want to,
I
if
don't know what
Jimmy, if
I
you
don't
want
know
to
what
tell
that
us a
is.
little bit about Kwanzaa, I'd like to hear a little bit about it, but I will look it up too.
Watch it be like something bad. I mean, it's probably not something bad. I'm just saying. Guilty conscience.
How was your Christmas 5-speed? 5-speed could drop some knowledge, man. He's
And there's M. Hello, M. Welcome.
what's up, Em?
Where in the hell have you been? I don't know. I've been right here.
You've been here. We've been here trying to get this StreamYards to work for 4 days. Well, it's been three.
Sledgehammer and a jigsaw works perfect. You have to go out and buy all new devices after that. But
It does work though, and it makes a good. It's a good stress reliever too.
yeah.
Yeah, cleaning
Cleaning.
sucks, especially on the holidays. It's probably after. Oh, cool, Jimmy. Thank you very much for telling me that.
Kwanzaa is for African. Am I reading that page? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, man, that's really cool.
I did not know that. I just learned something new.
You know what? Everybody, you know what I think? Everybody that celebrates like Kwanzaa and stuff like that, they should actually go on and do a video about their heritage.
Welcome, Boston.
Oh, Boston's here.
My heritage is pretty simple. I was born in the back of a cab and left at a church. That's it.
Hey, Boston, how's it going? Yeah, leave a thumbs up for our brother here.
Fuck, before anybody even came in here, I had a thumbs down. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, that was me.
Bastard.
And I have to take her. It was Tulls. He just came here, heard what you said, and he's like, fuck this. He just put a thumbs down.
He's like, the bitch left me alone. I'm just going to go back to sleep, but I'll do this for you.
Usually it's a thumbs up, but today it's a thumbs down.
You should post the link thing in case them wanted to jump on, or Boston, or whoever.
Yeah, I'll do that.
This tablet thing, everything is so small on it.
Yeah.
Horrible.
There you go. Well, Jimmy Woods, have a good day at work, and happy Kwanzaa. Yeah. Yeah, man, this is a lot better, man.
It's a fuck of a lot better. It's a hell of a lot better.
So, are you using Bluetooth headset then?
Yeah, it's the only microphone that I have is the Powerbeats.
Okay, cool. Well, at least now that now it's because everybody was having trouble with Bluetooth, so now it's
okay, Boston.
It's been that myth has been broken.
Well,
yeah, Boston,
I had trouble with it,
later.
And then I shut them off, and then I turned them back on and let them resync. Once I had already had everything open, and then it worked, if you remember.
Yeah.
So you might have to just shut the Bluetooth off while you've got it open, back on, let it reconnect, and then into that one. If you don't need, just ask today.
I just subbed you, Boston.
Did you cut it, or did I cut it? What the hell just happened?
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit, but it might be my. Yeah.
Shit. I don't know.
You cut out a little bit every once in a while, but I can still make out.
You're going through some kind of digitizer.
Who, me?
Oh, you're better now. There you go.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Yeah, that guy.
Did you?
Fuck.
That's what Talls was singing last night. I was like, were you listening?
I'm confused.
No, when you
How
said.
do I sound? Am I glitchy or is it just, did I just lose my mind?
Yours is a little glitchy, but I can hear you.
Typical. Shit's good, and then it's got to screw up.
See, right there, you were perfect. I could hear everything. So, I think you're good, man. I think you're good. You know what? We're 100% farther than what we were.
Oh, damn, I'll say.
Okay, so here's 5-speed. OG sounds good on my end, and he said a little glitchy. You sound.
Can't be the Wi-Fi.
Let's see if it. What's the topic of today? What's the topic, Tank?
I don't know.
Well, 5-speed. If you want to come on, I'll give you the link. You come on. We can start a topic right now. We just came on. We're trying to get this working for Tank, because he kicks ass, and his voice needs to be heard. So
He kicks ass.
as a vote of confidence, OG approves this message.
I back him 110%, boys and girls. So, when somebody clicks the link, their shit will pop up back here beside you and me like it does when you take and click the link? Okay.
Yep. There's another thing, though, if you want to do this.
Wait,
you don't have to
do it. Guys?
There he is. Howdy.
Hey, 5-speed.
Howdy. How is everyone?
Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good.
I saw you go live,
I'm
OG.
living the
I figured
dream.
I'd come in here and see what the topic was of today, and that's it.
Yeah, there's no real. We were just trying to get this working for. We had it working with his mic, so we decided to do a test drive.
It just needed a lick and a promise, that's all.
Yeah. On your screen, though, Tank, there should be somewhere where you can go, along the side where you got the options, the comment. It will have, like, private comments, brands, stuff like that.
All of that is small. I mean, it is, like, really small.
But there's a setting in there when you go on your laptop, if you just did it just while you weren't live, you can go on and you can make people verify through their accounts before they come on. So that it's not just like a troll account or something like that. I guess you can still verify a troll account, but I don't know if you're worried about that or not. Well, because there's been people that come on, they'll do nude stuff on your panel and say they're coming on to talk, and then all of a sudden there's an ass flashing at you.
I'll fucking upload it to Pornhub and make money off it. I don't care. Look what I found. He's hung with terrible, but he's proud of her.
Well, we should have kept the video of the one then, because the guy it would have been funny. The guy had like a little fucking, all you could see is his little balls and his fucking little thing, and he was there shaking his ass for nights or whatever.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump out of here. Like I said,
yeah, 5-speed.
wanted to see
Hey,
what
man,
the
thanks
topic
for
of the
popping
day
in.
was. I didn't know if you guys were going to have some sort of discussion or whatnot, but
That sounds like
probably
something to plan for a later date, or maybe a little bit later. I'm not quite sure. This was just basically, I just wanted to see if I could get it to work.
yeah, I get it. No problem.
Okay,
We'll
thanks,
catch you
brother.
around. All right, take care.
Ciao.
Take it easy. He
Nice.
said, "Ciao. Stay away from the Italian man."
That's me. I said ciao.
Yeah, I know.
Italiano.
Italiano.
You know what they say about Italians?
Have you seen the Chris Komos video that I uploaded a while back?
No.
Somebody called him. Fuck, what did he call him? Alfredo. Called him Alfredo, and he freaked out. He's just smash. You gotta throw you down the stairs, bud.
Alfredo.
Hey, Southern's here. Hello, Southern.
Hey, Southern. What's going on? Thanks for stopping by.
My lighter's not working.
Hey, man. YouTube watcher. Fucking right. Hello. What's up, brother?
Dude, he's got to jump on here. He's got an
Yeah.
awesome voice.
Yeah, he
Like a
does.
radio host.
Yeah. Here we go. I'll put the link back up. YouTube watcher is awesome, man.
He said, "Suppo G."
Not too much.
You too, Southern.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. And I hope you have a great New Year too. And happy, let's say, Kwanzaa. Happy, what was it? What's the Jewish one?
Hanukkah.
Any other ones, let us know. We celebrate all. I'll take a drink for everybody today.
I can't go on panel. Dog chewed my headphones.
Ah.
Well, old Yeller, go out back. No, Pa, it's my dog. I'll do it.
Oh, shit, man. That's
What the
hilarious.
son of a bitch.
Yeah, when the old lady gets here, I'm going to have to jump off.
Where the hell is Tails, man?
I know. I'm starting to get worried. We got to do a welfare check on him or something.
Don't call the cops. For the love of God, don't call the cops.
No. Like us do a welfare
They'll
check.
probably kill the poor bastard.
They get in there. Oh, he's there lying down sleeping. Let's beat him. Like, oh, let's make sure he's still breathing. Okay, he's still breathing. Let's fucking hammer him down, boys. Tase him.
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting. It's the taser. He's shaking because of the taser.
I used to hate it. I used to hate it when they'd scream that, because I mean, you'd have like 6 cops, right? And they'd all be pulling you a different direction, and you're not moving, but they're pulling you. So therefore, they feel like you're resisting. Then they start screaming, "Stop resisting!" Then you say, "No, I'm not resisting. I'm just being pulled around like a fucking rag doll." But
and then all of a sudden, you're on the ground getting knees in the side of you and shit.
Yeah. Or a baton to the back of the head. Or flashlight. Those are the worst.
That's disgusting that they do that. Especially when somebody's hands are tied behind, like they're handcuffed behind their back.
I think it's cowardly.
It is.
If you're going to hurt somebody, do it up close and personal and give them an opportunity. Make it fair.
Yeah. Well, take the fucking handcuffs off and then do it.
Right.
Like, it's sickening.
You're too much of a coward to do it, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I think when they're around their buddies, too, it's like, oh, hell, look what I fucking... You know, like, if they're in a group, it's like, oh, it's like gawking at somebody. Oh yeah, you're in fucking cuffs. What are you gonna be able to do about it? You know?
YouTube watcher said cops are emotionally damaged.
Yeah.
I feel that's a typo. Unstable seems a little bit more
Yeah.
plausible. Damaged and unstable, maybe.
Yeah. They're damaged goods.
There's some good ones though. There's
Oh fuck yeah, there is.
they're dying off. You know what I mean? Not literally, but we're losing a lot of good ones. But there is some good ones still left, but there's a lot of bad ones.
Yeah.
And I mean that's just from what I've noticed, you know. Either or.
Didn't do.
But
Let's hold on a second. I don't know if we'll be able to do it, but I'm gonna go to one of my favorite sources for news.
Uh-oh. Source.
legal cannabis edibles hit stores.
Dude, the smoke shop near me where I buy my cigarettes,
Yeah.
when I am not fucking lazy, I guess, because I'll just go to the corner store if I don't want to go that far. But they sell gummies, edibles, and they apparently fuck you right up.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like $10 for a package or something like that for them. So next time I go out there, I'm buying a couple packs of those just to try them.
There you go. Hit that screen. Let that screen on.
Who is it?
That's me.
It's us. What the fuck? Did it work?
California Sheriff's deputy is off the job tonight on leave for what his boss calls an extremely troubling incident. Newly released body cam video shows a deadly encounter between the deputy and a disabled man during a traffic stop. Sarah Harmon has details. Note, this video is disturbing.
We're 11,000 block of Sutton.
It began with the report of a stolen car.
That
Deputies
shitty
in pursuit of a vehicle reported missing in a carjacking.
Sorry, I'm just trying to fucking. There we go.
Show me your hands! Car!
What they didn't know, the driver, 52-year-old David Glenn Ward, was the car's owner.
Don't move! Get your hands up!
In a video of the stunning confrontation released by the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department, Deputy Charles Blount can be seen approaching the vehicle.
Get out of the car! All right, I'm getting out. I'm getting out.
The driver, who was physically disabled, struggled to exit the car. Law enforcement dragging him through the window, then tasing him. Police say Deputy Blount attempted a carotid hold, a controversial move designed to cut off blood to the brain. Ward became unresponsive.
Oh, we need medical, man. Get medical.
As it became clear Ward was the victim, not the carjacker. He was transported to a local hospital and pronounced dead. Tonight, Sheriff Mark Essex says he plans to fire Deputy Blount, a 19-year veteran of the force. A lawyer for Blount defending his actions, telling NBC in a statement, Blount didn't cause David Ward's death. Frankly, Mr. Ward caused his own death by inexplicably taking a number of bizarre actions, alleging he had a serious pre-existing condition and methamphetamine in his system, and there were no indications of trauma to his neck. After shocking footage leaves a community demanding answers.
What happens next?
An investigation is currently underway, and Officer Blount is on administrative leave. His attorney told NBC News he has not been fired and says if and when that happens, he will absolutely appeal the decision.
That's fucked up and stuff. Eh? I know I'm lost for words too, Tank. So. See, that's how lost for words Tank is. He is just appalled right now. He can't even speak.
Can you not hear me?
He can't even speak. Huh?
Can you not hear me?
No, I thought you were taking a vow of silence because of what just happened there on the
Oh
screen.
no, I walked away from the device trying to find this stupid fucking cord and I can't find the cord.
What a fucking piece of shit, man. Everybody likes the videos, so I don't know if you want me to do another one.
Just try to make sure there's not ones with heavy duty copyrights.
Commercials?
No commercials either.
No, I'm playing from a person that I never get a copyright from because I let them know that I play their shit.
Okay.
And it's usually news that they put out. So Slush at Chris, why is this frozen? What the hell?
There's Roadhog. Hello, Roadhog. Welcome.
Roadhog, what's up, brother? Oh, here we go.
Down here. Up. Up.
Oh, this guy passed out drunk while he was on duty.
Up.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Him and the prostitute passed out.
I don't have a Facebook. Oh, you got somebody here, Tank.
What's that?
Love your Tank Booty News. Love your Facebook, OG.
Yeah.
I don't have a Facebook.
That's the same guy that I saw that earlier.
That's great.
Yeah, screenshot. The name is just different. Everything else is the same. Oh shit. Hold on. I'll click that. Sorry.
Just give me a second.
This hunk of shit doesn't want to charge. We're not going to start that level.
Now he's just spamming your chat. You want me to just take care of him? Okay, you got him.
I'll have to give three timeouts, just 3, and then it's obviously they don't have done back to the tap. So
Oh, Don Max.
He's intoxicated.
Who the fuck? Where's the cop? Guessing in that car.
You got it?
Is there a trick to
There's
it?
Velcros. Yeah, there's some keepers. Let me see.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you know.
We got you.
Hold on, you might have make sure it doesn't have. Well, is that sugar? Hang on, I'm not here. I thought you were going.
It just
I got another keeper right here. Pulling forward. Pulling forward. So I can get the keeper. Oh, you're trying to get that? Check.
Let's check for but not giving any verbal, not even giving a head nod or anything like that to confirm that he's understanding. Is he on duty?
Is there a keeper back on his belt? Let me. Okay, he's good. I got his belt. Where's this duty arm?
We got it.
Okay. Yeah. We got a bus coming? Okay. Not bad. You'll be good.
Backup or anything, right?
I can't feel anything.
I don't think Road is CEO or he's talking about cameras.
Yeah.
Something that will come off once we start moving.
No, we're good.
Okay.
It's all off.
All right, we're ready to move.
The belt is still stuck on the Velcro on the back. Just pull it off.
Let go, brother. I got you. I got you. You're just going south.
Got it?
Yeah.
Did you guys check?
We're missing the keeper. Hey, was there a keeper up there?
Here, right now, we're getting that. Captain said just keep it all to. He might have an idea in his hands or something. Well, we don't know all his info. Like we know his Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I think we're trying to get that stuff, but if you got it on. Let's see. We got the gear. We got the card. I'll go down there. See, you can get off. Okay. I'll go. There's all his gear. His goods here. His.
Like this guy's just not gonna learn.
Towels. I thought I just heard a beep. Is Towels it? He's in chat.
You're the one that did that.
Should be clear.
This is just the same shit.
Adi said, would you
What's that?
Adi said, he said something, and then that was it. That's all. That's all.
Oh, Towels. Towels is online.
Oh, okay. What's this shit cost for the yearly rate? Or is
Two
it monthly?
something. Well, you could do
What is
monthly.
it? What is it monthly?
25 for monthly.
Shit. I haven't seen Albany in a while.
Yeah, I know. What's going on with her?
She's like, I'm not quite sure. She seemed to just, I don't know, disappear for a little bit.
Mm.
My sister gave me these fucking new papers, and I've never
Oh
tried
yeah, how are
Twitter
they?
before. They're actually not bad. They're actually called it's supposed to be licorice, but it's spelt liquor rice. Is that how you spell licorice?
I don't think so.
But it's spelt liquor rice. Maybe I'm having some fucking stupid
That's
moment, but
trippy.
I don't think that's how you spell licorice.
Maybe that's what it's made with, liquor rice.
Liquor and rice.
Yeah.
Like I need more of that. The liquor part, not the rice part. I love rice.
Don't get me wrong. I love the rice.
Okay, Watcher. Fuck, this is so much better.
Yeah.
Less typing.
This is the experience. Now, I think we have a guest coming on. He's very excited to come on one of these programs. Let me just put. Let me post a link for him to get on. Yeah, this man has always been.
And on 2 is Love Weenie. Everything else is the same, but the name.
Yeah.
Southern. The way it's spelled on the package is liquor, as in alcohol, and then rice at the end.
And non too. Like that's great. I
Oh,
don't have face.
World order. Message me back through book messenger.
I don't have Facebook, so you're gonna be waiting a long time for that message.
Oh, this fucking guy. This is actually quite amusing. Well, this person, and that was the third time out. So, if I don't catch the next time that bullshit happens, just go straight to hide user if anybody can.
Yeah.
3 chances, man. That's the moral code I live by. Everybody has 3 chances.
Yeah.
First one, everybody makes mistakes. Second one, it's push. Third one, you're just being fucking dick.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And you start paying attention to that moment.
Oh, I think we have our special guest here. He's always wanted to be on the radio. Talls?
Oh, not today, man.
Not that.
Look at that. Oh, God. Look at that alien trying to get him.
KKK. Well,
Look
you
at-
guys got a bunch of real nice, beautiful, lovely people in the room today, I see. I wonder who pissed in their cereal.
Let's see how many troll accounts. Holy fuck, that was a screaming yell right there.
It just shows how much respect they have for themselves and other people, that's all.
Yeah.
None.
Anyways, guys, I'll be back later. My old lady's here, so
How later is later?
I'll talk to I don't know.
Midnight.
I'll message you guys.
When she falls asleep.
Yeah. Once you start snoring. Okay, talk to you guys
This
later.
is what you do, OG. You go up to her and you say, "Hey, sweetie, does it smell like chloroform to you?" And then she's up. That's too much.
This is a smelly chloroform. Okay, talk to you guys later.
All right. Jesus. Let's see if that makes a difference. Hear an echo. Still there, Tails?
Oh, yeah, I'm hacking my brains out.
Oh. Where's the echo coming from? Does anybody else hear an echo, or am I just losing my mind? Maybe I'm just too high. Okay, that's better. I don't hear the echo now.
Are you saying it was me?
I think so. This is the first chat that I ever had to hide a user, and I hate hiding users. I want a gummy bear. Hey, me too, Southern. First chance I get out there to get those gummy bears, I'm getting a couple packs of them. For sure, I'm getting a couple packs of them, or I'm making a whole pack of them for my. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
There, I think I can handle that.
Handle what?
Clearing out my lungs.
Oh.
How's it going, Southern? Sorry, buddy, I was choking my brains out. Roadhog still around?
He was here. I hope he's still here. I think he's still here. I'm not sure.
I wonder what's with all the trolls today. Are they that fucking bored?
I don't know. This one person's relentless though. This is like the fourth or fifth account.
They're in love.
They want this D.
And Merry Christmas to everybody out there.
And Happy Hanukkah. And Kuchin, damn it to hell. Hold on. Now I gotta go back up and read it.
Trump says, "Hey, Doji, world order." Hey, right on.
Kwanzaa, or some shit like that. I think that's what it was.
OG in here.
What are you talking about? I'm way the hell up in the conversation trying to figure out Kwanzaa.
Oh. I was just looking at what Trump said.
That's not the real Trump said.
Yeah, no, I know that. It's not hard to tell. I wonder why they were in love.
Yeah, that's the same person. And thank you to who took care of that. Yeah.
This person really has a heart on, don't they?
I like trolls. I keep them in my basement so they feel right at home.
I think everybody should have trolls.
I don't know how to do that, Watcher. And the device I'm using to do this on is,
that's okay,
I can't flip and see anything. No, that's fine, Southern. I trust your judgment. Plus, I can read the comments, and it wasn't anything innocent that was commented. So, you did well. Thank you. My dog and my cat have the most amazingest relationship ever.
One says, I won't eat you if you scratch my back nicely.
No, I've had them both since they were kitten and puppy, and they were born together. They grew up together. And the cat's like half the size of a normal cat. It's like a midget cat, and the dog is like a giant dog. It's Rottweiler, Doberman, German Shepherd, Great Dane, Bull Mastiff, and something Brindle. But he's fucking huge, man. Massive dog. I'm echoing again. What the fuck? What's up, pup? Yeah. No, don't do that. You're gonna knock that over. Okay, Watcher. I suppose I could shut this down. Or, yeah, shut it down. Oh my God. There. Pets for the pup. Pets for the pup. No, listen, if you do that, then you're going to knock all that over. And if you knock all that over, then it's going to mess it all up. No. Oh, you big bastard. Yeah. Go over there. Here, I'll move this up. What? There you go. Fuck. Who's that jerk off in the chat? OG World Order. Is that OG New World Order? Fuck, I don't know how to post link. How do I... It's going to take a minute to get used to this, I think. I wonder if I could... oh, I know how to do it. I'll go here. Copy. Here. Here. I hope that's right. Oh, you bastard. Okay. Earwax cleaning will only be done when medically necessary. Some earwax is good. It's healthy to have around your drum or your eardrums.
Here's one that I haven't seen any fucking doctor do in Canada since the 80s, but hey, they're gonna cancel it.
Reducing the use of DIPS pregnancy test. I don't think that applies to me.
House calls, buddy. House calls. I haven't seen them fucking do a house call in
Did I misread it?
Years.
Oh. X-ray is pointless for soft tissue disorders. Yeah, I think you would need an MRI or what? It's fuck. I can't think.
Referrals to specialists.
So I think now I'm gonna try and work this into my budget and just pay the subscription for what's this thing called? Stream Yard.
And the last one is
Who is Julie Road? If you know how to do a share screen, jump on, and if you wanted to share it, then
no,
share
I'm
it.
just showing you this to show you. You guys think that Canada's healthcare is fucking free? Well, they can take anything they want in Canada and take it away from the people in healthcare whenever they want. So if you think our fucking healthcare is so great, yous are nuts in the head.
Costs more money in taxes.
We pay way more money in taxes and they steal our healthcare away from us a little at a time every fucking year.
Every time they fuck up, we tend to have to pay it out in our taxes. But then they make it out to seem like it's such a good deal. They're like, oh, hey, let's get this much money, but we'll raise this taxes. So if they give you an extra $100 here, but they're really making like $1,000 off you in taxes, what point is that $100? You're you know what I mean? You're throwing away $900. Giving them $900 for the $100. That's like some Twizzler card. MRI, yeah.
They don't care about the people up here, buddy. They just care about taking that money that they just said they're going to save, and they're going to invite another 1 million Islamic refugees to Canada. I bet you they're going to cut a lot more stuff to give to them.
What was the number we're supposed to when I am?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Lord. Hold on. I'm shut them off and trying to give me a second.
And this ain't the first time they cut stuff on our healthcare.
Is that any better?
Speak.
Roof.
Sit.
I'm already sitting.
Okay, stand.
The fucking redundancy in this. What is going on here?
Yeah, you're okay now.
It's this tablet, man. This tablet.
Why did they do the same with our schools, our healthcare? You name it. They take stuff away from us and everything. And then they give it away to foreign countries and that. Today's bullshit for Canada is we're not going to help any Canadian people, but we will help everybody in other countries. And then when the people complain about it,
there was supposed to be a cap limit
racist.
where he was going to bring them in, the refugees, Syrian refugees. There was supposed to be like I can't remember what he said, but there was supposed to be three sets of this amount of people. But if you watch certain independent media sources, the people that are coming across, there's 900 people a day coming across the Canadian border.
From
And
what country that's having a war? The United States. Wow, because we know they're not coming from Russia.
I'm not sure where they're coming from. It's on.
Well, let's see. Well, let's figure it out. If they're coming over the border, they can't be coming over from the north. So they must be coming in from where? Build a fucking wall. Block America. Build a wall. I do say we need a fucking wall up here, though. You people are coming up here whenever the fuck you want. We're getting sick of it.
I think that when they do all these things, they should be doing proper vettings. You know what I mean?
They don't know how to, buddy.
They should do proper vetting. Like I believe that all countries are built on immigrants.
They have some guy fucking praying with their hands and bowing to them, and they go, "Oh, he's a good candidate. Send him through. He's harmless." They're the ones you got to fucking look out for.
Not in all cases.
I'm talking about Islam.
Religion and make it. You
got to remember, we're not helping the Christians. We're not helping the Christians over there. We're helping Islam, the terrorist group. Wake the fuck up. We're fighting these people, and we're helping them.
Fucking glitchy again. What the hell's going on with this thing?
I'll tell the fucking truth. I'm not scared of you fucking clowns out there that think that Islam is fucking the greatest religion in the world. You're pathetic. They're the worst.
But here's the thing that I think a lot of people miss on is that with every religion there will be good and bad. Everything has a good and a bad element, plus and a negative. So people are taking religion and manipulating it and abusing it to do harm to other people. It's just all about misinterpretation.
We already changed our little terrorist book twice. They haven't changed it. They're still praying back in the 14th century.
I can't hear you. There we go. Hey, sec here. Is that the real second?
Every other religion changed their fucking preaching twice. They haven't changed it at all. They still believe in murder. At one time, if you had a religion believing in murder and everything, that was called a cult. Today, they're praising them.
That's for second son. Just I want to make sure that's the real one. Fuck. OG jumps on this shit, and I got trolls coming in left, right, and center. That's it. You're fired, OG. You're fired. Nah, it's cool. I don't fault you. Some people just have no life. I'm echoing again. Okay, jump back on second son.
Hey, is that you? It's me, Herc. It's me.
I needed to make sure before I made what do you call it? That.
I'll just be a second.
Yeah, buddy. George Carlin's The Little Man in the Sky. Or watch George. I've never heard of that before.
No, you're knocking everything over, cat?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure second son. Just so that I could highlight your name. Did you want to jump on second son? If so, there.
Have a good one, OG.
OG's kissing his old lady's ass, begging to come on. Please, just let me go hang out with my friends.
Yes, I want to go out with the boys.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good day, Ed.
This
Yeah,
man
hey.
here is the beatbox champion. I remember when you had your main channel, the second son was up there. I remember I used to chill in your chat rooms there and used to beatbox all the time.
Right? No, I literally thank you for saying that, Tank Boy. I really appreciate the compliment because after looking at the live stream, the 2.5 hour stream, which is basically, yeah.
Again. Turn it back on. Done. Actually, go. Done. No. Okay, how's that?
I mean, I can hear you. So it was a little choppy though because I think the mobile experience. Yeah, the mobile experience sucks.
Hold on, I got an idea. We just have to go with this. That's not the right side. This only has one side that works, so let's try it. Let's get a miserable cocksucker once over. Hold on, just.
Can you hear me?
Give me 1 second.
All right. Well, I just want to let everybody know, everyone else know, if you can hear me. I'm pretty sure you can, but there was a troll account stalking me and coming in a long time ago under Second Son Nudes, Nudes. So that was the only troll account that I knew of that stole my identity. But other than that, I've never even seen another Second Son News out there. So thanks for checking, though. That's really cool.
It's the Bluetooth.
Yeah, I guess people just need to have fun doing it their own way. I don't get it.
Right? Yep. Yeah, something's going on with PayPal too. I got my account got suspended this morning, and I have to call PayPal find out what the hell's going on.
I can hear you now.
Awesome. You too.
It's hunk of shit thing. I gotta start saying what new because this is getting ridiculous.
Right. Tank Boy News. I'm actually gonna go ahead and scram, but thanks a lot for having me on, man. Nice to know you too, bud. Yep.
Can I at one point in time, whenever if you're up for it, is there a way that I can I don't know, buy or trade or something for some of your beatboxing to make like a soundtrack thing?
Oh, absolutely. You know what I was thinking about doing was starting an Etsy account, and I can put up some MP3s or WAV files up there that you can get.
Yeah.
If that interests you. Okay. I'll come to the chat and I'll answer your question. Okay. See you soon. All right.
Okay. That is absolutely nuts. Why is this not wanting to work for me? Everything's got to be fucking miserable.
It could be a memory thing too, buddy.
No, actually, maybe. But then no, because when there's two people, it's fine. But as soon as the third person jumps in, how do I change it? Because we didn't have a problem when it was, is it this? Did that change the view?
Made them bigger?
Yeah, we didn't have a problem doing it that way before. You can buy some beats from me. I'll get working on that. Thanks for the inquiry. Cool. I wanna take some of his beatboxing and mix it with some of my EDM mixing, and I want to make either a really long track or something short, just for like an intro or an outro kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard him beatbox, bud, but he's fucking awesome. Just pure amazing at it. And I mean, everybody has their good days and their bad days, but when he's on top of his game, which is 95% of the time, it sounds almost as if you were listening to like an EDM mix or a remix of some. It's hard to describe. It sounds amazing. That's all I know.
Yeah, when a lot of people are doing their own thing and showing what they can do in that, I just go in and click the thumbs up and listen to. I don't speak in the room. I just listen to what they're doing. Some of them are pretty cool.
Account. What is an Etsy account? Etsy account? And sell them on there? Etsy. What is Etsy?
You're asking the wrong nerd. I know how to take the cord and plug it into a socket and hit the button to turn her on.
I was getting mad the other night. I mean, I don't drink, right? I try to stay away from drinking, but I mean, it was Christmas and I thought, fuck it, I'll pick up a bottle. And then I'm drunk trying to figure out this shit, and I'm thinking in my brain, I'm like, I have an above average IQ. I can code, I can program, I can build, I can fix just about anything, but I can't seem to get a fucking site to work. Why can't I not seem to get the site to work? I was getting mad. It was frustrating the hell out of me. Plus, when I drink, I don't have any patience. You know what I mean? Oh, eBay account.
I don't know. I quit drinking about 25 years ago because of shit like that.
Well, when my son died, I became a horrible alcoholic, and it was just, I don't even know how to describe it. I lost my mind, man. I had to be committed and shit. I was an evil fucking person, right? And that's why I don't like to drink. But I thought, you know what, screw it. And I wasn't even going to go live that night. I was just going to drink and smoke myself stupid and pass out. But I thought, fuck it, whatever, we'll go live. And it was a good night, but I just acted like a fucking fool, you know? But that's the trouble when I drink, is that I lose patience very fast. I'm not able to.
We never
slow my
noticed
brain
the other
down.
night. We never noticed you yelling and screaming and hollering the other night.
I thought about it afterwards. I'm like, you gotta, like, for someone that doesn't know me, just to hear me screaming at a fucking laptop and cell phones like a retard, you know, they're probably thinking like, what the hell is this guy even screaming at? You know what I mean? It's like, I'm screaming at the fucking computer and the cell phones because the pieces of shit don't want to work for me. But apparently any iPhone doesn't work that way either. The other people are having trouble getting onto it with the iPhone. It's cool, second son.
I keep breaking out in hand.
Life throws its curveballs at you, brother, and I've had my curveballs, but it's not where you've been, it's where you're going. And if we dwell on yesterday, then tomorrow is going to be a bitch. So every so often I'll bitch myself down and I'll drink and act like a fool and let my emotions get out, and then I'm good for a while. But it used to be, I used to just drink and drink and drink and drink and drink and drink and drink. Fuck, I'd drink all day, every day, all night. Drink until I passed out, woke back up, crack another bottle and go again. And I was just, that wasn't healthy for anybody. It wasn't healthy for me. It wasn't healthy for the people I was around. It wasn't. It brought more trouble than solution. You know, more problems than solutions. And I got sick of hurting the ones that I care about. And that's I'm not sure how that's funny, but okay.
No, not laughing at you, Road.
Okay.
Too many Canucks on panel.
I got sick of hurting the ones that I care about because of a drinking problem, and I wound up having to be committed and do some assessments and evaluations and shit, and I had to hit rock bottom to get up. But I mean, it's not about the fall. The fall is pointless. It's how you get up from that fall.
I'll stick the pot.
Yeah, well, that's what I do now. I stick to pot. But it was Christmas, and I don't know. Every so I try not to, but just because I mean I know how much of a dickhead I be. You know what I mean? I start drinking, and it's like I lose all common sense. Everything that screams in a person's body not to do something stupid, it disappears for me. I wind up always acting like an idiot and fucking just being a dickhead to everybody. It doesn't matter who the hell it is or what. I act like a piece of shit when I drink. But I recognize that, right? So.
Yeah, I don't need booze to be a dickhead.
I'm not even looking at the Tank. I drink for us. Okay, watcher, you drink for us both. I'm a Scotch man, or wine, or Budweiser beer. And then William said, had to stop drinking to I'm allergic. I keep breaking out in hand. I feel you, William. I feel you. I get it. Yeah. That's a problem for all of us. All good. Tank was triggered as fuck. Yeah, I was fucking real triggered. But that's trouble when I drink is that I don't have patience. My brain goes a million miles an hour. Like it never shuts off. It's always going 100 miles an hour. So when you add alcohol to that, it's like your brain will skip, and the patience part it disappears. So I wind up dickhead, screaming at stupid shit. Too many Canucks on panel. I drink every day. After 5, I stay home though. Glad you made it alive. YouTube watcher. Okay, that's not even funny. YouTube watch. Okay, that's not for me. Drink every day 5. I learned to drink slowly. 6-pack. That's. I wish I could drink like that, but the trouble with me is I down it. I down it like it's cheap candy, and I don't stop downing it. I just keep going and going and going and going and going and going and going. It's like I'm a fucking alcohol energizer bunny. And then before you know it, I've already blacked out and done something stupid without realizing it in the moment. Where the hell was I? Slowly. Only stop when you have to. I had to stop drinking the way I used to. Now it's just like a once in a blue moon thing. Otherwise, I'd wind up back in jail or for doing something stupid. And I don't want that to happen. That's not for me. I'm just here to heckle Tank Boy News because he never comes to. I come to your channel. I just rarely talk. I mostly listen while I'm doing something else, or while I'm rebuilding a tattoo machine, or organizing my tattoo equipment, or doing something, whatever. I'll listen, but I rarely talk. I used to slam my drinks to Glad you're not drinking. Oh, fuck, I'm glad I'm not drinking that much either. That was $10 hostage. I thought there was more than that. Didn't you say that you and Hag added something to it? I'm not sure. But hostage. Jeez. Not hostage. We'll have to send in the SEAL Team 69. That fucking thing die or something? Dude, this thing was working so good. Charging. Where do you buy cheap computer shit and tablets and whatnot? It's not, yeah, but there's only 10 in the pool. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Oh, you're a tattoo artist? Cool. I work with a DJ from San Diego named Peacemaker. He is awesome tattoo artist. He made his own guns. They're machines, not guns. Tattoo machines. Machines create art when held by the right people, and when a gun is held by the wrong person and used incorrectly, it creates havoc. But yeah, I've been tattooing for a long time. I really enjoy it. When I tattoo, it's the only time I can clear my head, and there's nothing but me, my machine, and my canvas, and everything else just fades away. It doesn't show what we contribute on the pool page. Okay. I only have one tat. I am covered in tattoos. Legs, back, chest, arms, neck, kneecaps. Once I find a proper tattoo artist that would be willing to trade tattoos, I want them to do my elbows and do a trade for them, so they can do my elbows for me, so I don't have to. My knees are done. I did those myself, but I can't reach my elbows and do them myself. I have one that has the bottom on the tube, not on the floor. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Got to charge up your piece. Okay, Southern, thanks for coming, and thanks for taking care of what you took care of earlier. You did good. Thank you. I have one that has the button on the tube. Not the pedal. It's the Is it wireless? The wireless ones. My rotary machines that are absolutely amazing. Actually, I'll let you hear what it sounds like. Before I went live, I was messing around with it. I won't be able to read the comments, but I'll let you hear what it sounds like. Pick that up. I'll slide the pedal over. So I hope you can hear this. It's my new rotary machine, and they're very quiet and lightweight. I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear that, Tails?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of my new rotary machines. They're pretty damn decent. They run anywhere from 250 to like 2,000 a piece. But I won a shader in an auction for a lot cheaper. And I didn't even think that I would win them, because I mean I have the shittiest luck with anything. So what I did was I just said screw it, and I just placed a bid exactly $5 over the original bid. And I don't know if it was a glitch in the system or if nobody wanted them, but I got an email a little bit later, and they said that I had won the auction. So then I thought, well, this has got to be a scam, right? Because I mean, like I've researched these. The frames are made from an aluminum alloy aircraft metal, and the rotary motors inside of them are gold plated for proper connecting, connector, whatever the hell, better connection. And I finally they showed up, and I took a look at them, and the only thing that I found that was wrong with them was I needed to replace the connectors for the clip cord, because the clip cord connectors that were there were like sharp as hell, and I don't
like a very peaceful group.
Yeah, try not to play anything.
Yeah, I turned it off. I thought it was muted.
Oh, but the clip cord connectors that were on them when they came were very sharp, and I didn't want to run the risk of. I wrap my machines in these little bags, and then I tape it over. And if for the off chance that I poked a client with the sharp piece on the clip cord thing, and then poked myself by accident, because they look like little spikes. The off chance, I've now just contaminated everything, and if the client has a disease, now I could possibly get that disease. So I said, screw it, I'll just go with the brass. What the hell would you call them? Connector screws, and I went with those, and replaced those quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because when you work around blood and open wounds, or however you want to call it, when you work in tattooing, everything has to be sanitary. So your clip cords will have a bag on them. Your machines will have a bag on them. You'll have plastic bags that you tape down over everything. Everything gets plasticed up. My lamp, it gets wrapped in plastic. My tattoo bed, it gets these big black body bags is the only thing I can call them, because they're huge. And what I do is I just cut the side down, and then I tape them down over top of the tattoo bed, and that way everything is kept sanitary. And anytime I remove the gloves, I don't reuse the gloves. I'll put one glove inside the other one, tie it off, throw it in the garbage. Every time I change a color, I replace the gloves. Anytime I'll have separate machines. Each machine will have its own designated purpose, whether it be liner, shader, color packer. I've even got a machine I built myself, and I call it the whip. And the reason why I call it the whip is because it's strictly designed for whip shading, which is just like a fan shading to give it that extra spike in it and whatnot. And yeah, there's so many different things that you can do with tattoo machines and whatnot. I mean, I've got, I don't know, 10 or 15 machines I've accumulated over the time, and they're in pairs, right? So anytime I buy a machine, I'll always buy a liner and a shader, just so that I have the same brand and the same style for a liner and a shader. That way I can work myself into the new machines. But these new rotary machines are absolutely awesome. I got a liner and a shader, and they work better than my classic machines, I think. And they're quiet, very, very quiet. Just a light hum and light. I mean, they're just, it's a heck of a lot easier. I've been tattooing for a long time. Like, if you take this into consideration, like if a guy comes to me and they want a back piece, and that back piece is going to take 8 hours to do, then he muted. Then if that takes 8 to 10 hours to do, I'm holding those machines vibrating for a very good portion of that, right? Because like I'll take a couple cigarette breaks, but I tend to, what I like to do is get the outline done, then I'll stop for a cigarette break, or if the client wants to stop for any reason or wants a break, I'll have a cigarette, and then I'll put the hell is it called? Comes in a dispenser that I screwed onto the wall, and you just hit it, and it's got like this fucking hand sanitizer shit in it. And then I'll put the new gloves on. But I tend to like to no, I didn't think that you were a tattoo artist. I was just babbling about what I enjoy. But I'll finish with this. What I do is I tend to like to get the outline done, take a break, and then do the shading, take a break. Or if it's a really big tattoo, like a massive scenery or multiple like faces or whatever, if it's a massive tattoo, and the person has fair skin or is known to have sensitive skin, I'll do the outline, and then they'll come back once the outline's healed. I find I get a good clean tattoo that way. I'm into the conversation. Oh, thanks, second son. Bro, I'm a licensed NDR tattooist. NDR. I should know what that stands for, but I have no clue what the hell that stands for. NDR. If they were reversed, it'd be a do not resuscitate. Notice. Switch the N for an O, and it would be do not resuscitate order. But NDR. Oh, so you tattoo dog's ears, is what you mean, or wherever you get the tattoo put on a dog, commonly in the ear. Right? Or am I wrong? Or are you just fucking with me? I feel like that was sarcasm and I read into it. I'm a shitty tattooist. Well, do you have a steady hand? Like, can you hold... Let's say I've collected a few over the years. Yeah, I got my first tattoo by myself on my hand at my mother's kitchen table when I was 12, and then I covered it a little bit later. Then I did a couple more on myself, and then I got placed on house arrest. And most people get like porn pop-ups and shit like that. I was getting power tools and tattoo equipment, and I had the money at that time. So I said, screw it. I'll just buy a whole bunch of power tools and tattoo equipment, and I used the power tools to build the tables and the light stand and all that shit. And then once the tattoo equipment come, I did a couple on myself and a couple on a few friends, and they told me I was good at it, so I just kept going. What I mean, Rode, is do you have a steady hand? Can you put a thread in a needle? Like if you were gonna sew something, could you take the thread and slide it into the needle hole? Like, is your hand steady? Then if you can do that and you keep your hand steady, then it's just about because I mean you don't, like, I taught myself how to tattoo before I taught myself how to draw, and was awesome at tattooing right from the get-go. And as I learned how to draw, I just got better at it. And I do needle, yeah, okay. But as long as you can keep a steady hand, and then it's just about your depth, right? So you wanna preset your machine with your needle and your tube and your grip and everything. You want to have it so that when you extend it down, like when you push the amateur bar, however you want to say that, when you push that down, you want to have the needle pop out of the end of the tube 2 dimes. If you're just starting out, 2 dimes, because 2 dimes is the only that's the depth you want to go. But what I do is I have it go out a hell of a lot more, because I've gotten to the point where I can control where it goes and how it goes. But some people, they can't, and you'll wind up going in too deep or not deep enough. But if you wind up having your voltage and whatnot turned up too high, and your motor's going 100 billion miles an hour, and you wind up going too deep, you wind up turning the skin into hamburger, and that creates scar tissue. And I mean, I'm not good enough to do portraits, but I'm good enough to do like animated characters and shit like that, and scenery. So when you're doing fine detail work like that, you generally don't want to hamburger it up. I just got a weird message. Oh, okay. Oh, he finally messaged me. I told her I'm live. Hopefully she comes and jumps in.
Yeah, I gotta get going soon.
How come?
I'm not feeling good.
Hit the orange juice. Pack yourself full of tea. Have a massive laugh. Wrap yourself in a blanket. And crank the heat. Shit out.
I like the way I used to do it.
My grandmother used to have all these weird remedies.
Fuck the remedy. Sex, buddy, sex.
I got sent from school as a kid.
Heat it right out of you.
She said Larry sent home because I was sick, and she made me eat into the fucking night after I'd leaked for the orifice. I felt a hell of a lot better.
Okay, but I do got to get going. That was
All right,
nice,
buddy.
buddy. I'm glad you got everything going.
You know, I just gotta save up and buy some proper fucking devices and proper microphones and cameras and shit.
No, take your time. Relax. Take your time. You'll get there.
I've been trying to get new equipment and shit since I found out that my Windows was going to be ending. I got an email once I put this Windows on here, and the email, or not the email, once I installed the Windows and did all the updates, there's like a little pop up that like, this Windows is going to be terminated or ended soon. Explore other options, and they want me to buy Windows 10 now, and at $200, I'd be better off just to save up and spend $400 or $500 on a better laptop with better equipment.
True. Okay, you have a good day, buddy. I'll be back on later on.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and get my family to fucking pool money together so that I can buy the membership of this thing. This is actually pretty damn cool. It saves me from typing so much. Windows 7 is ending, Road. They're stopping all security updates, framework updates, everything. After 2020 sometime, it's all fucking ending. And because that's what they did with Vista too. Because my other laptop had Vista, and I was rocking Vista for a while, and then it ended. So I got the Windows 7. And okay, hold on. So I got the Windows 7, and then I got that notification. They're like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to buy Windows 10 now." I was like, "What a fucking scam, whatever the hell you want to call it." It's the stupidest thing ever. Buy one Windows just to be kicked off and have to go buy another Windows. Is that the link that you were talking about, Road? I hope that's the link you're talking about. That work?
Hey, dude.
That work? Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
I'm here.
This is actually decent. And they changed their service agreement. It now doesn't. Hey, Albany. It now doesn't ask to have complete control over your account.
Hey, dude, you know this going from Windows 7 to Windows 10 is just a big scam, right?
Well, sure it is. It's buying more things. I just bought this damn Windows, and now they want me to buy the other one. But they're ending, and if it's like the last time with Windows Vista, they shut my whole damn computer down. I could not get onto it anymore.
Yeah, dude, but just because they're stopping support doesn't mean it won't work. I still have an old SXDX 286 computer that's running Windows 3.1, and you know how long that's been quit? Doesn't mean your operating system's going to quit working, dude. It just means they're not going to give you any more updates.
How it started was it stopped giving the security updates, then it stopped giving the framework updates, then it started to glitch out, and after season glitch out, then it said that this Windows is no longer registered, and it black screen with that message.
Yeah, well, if you want to get around it, just go download Linux, go pick a version of Linux like Kali Linux, and use that as an operating system, dude. You don't have to pay for Windows. Windows is bullshit.
Can I put that on a computer that won't boot up because the one with the Vista?
Yeah, take the computer that works now, and go download Linux to a DVD and burn it to a DVD, and then put that in your computer that won't boot up, and boot from the CD DVD ROM, and you can install Linux into your computer, and it'll work just fine, dude. And you'll probably find out you're going to find out you like Linux a lot better than you like Windows.
Someone told me that Linux is my virtual machine. They look pretty similar. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, you can take a regular computer and you can boot Linux, or you can boot Windows when you first boot, or you can take your machine and you can make a virtual machine and have it run off Linux, or have it work, have a virtual machine that runs off Windows. It all depends on how you want to do it. There's a lot of different options you can use. Yeah, YouTube watcher. You've emailed me like 8 times, but I don't get email from you for some reason. So I don't know what's going on. I get email from everybody else. But yeah, I have a bunch of different versions of Windows running. I have an old laptop I'm running Windows NT 4.0 on. I have Windows 95 that I can run. I have Vista. I have.
Do you remember Windows 95 to put on any other pro? Like if you wanted to do a fresh installer, you remember when you used to, if you wanted to do fresh installs, you used to have to go Windows 95, then the next version, and just keep up the ladder that way. That was a bitch back. You'd have to do that.
Yeah, if you need Windows 10, dude, I have Windows 10. I can send it to you. I'll just label it like personal photos or something when it goes across the border.
Okay.
If you really want Windows 10.
As long as it doesn't smell like dope or anything like that, everything should be good, because commonly they only open the package.
It's going to smell like cigarettes, dude, because I smoke like a chimney. But I sent a phone to Dale Lakeman, and dude, it ended up, when he got it, it had all kinds of weird apps on there that I never put on the phone. So I'm pretty sure that they opened it at the border.
I don't see you. No, I'm confused. I posted the link, Albany. This is the link. Did you know that you can't get on StreamYard through an iPhone? That was the problem the other night.
A lot of people have got on StreamYards with iPhone. Tank.
I tried everything. I tried both iPhones. I tried. What else I tried? The only device that seemed to let me use StreamYard is my laptop and this tablet thing.
Okay.
Those are the only 2 devices. The rest of them take you to this damn page that is just malarkey. But I
don't have Apple, so I'm just going by secondhand news.
I had to change the settings to display the desktop version. It was weird, but at least it worked. I think Albany's coming on. She did
That's
for
cool.
3 days. Give me 4 weeks. What the fuck?
I'm trying to get my shit charged up for when we go do chores.
I think I'm gonna invest in the where you don't run out of time on here, the subscription or whatever. OG said it's $25 a month.
Yeah. We actually have a pool up right now for El Jefe. He's trying to get a year because if you can buy it by the year, it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, OG says it's like for a year and something, and it's $25 for 1 month. So 12 times 25, you're looking at so 25, 50, 2 months is $100, or 3 months is $100, if I'm correct. So 4, that's 100. That's 200 for 8 months. 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, I mean, it'd probably equal out almost the same, but be a little bit cheaper. But a teeny bit cheaper is still a teeny bit cheaper. Every dollar counts, right?
Yeah, and if you get a pool,
weirdest damn budget in the whole wide world. And
if you get enough,
there's not many people coming for tattoos now.
If you get enough people together and they all pitch in a little bit, you can get a year's subscription to it, and then, you know, people have the ability to use it.
Yeah, I've only like family that would pitch in and stuff like that. That's pretty much the only people that I know of that may do that. But it's now after Christmas, so.
If you want to go for it, let me know. I'll hook you up on my Nightbot. And then all you got to do is come in and type.
I didn't hear
on my channel.
Okay.
On my channel, I run a thing called Nightbot, and if you type exclamation point in a word, it responds to you.
Will it help me?
I don't know if you got me or not.
No, I don't think I did.
Okay. With Nightbot, you can.
Work this. Go ahead.
With Nightbot, you can program it so that if you type exclamation point pool, a pool will come up with a link, and so that you can go to it. So when people come to my channel, and I'm doing chores and I can't really talk with people, they'll play with Nightbot. They'll type exclamation point and a bunch of different commands, and Nightbot will respond with pools and sayings and all kinds of different things. So if you want, dude, I'll run a pool for you.
Did for OG? Like, is that what you did for OG to get his?
No, I did it for El Jefe.
Oh. Yeah, he has the subscription now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's going for a year subscription. We've got a pool up for him to get a full year, so that he doesn't have to pay the $25 monthly fee. And a lot of people don't mind contributing because they'd rather get on here and talk than sit there and type.
Well, this may work out a little bit better for the time until I can afford to get all the equipment, because I want to eventually start my own like a call-in show thing where people can call in and voice their opinions on whatever topic we're talking about. That way they get their voices heard. But this might be cheap-ish, because it's like, well, it's $25 a month for this, and then it's $25 a month or $20 a month for the toll-free phone number.
Right.
And then for other features that I'm going to be requiring, it's an additional $10, so it'd be almost $30 for that phone a month. And it's this, but the only I would be curious to know if I could, because what I wanted to do, I want to set it up because I want to order the mixer where you can distort people's voices, and that we call in anonymously. And I would be curious to know if I could do that through this and change their voices, because a lot of people they don't want to have whatever they want to say, or they don't want to voice their opinion and take repercussion from it. I want to give it so that I can distort the voice and make them sound not like themselves. That way we can and I would hear their voice that way as well. So it would be the line would be run through the module, the voiceover, the mixer, and then spit back out to mute. And I route it into the computer, because then it gives a full anonymity, and they call in anonymously, and I would be able to hear their voice, kind of thing. Hey,
well, you can do the same thing with. You can do the same thing with a cell phone. You can use this program. You can go download an app out of Google Play for a voice distortion, a voice changer, and you can set your voice changer up. And when you use StreamYard, you enact your voice changer. So I could be calling in right now as like a 12-year-old girl instead of using my regular voice.
I was going to go with just basic computer animated female. That way they would have a choice whether to be Collins, female, male, whatever, or just one designated voice. Maybe, I don't know. But the one that I like, I have where I can record stuff into the mic and can change the voice to anything. There's a hacker, there's squirrel, helium, dehelium, or whatever, reverse helium. There's child, there's demon something, Smurf. There's like a whole shit ton of list of different voices I can use. But I want to. I originally wanted to get something like that, but in microphone wise, so that anything that is said through it on live can be distorted, and they don't hear the person's real voice. I wanted to do it that way. Otherwise, I would have to pre-record everything and splice what I say and splice what they say and cut it off into little individual audio files, so that if I ask a question, then I got to cut that question and add it to the editing software. Then I got to cut their answer out of a long thing and put that in as their answer, and that it would take a hell of a lot more time. And I was wanting to do it for live. Oh shit.
Hello, motherfuckers.
What is up? Where did Road go?
I don't know. He left. He's like, oh, fuck this shit.
Who's this crazy bitch?
I'm out this bitch. Hi, Road.
I lost my audio. Hi, Albany.
That's right. And do it so I can so that way more people are hearing it, and a lot more people are apt to.
You're breaking up really bad.
Get more views than my upload.
Okay, so it's not just my audio.
No, not at all. Yeah, you're breaking up really bad.
Yeah, I thought it was me.
No.
Every time I fail. How do I fight
crazy? Uh-oh. What the hell?
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Where's your Snoop?
Yeah, he's all garbled on my end. I'm getting. I got to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
It's
Okay.
all like that.
Are you drunk?
Every time there's three people, it does that
No.
shit.
No, it was happening before, dude. That's why I jumped out. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Yeah, me neither. Even when I was in chat.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I just couldn't hear him. He was like breaking up like crazy.
Hell yeah. I couldn't understand anything he was saying.
That makes two of us. I thought something was wrong with my phone, so I jumped out.
Oh, he's back.
Thanks.
With that. Give me a second. I think the device is overheating a little bit, so I'm gonna go grab a stick and play the thing on the stick. I'll be right back.
I think he said he's gonna. Never mind.
I have no idea what he said. It sounded like he said something
grab
about.
a stick. He's gonna go grab a dick.
That's what it sounded like. I thought he said, I'm gonna go grab a dick and stick it in my ass. Hopefully that's not what he said.
I doubt it, but it was pretty funny. That's for damn sure.
Right? It almost sounds like he has a short in his mic.
All right. Give it a couple minutes.
All right. It's about time. It's about time. It's about time for my chores, so I will catch you people later. Take care, all.
All right.
Bye.
You didn't
Bye.
road?
He's gone. Poof, like that. You said you're gonna get a
Now,
stick.
now,
and
am
he
I
left.
clear?
I don't know. Keep talking. Sing
Talk
happy
and
birthday
talk.
to me.
Talk. Happy to you, happy birthday to you. I don't know the rest, but you probably live in a canoe. Yeah, Mike, there, Mike.
Kind of.
You don't have to answer. It's cool.
Wait, what?
Shit.
What was the question?
What was the answer?
What was the question? I don't. I don't know what the fucking question was, dude. You're breaking up.
I said, am I clear?
Yeah, I know you are.
Every time there's three people on here, I break up like a fucking hooter in heat. And
I wonder why.
anytime there's two people, it's
A
okay.
hooter in
When there's
heat?
one person,
What does that
hooter in
mean?
heat, yeah. I don't know what that means. It just came to my brain.
Yeah, Amish, it's really cold here.
Where the hell have you been? You missed the whole
I have-
malarkey the other night. I tried doing this the other night,
Yeah, I've
and I
been
couldn't
real
get the
busy.
microphone to work. And so there's 2 hours in a bit of me screaming at a fucking laptop and a phone. I was
Damn,
schmammered.
and I missed it.
Yeah, it was. I was shaking her up. Give me 2 seconds. I might cut out. I'm just gonna go make a coffee. And the Bluetooth don't go that far. I guess.
He said, "How have you been?" Calls me Bean. Yeah, Amish, be careful in Portland. There's a lot of Antifa and soy boys. Be careful. They may try to grab your ass or beat you up. It's crazy in Portland. Yeah, so get some warm clothes, dude, because Portland's a lot colder than where I'm at. I'm not sure. I don't know if they have snow yet, but they may have snow. So grab a snowboard or something, Amish.
Can you hear me?
Sometimes, yeah.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
no!
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? I used to love that commercial.
Yeah.
It used to make me laugh so hard. Then that kid comes
Oh
flying
yeah,
out of
the
nowhere and swinging,
Verizon.
kicks Buddy in the head. Yeah. You don't want to end up like this guy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and get the funds to pay for the year subscription or whatever of this thing.
Oh, from StreamYard?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna figure out how to do the whole screen share thing, because then I could mirror videos a little teeny bit better, I think.
Yeah, you have more options.
Options, I like options.
Taxi everywhere, like Uber and stuff, or because they have Uber Amish in Portland, of course, but it is an extremely liberal town or city, so they're either gonna try to fuck you or beat you up.
Or fuck you and beat you up.
Yeah, beat you up while you're getting fucked.
But
No,
before
Portland's
anybody ever
okay.
came into this stream, this started out with OG and I talking in the back room before I went live. OG and I were talking in the back room, just discussing things about how to do certain things on it and whatnot, because he's more familiar with it. Well, before I, like, as soon as I hit live, it's like a troll was like, oh look, and then immediately hit the thumbs down.
Oh well, fuck it.
There wasn't even anybody in the chat, and
Oh yeah, that was.
I had a thumbs
trolling.
down. I was like, ain't that about a bitch?
It's like a upside down thumbs up.
Yeah.
What an asshole.
I mean,
Oh well.
I mean, I know that the thumbs up and thumbs down, either way, it helps.
You got 3
with
right now.
with the rhythms and whatnot, but who doesn't like to see lots of thumbs up? It means you're pleasing somebody. You know?
Yeah, Amish, you should bring a pitchfork, brother. I don't even
Amish
know
is
if
awesome.
you can open carry there. Well, you can open carry a pitchfork, I think.
Do you know Amish?
Riding down the road. No, but well, I've met him a few times, but I could see him downtown with a pitchfork over his shoulder. I'm ready, bitch.
He's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I was asking him about horse and buggy, and I said that Amish girls are hot.
Have you ever seen the song Da-Dee-Dee-Dum or Dum Dum Dee Dum Da-Da-Dee-Dum or whatever by Keys and Crates? It's like Da-Da-Dee-Dum bum 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 ba-da-dee-dum bum. It's the video is this dude, he went around to the Amish community and got them to dance.
Really?
Hello, Hesperia. That word. Oh, right. Amish.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Frodo Baggins.
Hey, that O's got 2 eyeballs, man. It's
I
like
see
a little
that.
face.
It's all pissed off and stuff.
No, it's more surprised. The open mouth.
Like ready for.
Ready for something. Hey, I watched a YouTube video the other night, and I was super high, and I laughed for about 25 to 30 minutes.
That's good.
And it was the most pointlessest thing, because the video was only a couple minutes long, and it was about this girl, a mother and 2 daughters, and said something about you should have spit or something. And then the little girl in the back, she goes, and you should have swallowed.
Oh my god.
And then everybody busts out laughing, and then I started laughing. I had to shut the fucking thing off. I had to go sit in my kitchen for a minute and attempt to try to not laugh. Amish women are beautiful. I like the independence behind the culture of Amish. They're very
Yeah, I think more
off
people should
the
live like
land.
them. Yeah, like if shit were to hit the fan, go somewhere where Amish people are.
You ever seen that show that was on A&E or Spike or whatever a long time ago? It's like something Amish.
Like when
One of the
kids
girls in,
leave,
no, I don't. Maybe I don't know.
they like
But
leave and go ahead.
there was one lady in it, and she's like 900 pounds.
Oh my.
Amish Mafia or
Oh
I
yeah.
can't. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a while
Yeah.
ago. That was when I actually watched
That
TV.
that show used to make me laugh. Because
I
I
always
mean,
think of Weird Al Yankovic.
Amish Paradise, the remake
Yeah.
to Gangster Paradise.
Yeah.
I think that's
Thug
what it
Life.
is, Drywall. I think that's what it is, Drywall. Amish Mafia.
Yeah.
And they acted like it too, right? So they'll come pulling up
Mhm.
and they'll have their like brothers and shit, and they'll be like, "You owe me money, rah rah rah." He's like, "Well, I'm not paying it."
We shall take your horse and buggy then, motherfucker. And your wife.
You'll be sleeping with the pond fish.
I seen Amish people at the beach here in Oregon, and it was awesome. But like they looked so like warm. They were so covered, in clothing, which is modest. But I was
Are
just
you?
like, damn, they're
What
sweating
are
their
the
asses off.
other? It's not Amish. It's you have like multiple wives and shit. And it's not Mormon. It's fuck. It's like a cult.
Catholicism.
Is it?
The
I don't know.
Pope.
They had the same show on the same station. It was escaping polygamy, polygamist, or
Yeah.
there's
Where
a
they
there's
can
a
have
group
like
of
5
sisters
wives.
that try saving them.
Dude,
Yeah.
that'd be awesome. You'd have like
So there, yeah,
a
there
different
must have been
tune every
2 of them
night.
as well, because there was another. No, because they married their daughters off at like young, super
Oh
creepy,
wow.
fucking like you just want to kind of get a nice big hole and fill it halfway with concrete, and then force the dude to kind of just stand in it, and then
Yeah.
use his head as a fucking bowling pin.
Or you
That's
should like
my
bury them
opinion.
in sand by the beach, right where the water
There's so
comes
many
up with the
things you could
tide,
do.
and you bury them other than their head, and then put like a one of those little kid um, buckets on top, and just wait for the water to rise. Be like, I
I,
hope you could hold your breath, motherfucker.
I'm from
How long
the
can you
most
hold your breath?
redneckest places that anyone can think of, and
I
there's
don't
a
know. There's
thing
a lot of
called
them here.
there's a thing where like if I were to fuck my buddy's daughter or my buddy's sister or whatever, and he didn't like that, they'd
Hmm.
just strip me down, throw me in the trunk, take me out to the fucking bush, tie me to a tree, pour honey on me, and let the red ants fucking take care of me.
Yay.
Yeah.
Or you'll just go missing up here. You will go missing.
I always laugh at
Oopsies.
people when they say that you'll turn up missing, because how can you turn up and be missing at the same time?
Yeah.
Ouch, that
Oh
hurt.
no,
Well,
you'll
it's never been done
go
to me.
missing.
I've seen it done to other people. I've helped with doing
Well,
that.
don't say
Usually
that.
leave them there for a day or two. Why?
I don't know. A day or two?
Yeah.
To strip them down naked.
Yeah.
And then let them go.
No. You
In
got
the
to he's
woods.
got to bear hug the tree, and then you do a couple
Cover it in
sailor
honey.
knots. Yeah, honey or syrup or something sweet that
Yeah, something
that
that'll
sticks,
stick to them.
and make sure that the tree is right close to a couple fire ant hills.
Well, if you put them in a pig pen, a fairly large one, just
We're not
like
trying to
hack 'em
kill
up
them.
a
We're
little
trying to
bit.
make a point.
Oh, that'll make a point.
We don't want to kill the poor bastard. We just want to make sure that he doesn't fuck around no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
there's
no
better
shit,
ways
Amish.
to make someone disappear if you wanted to make them disappear than all of that. But I mean, another day, another dollar. You know.
Mm-hmm. They
Almost
can
broke
hunt
my
them.
bong the other night.
Well, that's lame.
You ever juggled your bong?
Yeah, actually.
I packed the bowl. I did a hoot,
Mhm.
and I was on the last little intake, and I coughed. And when I coughed, I let go of the bong, and then I immediately caught the bong, and then I thought I had it in a different hand and got confused, and then I let go of it on that hand. Then I caught it with the next hand. Then I dropped my arm down and caught it in the cradle position. And then I set it down and I said, "Fuck it, we're just gonna roll a joint."
At least it didn't break, right? Is that what you
Yeah.
said? You broke it?
Almost. I juggled it. Oh my
reflex.
God. Never. I felt so stupid because I had it 3 or 4 times a good grip, but my brain got glitched and confused, and it would just I would just let go of it. I'd be like, I got it, and let go of it. I got it, let go of it. And that happened a few times, and finally I said, fuck it, and I set it on the dresser, and I was like, okay, we're just gonna roll a joint. That's how it's gonna go. My sister gave me these papers. They're supposed to be licorice papers, but
Taste like licorice or what?
yeah, it tastes like black licorice.
Ugh.
But here's what the name of it is: liquor as an alcohol, and rice at the bottom, at the end of it.
Huh. Black
Drywall
licorice
said,
is
"Oh my
gross.
God, sounds painful." Tally
Yeah.
whacker fell off. I tell you, we're polite about it. We usually take them and hose them off.
You like
The
hog
the
tie 'em
marks that no,
and
you
then
just
drag them
all you
behind
gotta
the truck.
Yeah, that's for a different circumstance. But those fire ants, man, you'd think that they wouldn't harm your skin that much, but once you wash off
Bullshit.
all that sticky fucking shit that you douse them on, it looks like they got like red freckles all over.
Oh yeah.
And it's probably different now. I've been away from that lifestyle for a little while, but back then
That's like the redneck
they wouldn't
bug
snitch
life.
you out. You know what I mean? They'd
Oh,
never
of course
snitch you
not.
out. They'd take their fucking licks, and that's the way it was. It's just old farm boys. You know what I mean? Like back then,
Yeah.
if you had a problem, you went out fucking backyard and you beat the living snot out of each other, and then you come back in and you had a beer and it was all over. Nowadays, fuck you. You have that same concept, and then the other person gets butthurt because they lost, or you made them look like a fool, and then they pick up the phone, they call the cops, and next thing you know, you got a fucking SWAT team at your house.
Oh fuck that.
You
We
know?
don't call the cops here. No. Nope. We deal with
I've
it
never
our
been a
damn
cop caller.
self.
And in my life, I've only went to the law for one thing and one thing only. And that's because I didn't want to I didn't want to catch a murder beef. And one of my ex-girlfriends, I guess, as we were together for a while, she started opening up about things, and she was telling me about this fella that was like 25, and she was 13 at the time, and he raped her. And I said, we could deal with this two ways. I said, I could just go fucking kill him after I burn his flesh off with a blowtorch, or we can go to the police and we can say, hey, listen, this is this.
I wouldn't.
And what I did was I went to the thing and I asked to speak to a sex crimes detective, and a lady came out and she's like, what do you need to speak to the detective for? I said, well, back when my girlfriend was younger, she's saying that this fella had raped her, and she was much younger. And I said, here's how it's gonna go. I said, you can run my name, and you'll get back everything you need to know, and then you'll know that what I'm about to say is legit. And I mean, this is your one shot to do the right thing. I said that if it's not taken care of by you, and if you can't take care of it, I said, I will take care of it, and I don't mind doing the time over it. And the lady, she was a little bit ignorant at first, but then she went back, and she came back out, and then there was like fucking 4 detectives and 6 fucking cops, and they're like, we're gonna take care of it, don't worry about it, rah rah rah. And she wound up missing the court date to testify. My car at the time, I don't know, I don't remember what the hell happened with my car, but something happened with my car. And they sent the female police officer to the door and banged on the door, and they're like, hey, we want to speak to such and such. And I was like, she's in laying down. And she's like, well, can I come in and speak with her? I said, no. I said, she's not even dressed. Like, I mean, no, you can't come in and speak with her. What the fuck? Who the hell are you? You know? And she's like, well, I'm Detective rah, rah, rah. And I said, okay, cool. Now you're definitely not coming in my fucking house. And I went to close the door, and she put her foot in the door. And I said, look, lady, I said, I don't know if you're just fucking stupid, or if you just, you enjoy being a dick about shit, but I mean, you should probably move your foot out of the door. I said, and you had to come up my laneway, because this is when I had my house out in the country, and the pool house and the main house and the pool and everything. So she had to pass through my property line.
That's like almost like a breaking and entering.
Well, yeah, and I told her flat out, I said, listen, I said, as of right now, you're trespassing. I said, you're going to need to leave my fucking property. If you don't leave my property, then, I mean, it's this isn't going to end well. And so she went out, I closed the door, and I come back in, and I told my ex, I was like, this is what's going on. I don't know what the hell is really going on, though. But what made me want to close the door is when she radioed. Now, I was so far out into the country that those radios don't have that bandwidth, or not bandwidth, the distance. So whoever the hell she was radioing to, they had to be, they were close, like real close. And the way that she said it, it was like go time kind of thing. And well, finally I get the door closed, and I'm looking at looking at the monitor for the security cameras, and I'm seeing like a convoy of police trucks coming up the driveway, and I was like, well, this is not going to end well. And so they wound up arresting my ex for failure to appear and
For a
testify
rape charge?
against. Yes, and she was the one that was raped. They charged her with failure to, or arrested her, and said they were going to charge her with failure to appear.
That is fucked up. Can they even do that?
No, they couldn't, because what had happened
Yeah,
was,
because that happened to me
so
and I didn't go.
they told me they said I could come with her to the court because my vehicle wasn't working, and they said you can come, but if she makes bail or if she's released on her own recognizance, then you have to find your own way. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And they took us and they put us into a thing, like a room, an interview room, and they started talking to her, and they're like, we could charge you for obstruction of justice and rah rah rah. And at this point, now she doesn't want to testify. You've now violated her, right? Again. And she doesn't want to testify. And so she says, the cop said, well, how about we just continue the charges and sit you in a holding cell for a couple of days and see how you feel about it after that. And I said to the lady, I said, well, you know that's not going to stick, right? Like, I mean, common sense would prevail that you can't jail a fucking victim because she didn't have a ride to get to the court, and then you come and invade our house like this, etc. Like they came right in my house. Like they came right in my house and watched her strip down naked and put her clothes on, and then walk out.
Oh my god.
That's male officers and female officers, etc. There's a total of 8 officers in my bedroom watching her get changed. And
what the fuck?
So I'm ready to lose my fucking mind at that point, right? And I said, let's get something like abundantly clear. I was like, I've been with this girl for a long time. I grew up with this girl. We were friends before we got together. Something you need to realize about her is that you're not going to tell her what she needs to do, or you're not going to get whatever you want. That's the wrong way to go about it. I said, believe me, I've tried. It doesn't work. She's just, and that was true. A lot of things I got a lot of frustration over, but it also gave me more respect for her because she was persistent. You know, she didn't take no fucking shit. If she didn't want to do something, she didn't want to do something. That was just the end of it. And I'm trying to explain that to them, and they're like, well, we'll just lock her up until she testifies. And I was like, okay.
Fucked. Is that legal in Canada?
I don't know. I don't think it is. But what had happened is she, the officer was going to tell me, she's like, we want you to leave so that we could speak to her on her own. And so she spoke up and
so
she's like,
I'm going to interrogate the fucking victim.
Yeah, she said, I'm not speaking to you without him here. Wow. I don't trust you. And she's like, that's how the other shit started to arise. And I was like, okay. I was like, here's how this is going to work. I was like, if you're going to arrest her and you're going to charge her, arrest her and charge her now. I said, but I can guarantee you that one of those lawyers that are out there, out of the 100 lawyers that are traveling the hallways, one of them will take this case pro bono, or I'll sell my car. I'll sell everything. I don't give a shit. I'll be without everything just to get you guys back for this violation. And she, the lady goes, well, how are you going to find a lawyer? I was like, I don't know if you realize this, but this station is connected to a courthouse. I was like, the courtrooms are right out that door. If I just walk out and tell everybody the situation that's happening, somebody will pick the case up. So then they called for a supervisor, and the supervisor came in and they started talking. And then the supervisor that came in was male, and the female detective lady, she was the one that was threatening to jail her and shit. And the male comes in, and he goes, so what is the situation here? I wasn't given a proper background on it. They just I got called up here because I was told that you're causing and creating a disturbance, and you're not allowing her to testify. And I said, I'm not allowing her to testify.
Wow.
Like what? I was like, that doesn't make any sense at all. And he says, well, explain to me what's up. And I said, I'm only going to explain it once. Here's how it went down. They come to my house. They barged in my house. They came in a maximum amount of numbers, like they were doing some kind of raid. The males and females watched my girlfriend strip down naked and get dressed. so that she could be escorted to the courthouse. Then when we got to the courthouse, we didn't even go into a courtroom so that she could testify against her abuser. They took her straight to this room and started threatening to throw her in jail if she didn't testify, and keep her in there until there's a testimony. And I said I didn't agree with
Do you
that.
think maybe
So
it's because they think
that
falsified information, maybe? Like them
I don't know.
assuming that?
I'm not sure, but I said and with that treatment that you treated her, I was like, now you just got her to the point where she's not going to testify. What you've done is you've tried to intimidate her, and this woman is like 120 pounds soaking wet, but she's tougher than any man that I've ever met. So now, at a spite, she's not going to testify because she knows that you want her to testify, and you're trying to force her to testify. You can't force her to do anything. It has to be of her own free will. Otherwise, you're just forcing her, you know? And so the guy came in, he left for a second, come back in, and he says, what had taken place today, I'm going to say was wrong. I've never seen a victim be arrested and brought in for questioning. And I said, well, neither have I, but we even called and left a message and said that we couldn't make it today because the vehicle was not working. And I mean, all you guys had to do is call, you know. If it needed to be done today, I'm pretty sure I could get my mother to do it or something, you know. And and they're like, well, that's how it should have been handled. He said I've never heard of it being handled this way. And he says the only reason why I was called up here is because I was told you were creating a disturbance and not allowing her to testify. But then he says once I had finished talking to the rest of the officers and witnesses, it became clear that the only reason why I was called up here was because you said that you were going to go out and get lawyers if we were to press charges against her. And I said, well, I would sell everything just to make sure that this was taken care of. And so the guy said, well, I'm sorry for your inconvenience. I have a secondary officer that is
More
trustworthy.
than an inconvenience.
And he said she will drive you guys home if you choose not to testify. And I said I don't think she's going to testify, but I said you'd have to ask her because I don't know. And he says, well, why were you doing most of the speaking? And I was like, because that's what she asked me to do. And or no, she said that's what I asked him to do. And as I was saying, that's what she asked me to do. And the guy said, oh, okay, so you're just not good with words then. And I said, she's not good with words. Plus, she just didn't like the treatment that she had gotten. So I had taken on that responsibility to have her back in that. And he goes, okay, I see what's going on. And he's like, so she's not going to testify. And I was like, that's something that you're going to have to work out with her. But as it stands right now, from personal experience, I was like, I think you guys just fucked your case because I don't think she's going to testify now. And then we discussed after.
Out of fear.
Yeah. Well, we discussed afterwards once we got home and shit and took the dogs out and started talking. I was like, well, I can deal with it. I mean, I figure a way to deal with it. And she begged me not to do that. And I said, so then, I mean, I'm not sure how to deal with it then because obviously the case is going to be dropped, etc. And so we came to an agreement where I wouldn't go near the person. I wouldn't do anything to him unless he came to us. And so I spent about 6 months praying he'd come to us.
And he didn't, I bet, huh?
No. And anytime he's seen us, he would leave to a different area.
Good. He knew he did wrong.
Yeah, it's good, but it from that whole mess, it wound up getting him in a lot of shit with the people that he was friends with because they were part of a clique, like part of a little group in this area. And because that had come out, and because of who my ex's brother was, and I say was because poor guy's dead now, but because her brother was, there was just a lot of backlash on him. A lot of people were notified what kind of person the guy was, and when that had taken place, he got run out of every town that he was in that area, and he was kicked out of that little clique group thing in that area, which is a plus. But I mean, I still think that it should have been legal for me to take some fishing line and tie it around the end of his dink, and tie a brick around the other end of it, and just kind of throw that cinder block over a tree branch and just kind of let them both cause into the scales.
Mm-hmm.
But the Lord will take care of
That's right.
good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
Or shall I say the devil, because what he did to her was fucking pure evil. It'd be a different, like, and I don't want to make it sound like that, like I don't or didn't have feelings for her, because I mean, like, I love this woman to death, but if it was my daughter,
Oh, that would have been different.
nobody
bit more different.
Nobody would ever be able to tell me. And if her father was still alive, her father was kind of a dickhead at times, but you never fucked with her.
Yeah.
Like he would neglect her and shit, like just kind of not spend a lot of time with her. But if you fucked with her, then Papa
Yeah,
Bear
that's
came out.
still
Kind of
his
thing.
baby girl, regardless.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
look who is jumping into the room.
I can't see.
Notably Nova.
No way.
Nova,
get your
dropping-
ass up here.
Does he do panels?
I don't know.
Fucking,
He does
I
now.
can't
Get
get
up here.
It won't let me copy and paste this stupid fucking link. Piece of shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to go into here. Go into here.
Smokes too much.
What?
You're coughing a lot.
There's something on my fucking cigarette.
Acid? That's good.
Slow the fuck down. I don't know what the fuck it is. It tastes like cleaner though.
Oh, dude. Light a different one. That doesn't sound, it does not sound very good.
I don't know if you do the panel thing, Nova, but I just put the link in there in case you wanted to pop on. I think it's gonna go all fucking crazy like then, but at least you could come on and say hello if you do the panel thing or want to. If not, then that's cool. I'm fine annoying the shit out of her.
You can't annoy me.
Oh,
only a select few can annoy me.
So
it takes a lot for a person to annoy me because I normally annoy others easily.
I sent you that
It
message.
doesn't annoy them. It's like, dude, it's like they just don't get my sense of humor. So I got kicked off.
So I sent you that message where I asked you a question and you said yes, but I just didn't send what I said I was going to send. But later on today, I will send that. And I also, while I was at my mother's for dinner, got that picture.
Yeah, I want to see it. What are you talking about?
Of me. The one of my son, what he looked like when he was alive, is the first picture I took, and it's on my wall in my tattoo room. But I went and I took a picture of me when I was a kid at my mom's place.
With your red hair.
Yeah. I mean, if you take a look at This I don't know if this is the one with me with red hair or not. Now that I'm thinking of it, I'll do a quick. Yeah, red hair.
Hang on, okay? It's gonna get loud for a minute.
Yep. I don't care.
Okay.
Just chopping up the wood.
Yeah, I gotta fire. Cold as hell. Cold as hell.
Did Nova leave? Oh,
I don't know.
I should have.
I can't see chat right now.
His message. I should have paid closer attention to it. Nova dropping in, like, oh, okay, never mind. Dropping in
Penny
like
from the 36th floor. Rock on.
do you know what that would do?
Yeah, I could kill someone.
Hey, Nightshade.
up in this bitch too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So gravity, momentum, and force, right? So even the lightest object. So if I were to take a penny and drop it off of the tallest building
You
you can
could kill
think of,
someone.
it would pierce through them like a bullet.
Yeah. But hopefully,
So why does
don't
that
hit me?
I wouldn't throw a penny off of that. That would be. I mean, I'm a
You're a
dickhead,
cat.
but I'm not that much of a dickhead. You know what I mean? There's a lot of innocent people out there. My luck, it'd be just like it'd be like a kid walking by, and I'd wind up accidentally killing a kid with a fucking penny.
Is that a cat in the background?
Where?
Sound like a meow in the background.
Oh yeah, it's my cat.
Is it orange?
I think no, like gray, and it looks like a midget kitty.
It may be a teacup.
So I got a midget cat and a giant dog,
At least they
or
get
baby
along,
in a
right?
stroller, right? Generally the same concept. That it's the same thing as like when people throw cinder blocks and bricks off of fucking bridges onto oncoming traffic. Those people, they're a special kind of stupid, because I mean, it one quick jolt of that wheel and you roll. Once you start rolling, if there's a baby back there, there's a good chance that that baby may not make it. And if a person can live with that, then they deserve to be in hell.
Yeah.
A special place in hell. Because I mean, I can see if and this is a conflict that a lot of people don't understand.
Nova
is that
said he may
I
come
believe
up.
that people that do evil to innocent. If a person is innocent and they have evil done to them, I believe that the person that does that evil, if they do not show remorse, they're just a waste of fucking skin. But
Yeah, and they'll have their day. The Lord don't want that.
Right.
Definitely. Because we're all his
like
children.
I mean,
and that's one thing.
I couldn't imagine, or I couldn't fathom harming someone that's not done anything wrong, right? And that's the same thing with children, right? Children are innocent in a sense, because I mean they're like a clean slate.
They're pure.
You know?
They're pure.
I don't know about pure. That doesn't seem like the right word.
They're pure and innocent. But yeah,
they haven't been tainted yet, you know. There's no formable part in their brain. They're just kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the people that harm them are
it's like
they're a special kind of
Satan's
fucking
children.
stupid.
Child
Right.
of Satan.
I've had a unique
Feed
life,
my
so
rabbits.
I've seen multiple sides to multiple different coins, and I couldn't imagine standing by and letting someone harm someone that's done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
You know, it's like when people beat the shit out of their kids because they're screaming or they're crying or they're upset or they, you know what I mean? They want something and you don't want to give it to them, and then they get pissed off and use violence to shut them up. That's
that kind of shit pisses me off.
I can't put words to it. I can't think of the words that would make it you understand what that makes me feel like. It just it's angering as all hell, because I mean take what's that thing that some parents, there was a parent that was sent to jail for he or she shook the fuck out of the baby, newborn baby, because it wouldn't stop crying and caused brain damage, and the baby later died. Because the baby wouldn't stop crying. Well, I got just one piece of advice for you. If you don't put a hat on it, if you do not wrap it, there is a large chance that you're going to have a child. And you have nobody to blame but yourself with that. Not you, it just that's in general. You know what I mean? That's a generalized statement. It's not like I'm not saying, hey, that's you. I'm just saying generally, right? Oh, I know. So if you don't prepare yourself or practice safer or take the precautions needed, and you wind up getting pregnant, then I mean that's on you, you know.
Yep.
And that's just my belief. And in a lot of cases, they're too fucking lazy and don't give a shit about it at the time. Then they bring a child into the world, and
sometimes
then they mistreat the child.
Yeah.
Right. And they mistreat the child, and then you take people that know both sides of that coin. And people like that, they understand it a little teeny bit more. And
that's like one of the things they told me as I was leaving the hospital. It's ridiculous. They're like,
hey, Nightshade said what it is. Shaken baby syndrome.
Yeah. Yep.
Shit,
I don't
there's
understand because, like, you get, especially as a first-time parent, you get really tired and overwhelmed.
Okay, Nova.
Never take it that far, you know. It's your responsibility.
I agree with that statement, Nightshade. They're just criminals stealing oxygen from those who deserve it. I believe that cold-heartedly, and I will stand by that belief until the day I die, because I mean, just think of how many people that deserve a family, that deserve children, that
they
can't have kids, and then you've got evil fucks that are just pushing out babies for money, and then by the end of it all, it's the child that suffers. If you can't take care of the child, if you can't provide for the child, if you can't be patient with the child and teach the child right from wrong, then you don't deserve that child. And by teaching it right from wrong, if you're abusing the child, you're now teaching that child what abuse is. And then the child feels that that's, exactly. They feel like it's okay, and it's not okay, right? I'm a firm believer in shit should be talked about in that perspective. Like if your child should be able to trust that they can come to you for anything on this damn earth, whether good or bad. If your child killed somebody, they should be able to come to you and tell you I killed somebody without fear. You know, knowing that you have their back, that you're gonna keep them safe, that you're gonna fucking stand in front of that, you know. And but there's people out there that aren't they're just like there's people in the town that I'm in right now and surrounding towns that are just fucking baby farms. They pop out babies so the government can pay the money for their babies, or not buy their babies, but they get like a child
State
tax credit or
assistance.
whatever. Yeah, like a baby bonus or whatever, and they take that money. So if it's like $800 a kid, and they've got fucking 8 kids, that's $800 times 8 kids until they're 18. Now they're set. They don't ever have to work again.
Yeah.
You know, and
Selfish people.
that's wrong, because the only people that suffer in that is the kids.
Yeah, it is. It's like a form of abuse in my brain.
Well, it's not a form; it is abuse.
Yeah.
And it. What the hell are you doing, Maximus?
I'm feeding my bunnies.
No, I was talking to my dog. Hey,
Oh.
Tails is back. Okay, let me get caught up on this comment. Criminal scene baby today. They have not been taught to be evil. Shaken baby syndrome. Then you have the people who want one but can't have one. That's right, Nightshade. And the people that do have them, in some cases, are just pure evil, and they don't deserve them. But that's just my opinion. I'm not stating that as like it could be your opinion or the next guy or next girl's opinion. It's my opinion that if you cannot take care of your child, and if you resort to abuse of that child, then you don't deserve to have that child, because there's someone out there that can't have children, and it just it's like that old saying that the worst luck comes to the best of people.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And I believe in that cold-heartedly. Yeah, and don't both take care of him, right? Oh, hey, Tails is back. Tails him a fuh.
They are seeding the clouds like crazy. What
Did you
the
see
hell?
Did you see the new anonymous post?
No, I haven't been on. I mean, got kind of drunk and came on and fucked around for a
They
while and got kicked off 2 different panels, but I didn't see that.
The anonymous just did that post thing there. It's like a almost 2-hour fucking documentary thing, and it's all about that. It's about the lady that blew the whistle on it, and she did all the. What'd she damage, pup? Oh, yawning. They did the lady. I can't think of her fucking name though, but she did. She's the one that blew the whistle on it way the hell back when, and she did all the testing and
Part of the
whatnot.
service.
Well, she was into. She's like a
I
scientist
think I know
person.
who you're talking about. And she dealt with what fuel and chemicals were coming from the planes. Lately, like, it's been really cold and rainy off and on as usual, but you could see once it clears a little bit, like the sky doesn't fully clear here in Oregon normally around this time of year, but like right now there's like a spot right when I was out feeding my rabbits right now, back inside now, but you could see the the trails above the clouds, and that's them seeding it, meaning when it rains, they're using the rain for their agenda, and then the toxicity and the metals and nanoparticles like just drop into the clouds, and then it rains and it gets to our soil, and I'll tell you what, it fucked with my garden.
There's aluminum, barium, lithium,
strontium.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? They love to drop lithium here, and that's why a lot of the skies are really deep purple and pink on a lot of my videos.
This lady, she got satellite photos, and she got a whistleblower to send her the maps, and So she time stamped the flight pattern, and the ones that are traveling around the United States, they're doing figure eights in circles.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they were doing
a
that
normal
here.
plane, right? Well, a normal plane, its flight pattern, there is no curves and bends. It's just straight from one
Straight, yep.
airport to the next. Well, these new ones that are either government planes or fuck whatever. I can't remember what she said it was called, but what they were doing was they would spray and there would be a little line, and then she got the satellite photos and they did all this documenting of it to see how big it expands. Well, the satellite photos show that it expands and expands and expands and expands.
Yeah, it disperses.
And
it doesn't.
you know how
dissipate
you see the
whatsoever.
lines that go off in like X's, or
Mhm.
they look like tic-tac-toes. Well,
Oh,
same
yeah.
same concept. But that's not a regular flight pattern. A regular flight pattern is straight
No,
from A
it's
to point
not.
B.
And they've been doing it, for a long time, but I don't know, like 5 years ago was when I really caught on to it. And it's insane. I looked into it. My whole family were like, you're a conspiracy theorist. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And I kept pointing it out and kept giving them information. And my dad finally looks up into the sky and does his own videos. My little brother does now. My mom, she just don't care, but she knows the information and everything. But she don't even have a phone. Sometimes I'm like, man, that's like smart.
Well, they tracked it down. They tracked it down that there's a set of flight patterns that could either mean it's military jets or something universal, and those are the planes or jets rather that are causing the spraying to expand. Whatever the fuck they're spraying out is expanding, like like a tampon when you throw it in a bucket of water. Or I've hit one on the medicine cabinet of my ex-girlfriend, and it fell into the damn toilet, and that fucker just went, and I knew where the cramps were
They're
coming
good for
from.
starting fires too. Yeah, it's not normal.
Yo, who the
they
fuck deleted
disperse.
his
They
comment?
don't dissipate.
Oh no, it was redacted. Never mind.
Oh
I was
shit!
about to
I
lose my
almost
shit
put him
there.
in timeout. I can see chat now for a moment.
I thought somebody deleted his comment,
No,
but it was redacted.
and I
Maximus
explained
Smoke.
that in one of my videos that they disperse. They don't dissipate. A contrail dissipates and it goes away.
Yeah, well, it
The other
fades
ones
away, and
go
it's
all
only a
across the
thin one,
sky.
right?
Yeah,
So it's like a
and they
thin
go
line,
away.
and then it'll just slowly fade away. These ones that they're
Mhm.
spraying they're like fucking swelling up and getting bigger. And she got her hands on some of the documents stating that the reason why they do that is for fake cloud cover, to keep the sun from fucking doing whatever. But they warned way the hell back when that if they continuously do this, we will have the same problems that we're having now. The problems we're having to date, 20 years ago, they predicted those problems. They said, if you continuously do this, you're going to cause more harm. We're going to lose ice.
don't care.
What the fuck is it? Water levels will rise. Glaciers will lose they'll melt or whatever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, then they did the test of the carbon dioxide, right? The carbon dioxide over the spans of the years has increased to such a level that it's, if you weren't used to it, you'd get deathly sick. And it's the same with tap water, like town waters and shit like that. There's like fucking fluoride and bleach and there's a female chemical thing in it. There's a whole bunch of things.
Pheromones.
that are
Estrogen.
pheromones, estrogen, estrogen in it, and
Well, let me tell you this. Like just 2 years ago, the element aluminum, it wasn't detected. Now it's 9,360, I believe, parts per billion. And with the strontium, I remember 12, and now it's 351 parts per billion. It's insane. Oh,
well,
and
if you
titanium was 100 parts per billion. Then it went to 35, and now it's up to 1,000 something. I think 1,056 parts per billion. It's insane, dude. People are doing like
okay, well they tested it over the spans of years. Okay, they tested it over the spans of years. She got her hands on all those tests, right? And over the span of the years since the program was engaged, and it was whenever they started doing it, she found those documents, and the ground, because what they wanted to originally do is they wanted to take ocean water and they wanted to spray it in the skies, but the salt from that would kill off crops. So then they switched over and they started using chemicals and other shit, and over the spans of the years, the chemicals and everything have seeped into the soils, and it's causing nature to die off, species to go extinct.
Dude, my garden last year, dude, was brown, and it was weird. It was like speckled brown, and then when I go to water my garden, it would have like this foam coming from the soil. And it was just so weird. It's killing everything. Everything. Slowly. Anything and everything.
I've noticed that crops don't get as big as they used to.
No, not at all. And the GMO seeds.
When I put a dope plant outside, let's say even 10 years ago, and I put a dope plant outside, it was 3 to 4 times the size as it would grow now.
Yeah.
And 10 times more healthier. 10 times, it just had that look about it, a healthy look. Now, you gotta fucking, like you used to be able to just plant the shit right in the ground. Now you gotta fucking dig a hole and wrap it off and tire off, and you gotta kind of control your atmosphere in an atmosphere that's supposed to be already damn well fucking naturally controlled. Yeah. And I think if they keep that shit up, maybe that's even their whole end game. Maybe that's their goal, is to kill off everything so that we can have to rely on our governments for everything, right? And maybe that could be possibly the whole goal behind it, right? Because I mean, think of how many different agencies, like warehouse growing and shit, agriculture. They're growing shit inside of buildings, and they're genetically altering fish. So they have this strain of fish that they grow 10 times as fast, 10 times as big, and they're the same fish, but they're just like, they took the genetics from the fish and then just kind of fucking mixed it with steroids or some shit, and it's supposed to taste just like regular fish. Right.
They do that with cows too. They're gnarly, dude. Their muscles are insane, so they could stand for longer periods of time. Like, they look like shit brick houses, man. It's gnarly. And even the seeds, GMO, and it's fucking everything up. And then when you go to eat it, it's even worse. Like, people are like, oh, I grow my own seeds or grow my own plants. And unless those are heirloom seeds, you're getting a GMO, regardless if it says on the package heirloom.
Or even if you're growing it in an outdoor climate now, like with so a lot of people are going to be like, oh, that's crazy. You don't know what you're talking about, or they're going to be like, that's a conspiracy. Well, I mean, okay, cool. Call it whatever the hell you want to call it. But here's a fact that I know of, and it's one that a lot of people don't know of, and if they do know of it, they've blocked it out of their brain. But if you do the research on it and you grab your damn cyber shovel and start digging, you'll come across the information. Have you heard of micro nano something? They're like little teeny fucking, and I think she's gone. So we will ask the question anyway. Oh, wait.
I got
Okay,
called a
you're back.
conspiracy theorist the other day because I said.
Let me finish. Let me finish this train of thought first,
No
so that
way.
we're not bouncing back around. That way, the people that want to research it can research it.
Yeah.
It's like. Have you ever seen the movie Jason? The one where he's like in the fucking space.
Oh no.
Okay, so there's a Jason movie where he's in space. It's like an alter reality or whatever. And he gets put on this thing, and then these little teeny microscopic fucking little computer roboted things, they fucking they repair them, they fix them, and bring them back to life. Well, picture that at a microscopic level, like micro fucking scopic, smaller than a dust. And it was believed that they are spraying these things out there, and I can't think of what the fuck it's called, but it's like
Nightshades
like little
and nanobots.
Yeah. Where did he say that? Yeah, that's what they are, fucking nanobots. And they go into your blood system and fucking they're altering the DNA and shitting you, and there's so many harmful side effects to these things, and
Yeah.
but you'll never see a mainstream media source do a story on these.
Of course not.
You have to force their fucking hand to do any story like that. Like, you literally have to force their hand. You have to come out with you have to do the research yourself and get enough damn evidence to prove your case. And then once they're like, well, fuck, if we don't report on it, people are going to think something's up. So then they try to control the narrative. So they'll give you that little piece of truth with a little lot of bullshit, so that you're like, oh, that sounds believable. And then they give you the bullshit and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe. And Project Mockingbird, Google that, or go on the dark web and look it up. Project Mockingbird, or what's the other one?
Project Bluebeam's a good one to look into too.
Well, Project Mockingbird is, I want to say that it's the one with the news where the government has infiltrated most of the news, shit like that. It started in like the 60s or the 50s or whatever the fuck.
Tails is asking for a link.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I might glitch out. Did I post that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Exactly, Nightshade, or the wine test or whatever, where you spit out the wine or whatever and you mix something with it and it fucking your saliva starts dancing. Did that fucking go through?
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hi,
Alright.
Tails.
But the trouble is that not a lot of people know about this, right? And when the things that they don't know, they make assumptions and then they base it on, well, that doesn't seem like it's possible. Well, fucking there's a lot of things that don't seem like it's possible, but it's fucking possible, and that's just how that shit works. Oh, go, you're gonna knock that over.
I get called a conspiracy theorist all the time. I just tell them, go back to your Google, then keep Googling shit and you'll
I will
find
be
nothing.
I will be right back. I have to take a piss. I drank 2 coffees and
Okay.
my back teeth are floating.
And then there were 2.
The problem is too many people trust government, and government is not there to help you. They're there to rip you off.
Hmm.
They need their tax money. Everything and anything in Canada is taxed. Everything. I don't
Yeah.
get why. I don't know. I don't understand why a lot of people in America want to be like Canada. What the fuck? Every time I hear people, and I'm not talking about the people that have common sense. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the doughheads. I don't get it.
They don't get it. That's what's wrong.
Well, we have just as much crime and bullshit as any certain part of the United States. Our healthcare sucks. Our food is garbage. And all they keep on doing is putting more and more and more fake laws on the people. And the people just stand there and take it.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree fully.
Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense to me.
Depopulation.
Well, that's been going on for a long time. That's what wars are all about.
Yeah.
Bankers, government, and murder.
Yeah.
Gold, oil, Wall Street, whatever. But it's mostly for murder. Population control. But I don't know. I don't know how people can say how great government is when they're feeding us. They're supposed to take care of us with their food, water, the air we breathe, and infrastructure. And they can't even do none of that right. And they're opening up more and more and more stupid little fake departments to help fucking people that want to kill you. We're over in countries fighting these fucking people, blowing up their brothers and sisters, cousins, nephews, uncles, everybody. And then we're going to bring them here? Makes no sense. Common sense is out the window.
I think them putting, all the chemicals in the sky and in our food and in the water and vaccines, I don't think, but I know it's dumbing everyone down.
It doesn't matter. You still have common sense. At least you're supposed to. Don't people have enough common sense to look up what's in all this shit? No, they don't. They don't even have enough common sense to realize they got the smartest and best fucking brains sitting right fucking in front of them and in their goddamn pocket to look this shit up. And they refuse to because they trust the government. When they wake up and see the truth is when some fucking idiot is standing behind them with a fucking big machete on them and saying, "For the love of Allah," and fucking chopping your neck. But that was the word of peace, man. Oh, I know. I'm just racist. I'm just racist. I just follow their religion. I'm racist.
No.
You don't have no right to speak about them. You're not one of them. One of what? Someone that likes to fuck kids? No, thank you. I don't want to be like them. Any religion that says you can fuck children, no, thank you.
Yeah, that's not okay at
Let's
all.
not talk about cutting people's heads off and everything else and then Sharia law to get the whole thing going. No, we won't talk about that.
And they're trying to bring it to our countries like it's
Well,
okay.
that was Obama with you. And then you were lucky you got somebody like Trump. Even the people that hate him, I don't care. He's doing stuff for you, but you're just stubborn. It's the people that believe my party's better than your party. My party could never do crime, even if they're doing crime right in front of them. No, it's you guys doing it. It's all nonsense and bullshit. It's all brainwashing. Come on, do you honestly believe that even the right and the left believe in the Constitution of the United States of America with all these fake fucking laws? They don't believe in shit. They believe in lining their pockets and staying in there as long as possible to do as much crime as they can.
Yep. They don't care about we the people.
It's the same with us up here in Canada. They're not here to help us. They're here to help this one world bullshit fucking government that turn around and have little children speak to them about fucking global warming who are mentally ill.
How dare you?
And we're supposed to give them awards. What awards?
Yeah, that made no sense, huh?
You're going to
Why'd
give
you
her
put a
an
little
award
girl
like
up
that?
there?
What the fuck? That award means absolutely, well, it meant absolutely nothing giving it to Obama, so. My name's Obama. I did nothing. I just run the presents. I'm going to be the president of the United States, and I'm from Kenya, and I'm not telling anybody. I'm hiding all my paperwork, all my schoolwork, everything. I'm not answering nothing. It's going to take me 5 years to get a birth certificate.
Yeah.
When any other American can get it in a week or two. How
that was
did he
some
get
bullshit.
the job without having his birth papers?
'Cause they're all hand
Nobody
selected.
ever asks the questions. But if you go to get a government job, you got to show all kinds of shit. Long form, short form, all kinds of garbage. But Obama didn't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, that pissed me off.
That didn't piss me off. I'm sorry, I'm Canadian. It just made me laugh more.
Oh, you know, I
There
was
is people laughing out here, and I'm one of them because I'm going, they got the best constitution, the best fucking rights, everything in the whole wide world, and they're being trampled on, and the people are yelling on the streets, USA, USA, USA. I think it's hilarious. They should be fucking all in fucking attacking the White House and everything and demanding
Yeah.
all these criminals in your fucking government be thrown in jail and locked up in Gitmo and hung and shot.
I was just telling my husband, I was like, man, I bet you other countries are just laughing their asses off at us.
We're not laughing
Our
at
own-
Trump. I
no,
feel
it's
sorry
the
for
citizens.
Trump.
It's the citizens.
I'm not
All
laughing at the citizens.
I am.
I'm
Some of them
laughing
are
at the
trying to take our
government.
rights away.
Well, that's just the ones that believe their party can do no wrong, and they're the ones that are really, I hate to say it, but are socialist, fascist idiots that were taught that way in school. And we're just in the wrong crowd and that at school. And liked hearing the free handouts and everything and think you have a right to property and everything for free and the whole 9 yards and you deserve gimme, 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 gimme. And they were brainwashed to believe that bullshit. I believe you should work your ass off. You want to get
Yeah.
somewhere. Why are you punishing somebody? Why are we punishing here? The most important person on our planet is a fucking farmer. But
Yeah.
what does the government do to them? They tax the shit out of them. They fuck them all the time.
Yep.
They're the ones that should be given all kinds of fucking special stuff to get their food and everything to market and everything the right way and that. Not this GMO shit and all this crap. They
Oh,
should
the
be
farmer
helped.
markets.
They're the ones that are feeding us, for God damn it. Oh, but wait. Kids today don't think we even need fucking farms. What are they teaching them in school?
Yeah. No, it's indoctrination. And all these, there's a lot of them here in America. They're trying to take their
It's all
rights
over the
and
West. It's
our
not
rights.
just in America. They've been doing this for years and years and years. What's
Yeah.
wrong with people is they believe that what goes on in other countries will never happen here. They've been talking about this New World Order ever since Hitler was around and probably before. So this is nothing new. They're just figuring out how to do it. And they're doing it. And every country is taking their turn, and the bullshit they're doing in all these countries is coming to a country near you. It's coming home, baby. But people don't pay attention. They don't care. That can't happen here. Come on, I was the same way. I said, who's the hell's going to give open borders and just let fucking Islam have everything for free? We would never do that. Boom, we're doing it. All it is voting the wrong idiot in.
Open borders. No, shut that shit down.
If people ran on telling the truth
Shut
and
her
nothing
down.
but the truth, they would never get elected in. If they were like Trump and said what they were going to do and did it how Trump did it, they would get voted in. And if they lied, they should get voted out. They should be immediately removed. Once you turn around of what you're saying to get voted in and you turn it around like Obama did, boom, you should have been voted out immediately. But
Yeah.
they don't have that bullshit. They get to run their term unless they break the law. Obama broke the law fucking more ways than anybody can ever imagine.
Yep.
And nobody said, boo, what's wrong? Were they scared they were going to be called racist? You're racist. You don't believe in his policies, you're racist. That's got nothing to do with racist. He broke the
Or
law. That's got
Or
nothing to
poor.
do with the crimes and that a person. The skin color's got shit to do with anything when it comes to breaking the law. But they love to push that bullshit.
They like that, them, causing division. They love it. Order out of chaos.
I laugh at people that call me racist and all that. I laugh at them. They don't even know what the term means.
You're a
They
racist.
think today they mean that if you don't agree with what I'm saying, you're a racist. That's not what racist means. Get away from me.
You smell of
I don't want to
shit.
talk to you.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
But I'm sorry, my mind just travels all over the place. I hate what's going on in Canada, in the U.S. I can't stand it. But back to this fake global warming bullshit of them spraying the fucking skies with all these chemicals. Also fucking with the help of the GMO crops, spraying all the fucking farms and everything. Getting into our water system.
The glyphosate. Turning the frogs gay.
Do I believe there's people born homosexual and that? Of course they are. We're all drinking the fucking chemicals and everything. It's going to hit a generation. It's going to be more and more and more. It's called population control.
That's what worries me about my children.
Transgender.
A 2-year-old.
Look at the big picture, people. Why are they going after the kids? Because it's called population control. Hack up their fucking parts and everything. They can't have children. Population control.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff they're doing has to do with population control. GMO.
They have abortions up to 9 months here.
It's pretty disgusting. I don't believe. I believe if you're going to have sex, you deal with the problems that comes with it. If you don't know how to have it properly,
Even blue waffles.
Whatever. Hope there's a shot for that. But I don't know. People have their own minds, their own way of thinking, and I'm sorry, they throw common sense right out of the way. They think that helping anybody and doing anything for anyone and all this other stuff is a great thing, and it makes you feel good and that, but they don't look at the long run. They don't look at the real picture at first. They just care about helping. If we have open borders, why cannot American citizens and Canadian citizens travel freely across the border?
Yeah, that is true.
We don't have open border. We have special borders for special people. the flavor of the month. And as long as we have this type of government, it will be Islam for a little while.
Tank Boy's back.
How the fuck do you do that? Ha!
Do what?
Stream, whatever.
No,
Cool.
Tails, I totally
Whoa,
agree with you.
what the fuck, man? It disappeared.
Well, yeah, they're throwing all these. See, I look at the spraying of the skies a little bit more than what yous are doing, and saying yous are correct, but there's even more to it than that. They're letting what they're doing is they're deflecting
Thanks, Nightshade.
the good rays that
I
the
still
sun
muted?
gives out for the planet, and they're bouncing them back up into the atmosphere, and they're letting in the harmful rays that help heat up the oceans and all this shit. And plus, they don't talk about all the volcanoes that are active all around the globe and underneath the oceans, underneath the ice, in the
A
Arctic
volcano
and
just
that.
erupted.
But they'll turn around and say Calfarts is fucking melting a glacier.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Fucking cows, man.
You know,
Yeah,
you
global
shouldn't
warming
need
is not
Say it
beef.
ain't so.
You shouldn't need beef.
It's not climate change either. It's like climate control. But like you said, yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that have common sense but aren't using it.
Well, I think they're fucking around with our plants and that to give us more tumors and shit than just cancer. I think they're really trying to even stop birth through our food. Your generation might not feel it, the next one may not, but the next one will.
Yeah.
But that's how I look at what they're doing to us. How can they do stuff to us without the people real noticing it right away anyway? And if you look at when they say how great our food is and that, why do they always go back to that testing? And I believe it's the 1930 surveys and that, when our food did have proteins and minerals and that in it. Why don't they do the testing for and show today's bullshit?
Both.
I think they're too scared to.
Yeah.
Do I sound like I'm coming in nice and clear?
Yeah, is
Yeah.
that ping pong?
No, but do I sound like I'm coming in clear?
Oh yes, buddy, you do. Nice and clear.
I know what the problem is. So I got my modem, my router, and a handful of Wi-Fi boosters, and the device is trying to connect to every fucking source of Wi-Fi. So it slowly starts connecting to each and every other one of them.
Well, hey, you guys, it was really awesome talking to you guys. Sorry for not coming on panel very often, but
This is only the second one. The first one I spent 2.5 hours stopping at a fucking computer on an iPhone.
Hey, Tails, it was nice
Seriously.
talking to you.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you too.
Tank Boy, thanks for having me up.
I'm honored to have you up. I'll stay close to your phone later, and I'll message you and show you those.
Yeah, definitely, I will. For sure.
Nightshade goes, damn those cows.
All right, bye, guys. Much love.
How come? Much love to Albany. I'll talk to you later, and hold on any other one I do.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
You too, buddy.
Yeah, have a good Christmas. Have a great New Year.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
I just think it's funny how the government points their finger at, even with this plastic straws and all this bullshit.
No, they're not plastic straws. They're cardboard now.
Well,
okay, yeah, I get what you mean. Never mind.
Well, with all this pollution in the oceans and that, are you telling me that there's no ships going down in the water anymore? They're not losing cargo left and right anymore. You know, it's not the people doing it, it's them. And they point to everything that we're doing. Fuck, I live in the middle of a country where there's no oceans. What do I got, long fucking arms and I'm throwing my straws in the ocean?
I don't use straws. I mean, if I go and I buy a milkshake or something, maybe. But I'd rather make my own milkshakes. But that's about the only thing I use a straw for.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not the people doing this shit, it's them. They're the ones with the contracts and all that shit, shipping them. Yeah, it's easier to blame everybody else.
Blame yeah.
The responsibility of themselves.
Right.
Sooner or later, we do got to clean it up, and we're going to have tax money to do it. Let's blame them and raise the taxes.
Pathetic. Watch my left hand, because you probably should be watching my right hand.
Fuck, you should be watching. I look at it a lot different, buddy. There should be cameras all over the government, all over their offices and everything, that the people can tune into and watch these fucking pricks. There should be no secrecy. We pay them fuckers to do a job for the people.
100% transparency or nothing at all. Just just disband the government then if you can't be 100% transparency.
Like,
right?
Look at even like Trudeau's been caught doing all kinds of crimes. Harper's been caught doing, but nobody ever goes to jail.
Here's a strange concept. So when Harper took office a long time ago, in Brockville, they were building a super jail to house the Brockville jail and the psych unit in separate wings, obviously. But they were building a super jail, and it was meant for both. And so, because the Brockville jail is like fucking 200 years old, and it's got mold and shit through it. Well, what he did is he they already had the foundation laid, and there was $1 million left over in the funding. And what he did is he just said, "Fuck it, give the old jail a new paint job, and just fill in the foundation, put dirt and soil over it." Well, now nothing grows there. It's just a big fucking dirt pile. And he took that $1 million that was left in the budget to finish building it, and spent it on God knows what. But since that's happened, there's been numerous people that have been reported to have gotten sick from the mold and fucking asbestos and all that other malarkey that's inside that jail. It's like a 200-year-old jail, and it's disgusting in there, absolutely disgusting. And instead of doing the right thing and finishing the build of the super jail, which would have had more programs for the inmates, you would have actually, the way it was set up is that everybody was supposed to get what you're supposed to get when you get incarcerated, and that's the rehabilitation. You're supposed to be rehabilitated back into the community and be taught different ways to deal with certain things. Well, now it's just, that's the way it was supposed to be, but when he closed that down and plowed over it and then just gave the old jail a new coat of paint, it's back to the same way that it was before, where there's mold everywhere. It's disgusting. The whole fucking place stinks, and nobody's getting the rehabilitation shit. So basically all they're doing is they're warehousing inmates. Nobody is learning a lesson. Nobody is taking someone's freedom is only half the battle. That is the punishment. Now, once you take the freedom, you got to have incentives. That's something to help them rehabilitate back into the community. Because anyone that's done a lot of time, to go from doing time and that lifestyle and that mentality to be just let out the fucking door and told, hey, go home, then you're now institutionalized, right? And when you get used to that lifestyle where it's a fight to survive, and you got to do things you don't normally do to survive or to just get by. Same concept with changes your mentality, where the most calmest, sanest person could go in for a 2-year bit, and by the time that 2-year bit's done, they're a fucking killer by the time they leave, and nobody's teaching them how to wind down from that and readjust back into the community. So they get out institutionalized, lost, confused, not understanding, too much, overwhelming them, and then they subliminally or subconsciously, they're like, well, I'm going to go back to the same place where I felt safe before, or where I felt things were good. Or they're not thinking, and they create they commit a crime or whatever to go back, and then they go back and fucking, that's how that lifestyle just keeps going, right? So someone that's a first-time offender and they get sentenced to 2 years or whatever, and by the time that 2 years is done, they've now just took someone that could have had at least a fighting chance in having and living a normal life and turned them into a fucking felon by the time it's done. And there needs to be some sort of rehabilitation to stop the fucking institutionalized mentality. Nightshade, have to run to the store. Talk to you guys later. Okay, Nightshade.
I'll be back, Nightshade. Speed safely, buddy.
You know what? Nightshade, yeah. You still here?
See, I don't know, buddy. When I was in, they did all that. I figured they would keep doing that. They were doing something good. But I know they changed a lot of it, because I have friends that came out and they were worse than they were when they went in. And they've done some pretty shitty things. And they're not on the planet anymore. But they did some shitty things. And they didn't learn shit. And I'm going, this makes no sense to me.
It's just warehousing.
Yeah,
that's all they're doing is they're warehousing them.
The jail today is a money scam. It was when I was in, because when I was in, I was painting stuff for things for the street, things for classrooms, making tables and chairs and doing all kinds of shit for, I think it was $285 a day. And they were making pretty buck off of all that stuff.
they took away the workers' incentive program too. Like if you work in Corcan in the pen, you could make fucking $800 a day, or $800 a week, or whatever your job would be. You could make that.
Holy fuck, I'll do crime right now to go do that.
But listen, they changed it. They changed it so you only get $29 or whatever, under $30 every 2
they
weeks.
have to. You're supposed to
So
be in
people
jail.
that
You're
are
not
making the
supposed to be on
fucking
the street.
institutions, people that are making the institutions fucking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars by making all the office supplies and working on the machinery and making clothes and
Well, that's what jail is now.
desks and shit. People that are making all that used to get paid more, and the government was still getting paid a shit ton.
Yeah.
Well, they took that and they cut it down so that you only get $29, and now the government's making all the fucking profit. Well, you're fucking stuck doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you used to be able to have multiple jobs. Like you used to be able to, you could be biohazardry, work in Corcan, and do a kitchen job, and you get paid all of those jobs, right? Now you could have 500 jobs and you still get paid the $29. It doesn't matter. It's fucking nuts, man. So they're just working people. It's just like one hewer of a fucking slave camp. You know what I mean? Paying them fucking pennies to do work that they should be getting paid more.
Yeah, I know, but see, now you're talking to a person also that goes, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Right.
I believe, I'm sorry,
even
but
if
I
you,
believe
even if you
if
do
you're-
the crime and you're in doing the time, you should still be able to live like a normal human being. The
well,
loss of freedom is the punishment.
you can live like a normal human being inside. That's up to you. But I don't know. Like I said, I was there when you got I think it was $2.85 a day, and I lived very good in there. I smoked my brains out. I got drunk. I fucking had a ball in it.
Can't smoke inside now. You have to have that shit smuggled in.
And that's why I will never break the law. When they said no more smoking cigarettes inside, I went, well, it's time to be a little more cautious.
Well, they went and they did all that, right? And cut out the smoking, not made it so you can't smoke in there. And then all the fucking crooked jail guards put on their big boy pants and was like, "Fuck, I can make a money off of this."
Oh, yeah.
And it turned out like the old Don jail.
Well,
$2,000, and you got a whole fucking paper bag full of whatever the fuck you wanted.
That's what laws do for people. It helps the criminals make money. They do not think. They do not care. They do not think of the long term. Sorry, I try to think of the long term when they make laws up, what's really going to happen. The bullying law was for the internet. Now it's all over the fucking... Come on, it's all bullshit, buddy. It's all fake fucking garbage, and they turn around and say it's for the kids. It's all bullshit. It's to harm anybody and everybody, to get the people to talk the way they want you to talk. They think we all should be like fucking Star Trek. Fuck them.
What was that documentary that I played that they told you what the prediction of these people were, where they laid out their plans, where they're like, we need to attack the young, we need to convince the young, we need to have the young on our side, and then by the time generations filter through, you don't need to work as hard to get the rest of the fucking world to agree to your plan.
Well, they keep on doing what they're doing. The next schooling will be worse. And they'll agree to those terms. Like, come on, in some parts of the United States, they're teaching that a militia and that is a real army instead of the people. So, they are playing with the Constitution in the United States, and they're playing with our crappy Constitution up here. They just keep on doing it to one generation to another and make it worse and worse and worse. once this generation, I believe once this generation is gone, the ones that believe in your proper rights and freedoms and shit, hey, they don't have to worry about communists. They're going way though. They don't even have to worry about Nazis. They're even going to go past that shit. They're going to go right for it. They're going to go right for Agenda 21, buddy. They're going to have the people believing they should stand in lineups and be killed. There's too many people on the planet. I don't think I'll see it, but they'll probably make it like Logan's Run. 30, 40 years old and you're dead. There is no marriage. You just teleport your sex around. You're all living in a little grid. In a tiny little bubble. But that will take some time. I don't think I see it. I don't think anybody younger than me will see it. I think it will take some time.
Well, if you look back on history, people said the exact same thing back then that we're saying right now, but the escalation of our freedoms being infringed
is a lot faster now.
It's a lot faster. Now we're gaining some freedoms back, but losing other freedoms at the same time.
As soon as Trump is out of there, and they put another real bad right winger in or left winger, you're going to lose your rights again. They're going to put it all right back to this fucking global warming bullshit and all this crap that they were doing under Obama.
If it goes how they're pushing, what they're not realizing is that with how they're pushing it right now, and not doing it properly, they could give Trump 2 more terms.
Well, 1 more. He can get two out of it. No, 1 more.
No, 2 more. We searched that up the other night because I thought that you could only be for 2 terms, but because of how this goes, the 1 term is just an automatic given kind of thing, and then he could go in for another term. I can't remember how. You'd have to look it up to read the exact wording of it, but they could give him 2 more terms.
I look at it this way. Right now, Trump's proven that most of your presidents could have did a lot more for the people, a lot quicker, and get it done faster. Yeah, we're still here.
There's some things that there's something that Trump does that I don't agree with, but in order to prosper in good, you must also trade.
Hey, give OG a link. Get him in here. Get him talking. He started this shit.
How about fuck OG and a link? I can't paste the link. Why can't I paste the link? Hold on. Copy. Live feed. Paste. Run.
I look at
Come
Trump,
on, Mr. OG.
I don't know. I'm the guy outside the box. So I look at Trump right now. We're showing everybody in America who the treasonous traitors are, and if he can't get them in jail,
If you look back in history,
because the law is so corrupt.
His presidency has been one of the most presidencies that has exposed corruption and misleading information.
Corruption, child abuse, child trafficking,
But Obama tried to take credit for all those child trafficking rings going down, but then Trump proved that
he was the
he may have
cause of
signed
some
off
of them.
on that. Okay, but he may have signed off. What had happened was he started the bill, but then put it on the back burner and didn't let it go through. He prevented it from going through.
Yeah,
But then
because
when
he
Trump
would have
took
been.
office, then he completed and finished all of the necessary products and elements so that bill could go through. Then next thing you know, fucking a month later, there's a whole bunch of different fucking child trafficking rings being busted. It's like, where the hell is it? Did OG jump in? Oh, there he is.
Hi.
But if I had a face like yours, I'd shave my ass and walk backwards, bro.
Yeah. How long do you need Albany's comment up there? Jesus Christ.
Why won't that go away?
I've been watching. I'm like, how long is this fucking comment gonna stay up there? There it is. It's gone.
I'm trying to make it go away.
It is gone. I'm pretty sure.
Tails and Albany were chatting for a bit. So while they were chatting, I just kind of sat back and was fucking around with settings and shit. What the fuck? Just come back.
It's gone. It's gone.
It's showing you it's back. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, but it'll do that on your tablet, but on my thing, it's not here anymore. I'll go on my YouTube just to make sure.
Fucking special.
Huh?
I said, aren't you special?
Yes, I am, actually. Oh. Now OG World Order's the message is up. I don't know who that fucking guy is.
Why do you suck now when you speak?
Because it's trying to connect to another booster.
He was sucking before too. That's why I came back on. I was gonna tell him he's breaking up.
What?
You're kind of breaking up.
You're breaking up.
No, it's you, bud.
That's it.
I even tried muting myself so that to see if it was that, and it wasn't that either. You were still breaking up.
Yeah. Hey, Albany, how's it going? Nightshade.
Albany's not here.
So how did you like your new super fan that was here?
Jeez, fuck you. Why is it cut out now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, go in the back room and just mute yourself, and I'll mute myself and see if he clears up.
Okay, hold on a second here.
Am I clear?
You got to speak a little more.
Am I clearer than previously?
Yes.
So it's you that has that fucking bad luck. Oh,
No, that's you, man. It's just I'm just too good, you know. You know what it means? Just means OG World Order is just too sweet.
the weird thing is it when I hear you're crackly too.
Yeah, because I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone.
There, you're clear now.
Get in your computer, man.
I
You
know.
just cleared
Well,
up.
my old lady's here with the kids, so.
Oh. So you're hiding in the
Have
back.
your wife and my kids.
No, I'm hiding downstairs in the basement in the dungeon. I just want. Are you gonna be on later on, Talls?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I want to play some games, man.
Yeah.
Got some games going on tonight. Tank, love your
Yo.
show. I can't believe I made it on. I'm a big supporter. This is one of my first times being on. I'm a little shy to be on the radio right now. I have some.
You're coming again.
Well, I have some important questions for you, Mr. Tank.
This is what I hear.
Yeah, that's what I hear from you too.
Exactly. Like that fucking goat, you know? It's like, that thing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I wanted to know how much was the goat and how hard was it to satisfy it?
What?
What? What? That was the best reaction I could ever ask. What?
Yeah, that word.
What the hell are you people talking about?
What are you doing? Still live. I thought we were live. Hi, people. Hi, everybody that's out there in YouTube land.
I hate this device. The fact.
Hold on a second. I'm going to go through my computer to see if it clears up, man.
Okay.
When was the last time that you cleaned your computer? You know, or just fuck off. It's cool.
Oh, he's on his phone.
Yeah.
I don't have a cell phone, so.
We need mobile devices.
Oh, I hate them. I know what they're about. I'm not into them. They're handy to have, like if you're driving down the road and your vehicle breaks down. But besides that, no, I don't think they're handy at all.
Hello? Hey, did I make it on the program?
Something is glitching.
Now you're cracking up. You're cracking up hard, man. Anybody in the chat, if I'm breaking up, press 1.
What?
I'm just saying, if I'm breaking up, press 1. If Tank's breaking up, press 2. And if it's Talls, press 3. Talls, I haven't heard break up at all. Talls is pretty good all the time, man.
I don't know what the hell the problem is. Shit.
Talls, how am I now?
No, you're a lot better now. Tank Boys, I think. Are you on you're on the cell phone? Are you, Tank
No,
Boys?
he's on his Bluetooth headset.
Laptop?
On a device. No, on a tablet.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
and
on your
it's
tablet?
times.
That thing's probably
it's
getting
only-
pretty fucking hot right now.
Yeah, and every time you get to the charger,
It's about to burn. It's about to burn up.
it's about to
I
light
know
on
my
fucking
phone
fire.
about 4 hours in. My 4 hours in on my phone, and it's about pretty hot. So it starts freezing up and shit like that, and restarting, and
Yeah, I just use the computer for this stuff.
yeah. I can't believe it. I was just hanging around. I was playing. Do you remember the Rock'em Sock'em Robots?
That was a fucking awesome game.
Anybody? Yeah, well, that's what me and my son were just
Here-
playing. Rock. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I had to beat him. Yeah, I can.
I had to beat him.
But then he's got these two like little drone robots.
I
Yeah, I can hear you.
I used to let my kids beat me all the time in the games.
Yeah, not me.
And then they started getting really cocky, and then I said, okay, it's time to switch this around.
See, but I'm trying to get him. He gets mad when he loses, so I'm trying to get him into the. It doesn't matter all the time whether you win or lose. Like as long as you're playing, you're gonna lose, you're gonna win. There's gonna be a winner. There's gonna be a loser. As long as you're
enjoying yourself.
Yeah, enjoying yourself. Well, and there's got to be some kind of competitive stuff when you're in sports and stuff. I hate all these people. Oh, you're just out there. Well, sometimes when they're kids, they're just out there for fun. But when they get out into the higher ages, it's a team effort, right? They're out there for a reason to do something, right? But I mean, that's like high school and shit.
How dare you talk about the real world to a child?
How dare you?
How dare you?
You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Well,
I think what they've been doing to the kids for at least the late 80s or even before, of giving anybody and everybody a little ribbon and that is foolish.
You have 19 likes, eh?
Yeah, and only 3 thumbs down.
Yeah.
And it was probably the one guy that came in with the multiple name changes with the 3 thumbs down.
Oh, I got something to play later on, eh? CTV News, excessive force in Saskatchewan from cops.
What's excessive force, though, in Canada? To them, it's putting the victim
Yeah,
up
but that's what I'm saying. That's somebody in the States sending me this, so it has to be pretty bad.
Well, it would be nice for a change. Like not being a prick or not. No, I don't want to see our cops turning into assholes, but I can show you stuff from fucking years and years ago where they've done all the stuff that everybody says our cops wouldn't do. Of course they do. They're all trained by the same assholes. Where's
Do you want me
the
to play it
enemy?
on your show here?
Everybody,
I don't care. As long as it's not copywritten.
CTV News copyright.
Most Canadian stations are copyrighted.
Yeah, because of
I always do it. I don't give a fucking.
Do you get it? Do you get a copyright notice?
In some of them, if I play like Robot Chicken or 22 Minutes or something like that.
But CTV News, do you get a copyright?
No.
I have never gotten it.
Okay, throw it on.
Well, I don't want to fucking. I'll do it on mine because I really don't give a shit, right? But if you were to get one and it did, I would feel bad, and I'd have to hand my channel over to you.
Why would I want your channel?
You don't even have as much people as he does. You're not as long.
I know, but if they took it down, he'd be halfway there. You could adopt all the my trolls.
You've also listen. You've also got to take into consideration that a large portion of the my subscriber base, it's like they just disappeared. Like the subscribers are there, but the views aren't.
Yeah, they don't come and watch it as like they should. They keep their name in. You got to at least watch a video, 2 or 3 of them a month.
See, you know what? Like if I'm watching every time Tank goes live now, I make sure to jump in or I make sure to hang out in his video and even talk in the chat and shit because if you're subscribed to that person and you like watching their videos, why not support them? You know, what is it to go in and watch 20 minutes of a video or something and put a thumbs up? Some people won't watch a 4-hour.
A lot of people. A lot of times I don't
know.
comment or chat, but I'm always watching. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm just waiting high to talk, and I don't want to make a fool out of myself.
I'm not worried about that. I make a fool out of myself to some people, and I don't to others.
This is actually not a bad little platform setup thing.
Well, that's what we were saying, man.
Now
No, you can't come on.
I'm gonna try and hit my family up for fucking money so that they can buy me the membership subscription thing.
Yeah.
I think once I get some new devices, it'll be much more easier to.
Once you get a computer or a laptop that can do it, you'll be laughing.
Well, I have a laptop, I just can't talk. It doesn't have a microphone.
Well, that's what I mean. Once you get a device where you can do all that, you'll be like, why was I ever? That's what I was like. Why was I ever using my phone when I had two computers I could use? Right? Like,
yeah, I'm gonna have to get Windows 10 though.
Why?
Because they're ending 7 soon.
You can still use it. You just can't. You're just not going to get the updates in that.
But
So
then
just turn
after
your
a while,
updates
it
off.
shuts down.
What's
No,
that?
It wouldn't matter if it's on or off. After a while, they shut down the program. Because it's the same thing they did with Vista, and my other laptop is now, you can't use it. They've shut down the program.
yeah, but you can
The
just
Windows
wipe it
is
out
no
and put
longer-
another fucking Windows on.
Yeah, but then I'd still have to get another Windows, right? So that's why I said I'm gonna need to invest in Windows 10 for this one, and then I want to get a new computer that can run everything.
See,
I
that
want to
shouldn't
run.
be right. They shouldn't be able to do that. Once you have it on your
Hey, Southern.
computer, they should.
How's it going, buddy?
What's happening?
Southern. copy
Southern,
that.
what's up?
Yeah, but I agree with that, OG. They shouldn't, because I just bought that damn fucking Windows, and
Yeah.
then once it finished doing its update, by day 2, it was like
And?
Windows is ending
How are
soon. Explore
Merry
getting
Christmas.
Windows 10,
AM.
and M
Yeah.
is here. Yo,
That's what they should. You know what they should do though? If they did that, they should have to buy you a new fucking computer.
yeah,
What?
that'll never happen.
If you're affected by that, they should have to buy you a new computer with a new Windows.
Or they should do the thing they did in 2016 when they killed the
They gave keys to Windows
whatever
10.
Windows. Yeah, they gave you the option of one-time upgrade with product key for Windows 10.
Yeah, I took that. I took that
really loved
fucking
it.
deal. I took that fucking deal right away. I was gonna put my Windows key back in.
I'll take anything that's free,
couldn't-
even syphilis and gonorrhea.
I couldn't.
You could. Oh, you son of a bitch.
No, I'm on Windows 7.
Pass the key to Tank Boy.
Why the fuck would I need his key? I have a Windows 7 key.
I got Windows.
Windows 10.
I don't
He's
have
talking
10.
about the upgrade.
Yeah, but you can only register a Windows
Oh.
one time unless it's
Yeah,
a multi.
I get what you're because it would kill the 7 anyways, even if you did give him the key. Never mind. OG wasn't thinking there. OG had a brain fart. I gotta get a Gary Snowflake video.
And now,
man,
now
I just
if
had a
you,
fucking brain fart, man.
if you don't register or activate your Windows, they shut it down as well.
Oh, okay.
You can't have it unactivated for some stupid reason.
You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, that's
The
racist.
Arabian Prophet. I love that guy, man. I was listening to him, and he's like, "This could piss a lot of people off."
Who can't hear?
Who can't hear?
Or
I can't hear.
I know. Who can't you hear? Rather,
Huh?
I can hear everybody.
Southern said can't hear.
Who can't you hear, buddy?
I can't hear you. I can't hear her. I can't
Am I
hear
the quiet
her.
one?
I can't hear OG, man.
That OG guy just fucked me up, man.
Yeah, screw
I
that.
love how they
OG
come
guy.
and check your Facebook, OG. Okay, I don't have a Facebook.
I'll go check mine. Just a moment. Wait, I don't have one.
Huh.
Shit.
Oh, they're meaning my old lady's Facebook. Well, have fun with it. It's her Facebook, not mine.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I guess people get off fucking with people. Oh well.
Southern said laugh my ass off. Hit a button. My bad.
It was Southern's fault.
Is this all we do now in Canada? Is shoot the shit and smoke dope?
Hey, man.
Wait
Well,
a
that's
minute.
why you know crime's gone down 100%, right?
That's what I was doing. But, well, that's just because we're all fucking hot, fucking stupid laws. But you
Catch
see
you
the
later.
laws.
Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it.
You
Yeah,
seen
ciao,
the
man.
laws. You seen all the laws for pot that they're doing.
Yeah, you want me to post that? Can I post that in your room, bud? Tank?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Post what?
The
Post
rules
what?
for marijuana in Ontario. Cannabis laws. You see how you had more rights when marijuana wasn't legal.
Illegal.
There you go. Everybody check that one out. And that's an actual Canadian government website.
Why is this chat delayed?
Well, you're gonna notice that. I can't stop. You know what? I'm gonna get shit on for this one, and it probably might come to back me. There might be a video made about me about this. That Gary Snowflake video, I can't stop watching it. It's so funny. OG here, man.
I like his videos, man.
Yeah. They're
Definitely
pretty
some
funny.
shit. That's
But
that's
anyways,
some trolling right there.
I gotta get going. I'll be
Well,
back.
The old
That's
lady
my
got you by the
kids.
nuts and the vice.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to admit that. Anyways, Talls, I'll see you later. Tank, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, I should be on mine.
How did you get it to where it doesn't show the names?
What?
It doesn't show Talls, it doesn't show you, it doesn't show me.
Hold that.
Oh, never mind. Oh. Never mind. I thought.
But I
Anyways.
can change it, I think, where I can take
Yeah, I
away
was
the names.
That would be so cool. Just have
There-
nameless
it's
people
in
up
one
there.
of these. It's one of these settings. There's this one. No. This one.
Do you see? Okay, so now that you're in it, can you see the cam mic setting?
I already see
If
all
you
that
go
shit.
in there, there's an audio option in there.
Oh, what the hell? Just
It was working good. Don't tell them these things.
That's hilarious. Anyways, guys, I'll talk to you guys later.
Alrighty, buddy.
Have a good one, buddy.
Ciao. See you, chat.
Where did I see it? Where it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Where the fuck did that go? I give up. At some point, I gotta fucking just screw around with it and hope for the best.
It will all come to you. You'll figure it all out.
Well, now that I know how the gist of it works, it's not going to take me long to learn just about everything about it. But from what I heard, it's different when you get the subscription. Like you get more options or some shit.
And what do you get this for free for 20 hours or something?
I don't know. I think that's what it is.
I think that's what you said yesterday.
Yeah.
That's not too bad too.
Rode said that he might work on a pool to help me to get the subscription thinger.
Cool.
So that'd be cool. I gotta find a cheap mic. If I had a cheap mic, I could just run off the laptop and there'd be no fucking issues. With distortion or whatever.
So you do have a spot to plug in a headset and a mic on your laptop.
Yeah, it's fully loaded with just about anything.
A double plug-in that ends up into a single, and then you can plug it in.
There's a set
you don't
for
have a
$30.
wire. You don't have a wire on your headset, do you? You just have
It's Bluetooth.
Cordless.
There's a set at Giant Tiger for $30 that are gaming ones that have the mic and the headphone jack.
Just make sure it's got a dual set, and make sure your plug-in has that you need the two jacks in it.
Or I could even just get a singular mic and a set of plug-in headphones.
Well, I got a single headset plug-in right now, but I had to get a double plug to plug it into to get it to work. Which I had those lying around. I got a couple more somewhere.
Mine is the separate, right? So you have your mic and your headphones, so you can hook a separatized mic up and a separate set of headphones.
No, she's not here.
What? Oh no, Albany dipped out Southern for a little bit. I think she's coming back. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what would be the best route.
Get a computer.
Like, I have a computer. It's just the Window's going to be out of date soon, and I'd like to get another one. I want to get one that will be able to run everything I want it to run without glitching or lagging. More RAM, more processing power. Like right now, I think I got in the laptop. I have a dual core processor. And either 4 or 8 gigabytes of RAM. I think it's 4, but I want to say 8. But I think I think it's 4 gigabytes of RAM. And nowadays you need at least minimum 8 gigabytes of RAM just to fucking run just about anything anymore. I remember when 2 gigabytes of RAM was quick as shit, and then it just kept going up and up and up, and you needed more processing and RAM to run shit. Shit happens. but I may have a deal through a buddy of mine for a brand new laptop with Windows 10, and it's got all the bells and whistles and whatnot to finish his back tattoo. But I haven't discussed it in detail with him just yet. I'm hoping to discuss it with him sometime in the future, because if he still wants to do that deal, then I'll jump on that. And if worst comes to worst, even if it doesn't have enough processing power or RAM, I'll at least have the Windows 10, and then I can just copy out the product key and put it onto a new device. But that's at worst. But I mean, if it's a newer computer, then it can have anywhere from 8 to 16 gigabytes of RAM, depending on how good it is. So, hopefully. But I don't know enough about it. It was just like a topic that got brought up, and I agreed to it. And then I said I was going to contact him. So I'm just waiting on a relative to give me his number so I can contact him. But hopefully it's a good computer. Hopefully, because it's a sick deal. Because he just wants me to fill in his back piece. I don't know. 8 or 9 years ago, I did the outline, and then shit got weird in my life, and I wasn't able to finish it, and he never paid me to finish it. So instead of him giving me money to finish and fill it in, he offered the laptop to fill it in. So I'd like to get him to contact me and tell me exactly what the specs are on it. And I hope that the specs are good, like good processing and good RAM. The hard drive, I don't really give a shit about that. As long as the hard drive can hold the Windows and programming, then it's good to go. And I'll just use an external hard drive. That doesn't really bother me. It's the RAM and the processing that I want to make sure is good. And it's also the framework, right? So like there's 32 or something byte and 64 byte. My laptop I have now is a 64 byte operating system, and it's pretty decent. So hopefully that one is the same, because there's a lot of programs that won't run on 32 byte, but 64 byte systems you can run just about anything on. But as I said, if it's a new unit from within the last couple years, it's probably going to be a decent unit, because even the cheaper units come with some decent shit inside them. Like back in the day, the laptop I have right now was considered a decent fucking piece of equipment. But as times went on and fucking shit got upgraded and needed more of this and more of that, it's fallen behind in times. So, but I can upgrade another 8 gigabytes of RAM on it. So once I get a new laptop and get it all situated, then I'll start picking away and upgrading RAM and whatnot on the laptop I have now.
Right.
And then Windows 10, and get that working. And then I'll have 2 devices that'll be able to push whatever the fuck I want to push. And that's the majority of the plan anyway. But everything takes time.
Oh, it sure does, buddy. Especially up here in Canada.
I miss my old systems. I had an awesome setup. I had 2 gaming computers and 2 gaming laptops. So 2 desktop gaming systems and 2 gaming laptops. And they were, oh my God, they were beautiful. Like you clicked on something and it was there. Like you didn't have to wait for anything to load. Whatever you clicked on, it came up like within a millisecond.
Yeah.
And you could run anything off of it, like anything. And I lost those.
Even those parts start getting old. I can still
Everything's
open up
getting
any
updated.
browser, anything in a browser I can open. I can open up about 10, 15 browsers. But certain games I can't play. I got to get more memory, and I got to get a better gaming card now. They up the games. Bastards.
You mean video card, like graphics card?
Yeah. I got to get another one.
If you knew the pin style that you had, I have a couple spare graphic cards. Of 2, one's one style of pin and one's a different style of pin. And they're both pretty decent graphic cards. They're gaming graphic cards. So, I mean, I would assume that they're good. But if you knew your pin, like your pin type,
right.
It would help, because then I could look on it, count the pins, and if it fits or whatnot, I could just send it to you, whichever one fits. And then you just got to clip it into the motherboard and put a screw in it so that it fastens to your casing, and you're good to go. And they both have the multi-video output. So you could do there's like 3 different video outputs on it, so that you could hook it to just about anything. I was originally going to build another computer, but it just finding the parts is harder than fucking it used to be. It used to be you could just go just about anywhere and get decent parts for a decent price. But it's a lot harder to get the price or pieces, and they're like 1 billion times more expensive.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, everything's going up in prices, up in taxes, up in fucking everything. Reminds me of Cheech and Chong up in smoke, because they got to be fucking smoking something to jack all the prices up that much.
By the time I save up to get a good graphics card or anything like that for the newer games that they got out today, they'll have newer games where my graphics card will be old.
And that's nuts. I think it's a money grabber.
It is, buddy. All it is so that you, if you want to put, like, I can play a lot of games, but the newer ones, they changed the floor mat on them. They changed where they're using better equipment to make the games. And if you want that quality of gameplay that they're showing you, that you're watching on YouTube and not from the makers, well, you got to go out and pretty much get the same equipment. And that's how they're doing it now.
Mental. Just mental.
Oh, they're just ripping off the people. They can make them still really good quality and not that so that I can play them. They don't want to. It's all a money grab. It's to help everybody out, all the manufacturers and that. They get the next new shit that comes out.
And the faster your internet is, the more processing power you need and RAM.
Yeah.
I find.
I got all that. I'm not worried about that shit.
I used to have a decent connection with decent equipment and I could just about anything. But then when I lost fucking everything and had to start over, I lost everything and had to start over. So all the money I spent on devices and computer stuff, and I mean, like I had my own proxy server. I had I had so much shit.
Giveaway?
And, no, kind of, but no. Ex-girlfriend and I split up, and when we split up, she opened the front door and had a free yard sale, or a free open house, I guess. Take whatever the fuck you want, kind of thing. Clean my house right out.
That sucks, Nova. But welcome back, buddy.
Welcome back, Nova. We all live and learn, though, right?
Well,
I know the telltale signs of someone like that, so I just know to avoid those.
Some of us learn really quick, but some of us need a lot more time for some strange reason.
Yeah, and love will blind you. It will make you dumbfounded to what's happening right in front of you.
When we talked about this before, I never really had the heart to ask you, but where do you meet people like that? Because I've never met someone like that. I heard of them, but I guess I was lucky on that one.
I had bad luck for the longest time with women. It just, I don't know what the hell. I've had one decent girl in my life, one decent girl, and when my son died, I pissed that away. I became a fucking dickhead. I neglected her in every way that you can neglect a female, and she was the only good one that I ever had, and I fucked that up with my own selfishness.
Throw the link down.
I hope that's the right link. We'll know in a minute.
Yeah, it is. I can't see them in the bathroom, but you probably could.
I don't see nobody there yet. But this tablet is slower than molasses, so. Oh, where'd it go? There it is.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up? My cholesterol right now. How about you?
No, just my pain tolerance level.
Oh, you gotta
Mine's
put
pretty
some
good
pleasure
right
with
now.
that thing.
I got some smoke with that, so mine's doing good.
You guys still there?
I missed
Yeah,
those days.
You missed what?
Oh, I was asking if you guys are still there. My phone's been acting up crazy the past couple days.
What kind of phone is it?
It's an Alcatel, but it's almost 2 years old and been broke a few different times.
Sounds like it needs a refurbish and a factory reset.
It needs replaced. If you've seen what the screen looks like, you'd know how bad it is.
Yeah, those phones, I order new screens, new batteries, refurbish them all up, do a factory reset, start over.
Right. Well, the problem with that is it's a $40 phone if I just go buy it to replace it. So by the time I buy a new screen, a new battery, and all that, I'm actually losing money.
Yeah, it's like fuck what, $30 for a screen and anywhere from 15 to 20 for a new battery.
Right. And then this one doesn't actually have a replaceable battery, so.
You should.
No, the battery is actually made into the phone. This
Yeah,
was
like iPhones.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just a chip. What you do is once you take it apart, you have to heat it up, heat the adhesive, peel the battery out nice and gentle. Then you unclip the piece, the clipping piece for the battery to the motherboard, and then you put the new battery in with the new adhesive, set it down, put it in, reclip it, then put the screen back in, etc. I
Yeah,
refurbished.
sounds like you're. Sounds like you know a lot more about it than I ever will, Tank.
Well, don't say that. You can always learn.
With as bad as my vision is, doing small work like that, I can't do that kind of stuff, unfortunately.
Well, they got these things. They're like magnifying glasses with fucking lights, and I use one for when I do small detail work when I tattoo, and it's just a big magnifying glass with lights, like a ring light around it, so that when you set it over top of whatever you're working with, it enhances the size of everything so that you can get in nice and close to shit.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. You gotta remember, guys. I'm broke and lonely, so I can't do much of anything.
I feel that. Everything in the world seems to be just jacking up in fucking prices, and it just living is costing more than it cost ever.
Right. I mean, I live about as absolutely cheap as you possibly can, and every year it's more expensive and more expensive. I mean, honestly, with where I live, my bills are about $400 a month for everything. I probably live in the cheapest place in the country, but it's still getting to the point where even that's hard to afford.
Well, internet for me is like $80. Hydro is like $400. To rent my house, it's almost $800. Cell phone bill is like $50 or $60. Food, that's like $150, whatever. Plus my animal food, fish food.
Well, yeah, the $400 is just for the lot rent, the gas and the electric, and the phone and the water bill. I mean, you add in the food and all that. Yeah, it's I'm spending close to $2,000 a month, and I can't even afford. I don't even have a job to afford anything. I work.
I pay my own hydro; it's not included, and I heat with baseboards.
Okay.
So that runs your hydro bill up.
Is it right? I was going to say, is it a water heating system? What the hell?
No, baseboard. Baseboard electric.
Yeah, but it's got
thing.
Yeah, it's basically just like the old school radiators, but they're made for baseboards. I understand what system you're talking about.
It's an electric based coil, and the coil heats up.
Hey, I got to talk, guys.
So there's.
Alrighty, Tails.
Okay.
Yeah, have a good one, Tails.
You too. Nice talking to you. Have a good one.
Talk to you later, Tails. I have to go get my charger cord. I'll be right back.
You still there, Tank? I keep dropping in and out of connection. My phone keeps messing up.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just grabbing what do you call this? Charger cord.
Oh. Yeah, no, I'm just wandering around the mall and using free Wi-Fi right at the moment.
I love free shit.
Right. Free's the best word in the world.
Yeah. Where the fuck won't this click in?
Well, at least you sound happier than you did the other night, Tank. I mean, all I heard was F-bombs and everything else coming through. Must have been OG speaker that was coming through.
It was pissing me off. Like I can't stand it when I can't figure something out. Like I desperately cannot stand it. Like I can figure anything out. I can do just about anything, and to not be able to figure out a simple thing as a fucking website.
You can see a little girl run out.
No, I didn't. Yeah, sorry.
Then you add
about that,
alcohol to the mix. You add alcohol to the mix, and I lose all patience.
Oh yeah, you know that
sober isn't there.
That's what I heard was you had a few before you started doing it, and all I heard was you just unhappy.
Oh, I was getting mad, man. I couldn't figure it out. It was working on the laptop, but I don't have a microphone for the laptop, and none of the damn phones would damn well work. And then today I was talking to OG, and I was like, "Shit, man!" I was like, "I have a tablet kicking around here somewhere. I could probably just use the tablet." And sure enough, tablet worked.
Oh no shit. Oh yeah.
It's a hunk of crap though.
Right. Yeah, I've got a tablet like that. It's probably 5 years old now. It's been sitting on a shelf in my room for a year that I haven't even turned it on. I mean, that thing was crap, but it was a year-old model when I bought it. I got it on a Christmas special for like $30.
I don't know how much this one was. It was a gift from my sister, so.
So it was free, even better.
It's not a big one. By any means, it's a smaller one. But
yeah.
I mean, it works.
Right. You know, that's what mine was. It was just a little cheapy RCA that, I mean, I think it was like a 6-inch screen, maybe. I mean, it was a little bitty, not much bigger than a cell phone.
Hey,
but it worked.
Did you say RCA?
RCA, yep.
RCA Android?
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's the one I have.
Oh, no shit. Okay. Does yours actually have dual cameras?
No, and the camera that is on it doesn't work.
Okay, because that's the newer ones have dual cameras. I got one of the last ones that only had the single camera, and it was on the face side of the tablet, and that sucked because you couldn't take pictures or anything with it because you couldn't see what you were taking a picture with.
Oh, selfie shit.
Yeah, that's all it was for. That's all it would work for was selfies, and that's, you know, I don't do that shit.
Me neither.
I mean, hell, you see my face for a second. I break phones.
Can't have any mirrors in my house no more. Fucking things keep shattering.
That sounds familiar. Sounds like what I go through.
No, I don't care what I look like or anybody else looks like. If someone doesn't like what I look like, well, that's on them.
Well, here you go. This will prove to you just how much I care what people think about how I look. Can't get it to show. I was trying to get it to show. I'm standing here in the middle of the mall in a black leather trench coat. I really don't give two fucks.
Holy fuck, bud! You almost look like me. I'm serious. I got a red beard too.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I'm one of them people that I was born with that red hair. That's all I've ever had.
Yeah. I
cut it.
I've always had red hair. Just my dad's got black hair. My mom's got blondish red hair, and I got red hair.
Right. Well, my dad's he's brunette, and then my mom, she was a damn definition of a ginger, white as a ghost, and red color the hair the color of blood. So I mean, I know where I got it from.
An albino with red hair.
Pretty much.
And blue
The
eyes.
funny thing, yeah, yep, that was exactly her, an albino with pretty much pale white skin, bright red hair, and blue eyes. And I got the blue eyes and the red hair, but luckily I got enough of the native from my father's that I can actually go out and tan in the summertime when I feel like it, instead of just burn to a crisp.
I burn. I burn like a mad hooter in heat. Like I burn so bad that my whole body will peel.
Oh man!
Once I get past those first couple burns, though, I start to tan.
Right. You see, the worst I burn is top of my shoulders and the back of my neck, and maybe once or twice a year. And then after that, I tan fine. My dad's grandma was 100% Crow, Blackfoot Crow, the Native American.
Oh, okay.
It's Indian tribe. She was 100% Blackfoot Crow. So I mean, I've got a very high percentage of Native blood, and that's why I get so mad when I hear all that stuff about you guys did this to the natives of this country and all that stuff. And I'm like, my family didn't move here until 1885, and then my family married into that natural blood. So don't go off on me like that.
Albany's back.
Oh, Albany's back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see the chat because I'm on my phone.
Now you got to show her your beard.
All right.
She loves beards.
1 second.
Albany, keep your eyes peeled. You're gonna see a beard.
Hi, Albany.
Is there ever a delay?
Is it really? How bad's it delaying?
Like only by like 15 seconds or so.
Oh, really? That's crazy because I mean I'm standing right inside the store and it says I've got just full reception on the Wi-Fi.
It's probably probably just my device.
No, I wanted to tell you, Tank. I set up a Discord last night.
Oh snap!
Yeah, so I meant to send you an email this morning, but I didn't get up till 3 o'clock. So.
I have a Discord too, but there's like only like a handful of people. I try to keep it just to like-minded individuals. Saves the drama, saves the bullshit, keeps it a safe place.
Right. Well, I was just wanting to let you know in case you wanted to throw me that invite again, like you'd done the other day.
Yeah, I can probably email you later the invite, but you have to keep your eyes peeled for it because it expires.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, you just send me that invite, and then I'll send you a friend request, and that way we can keep in touch with each other on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I set it up last night because another streamer I watch was, I don't know if you know who Chuck Bronson is.
Yeah, I know who Chuck is.
Okay, well, he set up a Discord to be able to have voice chat with people while he's out doing his streams that he does. So I wound up setting up one last night. That way I could talk to him and a bunch of other people. Yeah.
Boo, motherfucker.
It's Albany.
What's up,
Who's
Nova?
this crazy lady?
How you doing, Nova?
Oh, I'm alive.
Yeah, me too, brother.
Short, shriveled, and a little to the left. How come?
Do what?
Isn't that off
no,
of
that's how,
Pet Detective?
That's how. No, that's Liar Liar. How's
the
it
lady's
hanging?
like, oh, okay, yeah.
But then there's the lady. The lady goes says
like
something.
Peanuts?
And he says probably because of those big jugs you have. And then there's a lady that he slept with his boss or slept with his supervisor lady or whatever, and he's like, she's like, was it as good for you as it was for me? He's like, I had it better.
No, my favorite line from that entire movie will always be, "Can't you see I'm kicking my own ass?"
Yeah.
Yeah, back when Jim Carrey was funny.
Give me a hot
Yeah,
second.
no
I gotta
shit.
make another coffee.
So did everybody have a good solstice?
My parents didn't like that. I said Christmas is a pagan holiday, so yeah, it was lovely.
Well, like I said, it was a happy solstice. I don't do this happy holidays crap.
Yeah, me neither. I mean,
Oh, it's just one more.
My husband, he's like, we got to do Christmas, and it's like, it sucks because I know the truth behind it, and a lot of people don't. It's sad.
Right. Well, this time of year is the time of year that reminds me how small of a family I have, and how few people I really talk to. So I've never been enthused about December and November. And what really sucks is, of course, my birthday's right in the middle of all that crap.
My 60th birthday's today.
You're what?
I'm 60 years old. No, I'm kidding.
Uh-huh.
I'm 34
Yeah.
now.
I was going to say, if you're 60, that must make me 90. Well, happy
I like
birthday.
to confuse people. Yeah, thank you. My parents actually called, and that's why I had to get off the phone and make my kids lunch. But I was like, yeah, Mom. My mom was like, this was like the best Christmas I've ever had when I gave birth to you. And she's on speakerphone, and my little brother's in the background. I said, yeah, you hear that? You hear that, Mike? Which is my little brother. And my dad got on, and he's like, happy birthday, baby girl. I said, yeah, thank you, Dad. Thanks for not pulling out. He's like, it's your birthday. I'll let you get away with that shit just today.
Right. Have you ever figured out if the best party you ran down his leg or not?
Oh. Well, I was going to tell my mom, thanks for not swallowing me. But last year it did that and she cried. So I didn't want to make her cry. Are you sure I'm not adopted?
Right. Hell, my family tells me they wish I was adopted. That way they could get rid of me.
How's it going, Tanky? Tank boy? Oh, he's muted. He's not cool enough to talk or what?
he got tired of hearing me talk.
And probably got tired of me too. I interrupt a lot. I don't mean to.
So I got a question for you, Albany.
I'm gonna go take a piss.
No. So can I frost your cupcakes?
Oh no. Not my cupcakes. You like that the other day when I was like, is that guy in the palm tree? Fucking sniper and shit. Man.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. What'd you think of the fact that they just started unloading on that dude with the beanbags like that?
Oh man, that was gnarly.
It was.
Yeah, it really was. That was some great footage.
I mean, man, I've seen that was Mesa, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I was like, dude, what concert are you at? The singer sucks ass.
Well, I just think it's crazy. I think it's crazy that they got him to come out like they did. He came out, and then they just unloaded on him with the less lethal like that, sent the dog at him, and then kept unloading on him with the less lethal.
I know, and you could hear him screaming.
Yeah.
He was like, "Ay, ay, ay."
I mean, my God, and you got
like that, but.
Well, and then you take into consideration we're talking about a guy who doesn't understand English. I mean, they had to have a translator there to get him to come out of the house. So he's not going
to. That's why they were talking in Korea or something.
Vietnamese. It was Vietnamese.
Oh.
Yeah. The guy couldn't understand English, so they had they got him to come out the house by talking to him in his language, and then once they get him out the house, all you heard was hands in the air and put your hands up, and everything else, and it was all English commands. So the dude was lost. You know? I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like the one that I've been hearing about the past couple days that happened on my birthday. Did you guys see the one about Sonoma County killing a guy for driving his own car?
Holy crap! No.
Yeah. I don't know if either of you guys watch that Think Like a Cop channel or not, but he just did a story on it this morning, a 28-minute video. Some dude got lit up by the cops after having his car stolen. He went and recovered his car, and 2 hours after he reported it stolen, cops chased him down the road, pinned him off the road, drug him out of the car, got him halfway out of the car through the window, and started literally slamming his head hard enough into the doorpost of the car you could hear his skull crack. Tased him, then put him in a chokehold and choked him to death.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, it's wild. I can't believe what's going on out there in Sonoma because of it. And the sad thing is the media and everybody says, oh, he did a carotid restraint. The guy did not. When you've got your arm, a carotid restraint, your elbow is supposed to be pointing straight out from their Adam's apple because that way you protect the throat so that you don't crush their larynx. This cop was hanging on the dude's throat out the window of the car, and his elbow was clearly at the side of the guy's neck. He literally choked this dude to death. And then when he gets notified that he was the owner of the car, when the cop got notified of it, his reaction was, oh well.
Oh my gosh.
Didn't even care. He just killed a guy who hadn't committed a crime. I mean, there were no directives or anything. They just came out of their squad cars, guns drawn, and beat the hell out of this poor guy.
Yeah, that's so fucked. Wow. Oh well. Fuck. That's some bullshit.
I mean, it's crazy what people are what they're getting away with, and people are just like, well, the guy shouldn't have ran. He wasn't running. He was driving his car.
And the media is saying a lot of different things, how bad of a person they were when half the time
the media talks about how he was resisting arrest, he assaulted the officers and all this, and the only assaulting on the officer he did was he might have bit the guy when the guy stuck his hand in his mouth as he got tased.
Yeah, because that tenses up your whole body.
Right.
Dude, it sounds like you're having a baby UFC fight in the background over there.
Yeah, a bunch of kids just showed up in the. I'm not too far from the Santa area in the mall.
Oh shit! Baby UFC.
So all the little ones are running over to Santa's seat, even though he ain't here.
Yeah, my kids were scared shitless of Santa this year.
See, I'm one of them unfortunately lucky people that doesn't have any kids. You like how I put unfortunately lucky?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
It ain't like I didn't try.
Some people, it just doesn't happen and they're okay with it.
Right.
The beer aisle is the main driven factor because, steer clear of the beer aisle, girls, because you will get pregnant. I'll tell you what, it's a lot more fun making the baby than to push him out your fucking pussy. I'll tell you what.
Well,
Woo!
it's a lot.
That shit hurts.
It's a lot more fun making it than it is dealing with it for the next 18 years.
Yeah, that too. It is a blessing, though. It is. It's a blessing in disguise. But then once they turn teenagers, that's what I'm scared of. I was a horrible kid. I was a horrible, horrible kid.
That's part of the reason why I haven't had kids is because I've always heard just like your kids will be twice as bad as you were. And as bad as I was, I couldn't survive one twice as bad as me.
Yeah. I'm scared of my daughter growing up. I'm like, holy shit. I mean, when I did school, I used to go to a different country. I used to go down the border, over the border in Mexico. And I was a skateboarder, and I ran away all the time. And I was drunk and smoking pot, stealing my parents' weed. I mean, I was a bad kid. I fought, like, I had so many fucking fights when I was little, when I was in school. I was a bad kid. I was very bad. My parents sent me away all the time. I was very bad.
Well, I wound up with 3 felonies before I was 17, so.
Oh, shit, dude.
And, you know, they all came from one weekend.
Fuck. That sounds like a great weekend.
Fuck, it's all it
Yeah, not
takes.
really.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, all it took was sitting down behind the wheel of a stolen car and having the kid who stole it rat you out to the law in a letter stating everything was your idea, when you actually had physical proof that you didn't see that kid until the day after the car was stolen. Oh yeah, I got railroaded by a fucking what the hell, a court provided attorney. I can't think of what the hell they.
That's
But
yeah,
court appointed. Yeah, she didn't do anything.
duty
She, in
counsel or
fact,
something.
yeah, it's something like that. But she didn't do anything. I mean, she's the reason I would have never spent a single minute in jail over any of it if it wouldn't have been for the fact that, you know, my court-appointed attorney decided to say, oh, he still owes me $250. You know, I was a 17-year-old kid who wasn't working, but I owed her $250, so the county put me in jail on a warrant for not paying restitution and held me on an $1,850 cash bond, cash only, over owing $250.
Holy crap.
Yeah. 18 years old, my first experience in jail started on January 1st and ended on January 11th. And it was all because I owed my lawyer $250.
Oh, that's
The
some
really
fucked up shit, man.
It
Ain't
was.
that some fucked up shit?
And you know, the really worst part about it was the fact that they held me that long on it. 2 weeks after I got out of jail, after they released me, I paid her off. I went to my final court date, and the lawyer had told me the entire time my probation officer was doing everything he could to get me put away, that he just wanted to make sure I was locked up because I was such a bad kid, even though I had no criminal history before that. That when we went to court, my probation officer stands right up and tells the judge he's paid everything he owed, and not only has he paid everything he owed, he actually paid more than he owed to the restitution of the owner of the truck. And the judge never even came out of his chambers, signed the paperwork, and I was released that day. I was off paper. But, you know, I'm dealing with my court-appointed attorney who's telling me every moment she sees me that guy's doing everything he can to put me in prison. And every time I see that guy, he's telling me that, dude, I've never seen somebody come in and do things like you're doing because you're actually accepting the responsibility.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's reasons why I have this attitude towards public officials that I do.
Holy crap, Noah. Naughty, naughty.
Yeah, well, it was all juvenile. When they look at my record now, they don't see anything but a speeding ticket.
Don't talk at once now. Simmer down now.
Okay, you guys are still here. I thought my phone froze.
I'm testing something.
That's what she said. Stupid whore.
Well, Tank, you know what they say: if the tip fits, the rest will.
Man, I wish I could get a babysitter for tonight. I can't drink. I won't drink. I wish I could find a babysitter for tonight so I can go out with my husband and so he can glaze my cake and cupcakes. My pound cake.
This is what I heard. I heard you say, "I wish I could get a baby tonight."
Oh my God! Don't you curse me with that.
Yeah, but that doesn't go with she wants her cupcake glazed.
Well,
I want my pound cake.
You could always go half in and half out. Glaze the inside and the outside. It'll work.
Just the tip.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's all you
tip.
Tip.
Tank, don't hate me for this, but dude, I love that accent. The oot.
What?
Me too. Like he asked me how have I been, and he's like, "How you been?" And I'm like, "You call me a bean?"
No, okay, Tank.
What the fuck?
Just say this one for me, please, and don't hate me for this because I'm not being mean. Just tell me what it's like to go out and about in the boat.
Yeah, out and about in a boat.
In a boat.
In boot.
Oot in the boot in the boot.
While wearing boots. Love you, Tank. He's gonna end the stream now.
Well, I guess I'm not getting that invite to Discord. Hey, I can't say anything, guys. You gotta remember, I'm the kind of guy that says I wash my car.
You wash down by the creek over yonder.
No, it's not the creek. You gotta go down yonder to the holler.
Oh, there you go. Holla. Oh yeah, I found a pack of cigarettes. Fuck yeah. Yeah, so I started a huge fight against this Christmas because, well, between my family, I just sat there eating popcorn like, oh, wow, look what I did. Because I pointed out that it was pagan, and then I started pointing out, saying scripture and asking them questions, and they don't know shit. It's like, well, there you go. Here's some scripture, some fucking proof. It's not Jesus. I need to shut up now. But yeah, it was a great Christmas, guys. Got what I wanted.
Hey, I had an all right one. I had it all early on the weekend. I got to go have prime rib and stuff over at a friend's house, but then I had that abscess Sunday night. I've been in pain since.
And oh yeah, I remember you saying that. In your teeth? Like, is it in your mouth?
No, it was a hair follicle in my armpit.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah, I had a golf ball size. I've still got gauze packed into the wound, but I had a golf ball size abscess right in the middle of my left armpit.
Fuck.
Yeah, couldn't lift my arm or anything. Oh, I was bad. And then I go to the hospital and they have a nurse practitioner, Lancet, and she hurt me worse than I was hurting before I went to the hospital.
Fuck yeah. I can imagine. I had an abscess in one of my teeth. Dude, it was gnarly. It was fucking gnarly, dude. Like one of my teeth it was up in the canal. Because I got it knocked out by an ex-boyfriend.
The abscess was probably in your gums or the root.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the canal, like where the root was.
Do you know how
broke off.
Do you know how to kill an abscess in your mouth?
Well, what I did was I sharpened something and I poked a hole in it, and then because dude, you should have seen my fucking left side of my face. It looked like I got beat up. It was fucking gnarly. And so I poked my knife into the side, and then I just like pushed on my cheek real hard, dude. It was
Slow
so
the fuck down,
It was
Rambo.
coming out my mouth, dude. It was so fucked. It was so fucked. I did it in I was squishing it into a bag, all this pus, and it was like a softball size amount of pus. It was so fucked. All because my tooth got knocked out and
Right.
the roots were stuck in there. It was awesome. But antibiotics, that's all that helped really.
Well, I found out how to do it because I've had several abscesses in my teeth over the years. I've actually found out a way to kill it when it starts. If you can get it when it first starts abscessing, the best way to do it is just 3 or 4 times a day. Go rinse your mouth out with hydrogen peroxide, and I call it death Listerine, but just original Listerine, the yellow stuff.
Listerine helps.
Well, if you do that repeatedly with the hydrogen peroxide, you will actually kill the infection that is the abscess. I mean, I've done this 4 or 5 different times.
Yeah, I used Listerine, and that actually really helped. It only helped for a little, a very short period of time. People think, oh, I have an abscess, I need to go get painkillers. It's like, no, dude, you need antibiotics and maybe some painkillers, but...
Right. Well, I mean, I've never had, I don't do the painkillers and stuff. I don't like that. And, like this last time when I had to have those 6 teeth pulled here a couple months ago, I had 6 broke teeth and 2 had exposed roots. I was in horrible pain, but I went to the ER. They gave me it was Maalox and lidocaine. It's called Magic Mouthwash. It's for
Maalox, isn't that for like shitting or some shit?
Well, yeah, it's like Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah. Okay.
But
my bad. Keep going.
But what it was the lidocaine, and I'd went in because I was screaming. I hadn't slept for 2 days, and I was in bad shape. And I went in. They gave me that stuff, and that stuff just killed the pain. It was a topical. It was what I was looking for because they were, they're talking. We'll give you hydrocodone, or we'll give you tramadol, or something like that. And it's like I don't want a painkiller. I want fixed. I was trying to get a referral to an oral surgeon, and they wound up giving me that Magic Mouthwash, and that stuff. Boy, I'd rinse my mouth out for 5-10 seconds with it, and my mouth would be completely numb. But
really?
Yeah, and it was
lidocaine. Lidocaine actually helps fairly well. I was born with no enamel on my teeth. Do you know what that does to teeth?
Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck, dude.
Well, my mother had a calcium deficiency when she was pregnant with me, and I've had teeth problems since I was a small kid. My first root canal, I was 8.
Yeah, I was 12. Wow, twinsies. No.
Right.
Did I clear up?
It sucks, dude. Clear up what?
Did my voice clear up? Like, am I glitchy?
Yeah. Yep.
Still?
Yeah. No, not. Nope.
Is it clear?
No, you're a lot
this
clearer.
Pussy of mine right here.
I've got this fucking thing on a bag of milk to cool it down.
Holy shit. Is the tablet getting that hot?
Yeah.
Damn, that's like what my phone does. Yeah, I can buy milk in a bag.
Like actual milk, not well.
Yeah, like vitamin D whole milk, 2%.
What the 1%? Fuck happens if a hole gets poked in it? That's fucking lame.
They sell pitchers to put it in. If you buy it at the places where I live, and they even come with little pour spouts you can stab the bag with that closes it off. Oh, yeah, no, these aren't even milk jugs, Hank. These are actual little plastic pitchers.
Yeah. I call them milk jugs because you slide the milk jug, then you take your cutter. It's got a razor blade on it. You cut the tip of the corner of the bag off, and boom, there you go.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, Albany, you're out of the loop.
I guess so. Fuck.
Well, I don't buy it in the bags because I don't like buying gas station milk. That's the only reason I don't buy it around here. I live in the middle of farm country, so I can go to any farm around here and get real milk if I want it.
Oh yeah. Me
And I
too.
mean,
I could
Way to
go
go.
suck it right from the udder if I wanted to. Seriously.
Whoa.
well, yeah, I mean,
That's utterly ridiculous.
yes, Hank, you're right.
No,
It
it's
is
not.
utterly ridiculous.
Utterly
Yeah.
delicious.
Hey, if you ain't ever had it straight out the cow, you ain't ever had good milk.
Hmm.
Straight from the teat.
Yep, straight from
As
the
long
teat.
as long as it's not a bull, you're okay.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
no, you don't milk bulls.
It's only got one teat quotation mark. Why is this milk creamy? What the fuck?
Ugh.
Wait, the milk's
Got a
green?
mustache? It's
No, I said
green.
creamy.
I got a mustache.
Oh, creamy. Okay, I thought you said green.
What's that on your leg? It looks like yogurt or something. It's got sentimental
Hey,
value.
Southern's trying to talk in the chat, and this poor person.
Oh shit!
It's a guy, right?
Wait,
Yeah.
see, I can't. There's somebody in the chat.
Yeah. Southern's like, what the fuck? Pretty much. I'm talking to.
What
He
is
said,
poppin',
little too
Southern?
large.
Hi,
He said
people
to
in the
ask
chat.
Nova. He said let's see. Blah, blah, blah. He said I can help. I've worked with hogs. I said hogs like pigs, and he said yes. Bacon on the farm. Little too large. Ask Nova. So I
Bacon
said
on-
hugs from hogs. I don't get it.
I'm
Yeah.
straight confused now.
Yeah, my brain isn't working.
Am I too stoned? Where am I?
The last hog I dealt with on a farm, we hung him by his back legs from a forklift, slit his throat, drained him out, and turned him into pork roast.
Yummy.
Well.
Slap that ass.
You get one of those.
That's how Nada
roasts,
Nova deals with pigs.
shove it right in the ass and out the fucking mouth.
Is it weird when I see
Oh yeah,
Or get
spit.
in
cows
the
in a
mouth and out the
We've
steer
cooked him on the
town?
spit before, Tank.
Yeah, they have
There's
a
a bunch
pig
of-
roast.
Yep.
They have a pig roast at the cow patties every year.
Cow patties?
Oh, hell yeah.
Up here, there's mushrooms
It's-
there. Mm.
Cow patties. It's I don't know. It's
Cow
what you
show.
call a biker get together.
Oh.
I think
Yeah.
he means what we know of as a pasture. Albany. I think that's what he means when he says cow patty. Because when I hear cow patty, I think a big old pile of
Cow
shit
shit.
that mushrooms go in.
Yeah, me too.
Well, we call it cow patties. It's where a bunch of bikers they get together in a fucking field and bring some music and some food and some alcohol and some bitches and they're good for at least a couple weeks.
Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah! Big old good old fashioned party.
Yeah, if you
The
wait for the
old-fashioned
cow
kind.
shit to like get hard and you can like pick it up and throw it at someone like a frisbee.
Oh yeah, there's they actually do that around here. It's called cow chip tossing.
Yeah, crazy.
Like that's no joke. That's something they actually
that's a bit
do
too
around here.
redneck for me.
Yeah, I'm country,
What's
but I ain't
that?
that
You
country.
can't afford a frisbee. Oh, I got you covered, bro. What is this
Yeah,
shit?
yeah, the
It's
bro-
shit.
Southern said city slickers.
Who's city slickers?
I ain't no damn city slicker.
I'm far from it too. I hate the city. Fucking hate it. And I'm glad I don't live in a big city at all.
You ever seen satellite photos of a city?
No, I don't
Satellite
think so.
photos of the
Wait,
city. I've seen
Yeah,
satellite
it's
photos
lit
of
up.
my
Fucking
city.
smug.
is this a loaded
It's all
question?
smug. No, it's just all smug.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Hank. I've seen that. I've actually seen that. You go out and look at like LA and the bigger major metropolis areas, and yeah, you can tell that there's just a haze over the entire city.
Sorry, they call it smell A.
Smell, eh? Hey, I got one that'll make you guys laugh. last night at 4
like to
o'clock
laugh.
this morning, I was it was 15 degrees warmer in my hometown in Iowa than it was in Los Angeles.
What?
Yeah, that's no joke. It was like I was watching
It's the
pug
cow
race.
farts.
Yeah, it's the cow farts. Yep.
That's it. We need to fucking take out the cows. Somebody get a sniper, and let's take care of this fucking problem so that AOC can
Yeah.
fucking
I'll eat it.
get her shit
Mm. Yeah, then we can make hamburgers and shit.
Is she still relevant?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
I don't know. Nobody's really. She hasn't really been really publicized since she got caught smuggling that money or embezzling the money off of something.
Oh yeah, she was. I know what you're talking
You know what I
about.
mean?
She was embezzling funds from her campaign.
Yeah, and sending it to a private offshore account or whatever.
Yeah,
Cow
yeah,
farts,
yeah. I know
Cortez.
exactly what you're talking about, Tank. And that was they sure hushed that up real quick when that came out, didn't they?
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure they did.
I mean, it's crazy.
She's the
What
fucking Green Deal champion. Kill all the cows.
Dude, for Christmas, has nothing to do with what you're gonna say. For Christmas, I got like cute dolls and little dresses for my daughter.
I got
And she
a bird
wants to
feeder and
play-
$20.
Well, she wants to play with all the cars and trucks and all my son's stuff.
Oh, so
I was
she's a
like,
little
"That's my
tomboy.
girl." Yeah, I was like, that's my girl. I was like, to my husband as a joke, I was like, maybe she identifies as a boy. Should we change her sex?
No.
Feeding her.
Land of cow shit and beer.
Well, I identify as an attack helicopter. Yeah, she's a little tomboy, just like me. Just like I was. I still am, but
Well, you know what that means, don't you, Albany?
I'm one
That
tough
means that
bitch.
she's going to be trouble when she gets older.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. I'm so scared. I'm fucking terrified. Because I
Well,
know
how
how
old
I
is
was. She's only 2.
Oh, well,
I mean-
at least you got another 11 years to go before you got to start worrying. And according to
Yeah.
AOC, the world ain't going to last that long, so you're good.
Cow farts Cortez.
We have months left to live.
Oh no, she'll learn how to shoot. She's around, guns and stuff. But I mean, we have a safe. But when we go camping and stuff, and we're safe without locks and everything. But I'm definitely gonna be teaching her how to shoot. And like, she sees me gut my rabbits because I raise rabbits for rabbit meat and then I sell it. And my fucking freezer's full of rabbit meat. But
Hell yeah.
and so she understands that.
It's
so
legal.
she'll know.
It's legal where I am, Southern.
What? Weed?
You can grow it where I'm. Yeah, where I am.
Oh, me too.
You guys suck.
Shit, me too.
Yes, I do. Ask my husband. I'm so good at it.
I think we're gonna need to test the product before we make any conclusions.
I agree with Tank. Can I get just a little sample of
Seeing
that?
is believing, you know?
Like a Costco sample and shit.
Right.
Coming
Just
back
suck
for
on-
seconds.
Is there another tester? I like the free testers.
It's true love when I sacrifice my only, literal breath to get my husband off. I'm like, like how pornos are ripping the mouth open of some chick and they're like, tell me you like it. And she's like, oh, I like it. Kind of like that.
You know she don't like it.
I know, right?
Right.
She don't like
likes
it
that
at all.
pretty little paycheck she's getting.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell was it? I heard somebody call one. Oh, you know another term for a porn star, don't you? It's a mattress actress.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think we've just lost Southern.
Yeah, I said, what the hell?
What the fuck?
Oh,
Yeah, now there's only 3 in here.
You know, me and Em were missing both of you guys last night on God, it must have been it was Bill Norwood's stream because we were all talking in emojis. There was all kinds of mentions.
I don't like to what's that word? Badmouth people.
Yeah.
But and I'm not going to say where I seen it, but somebody uploaded a video of him like horribly mistreating his mother.
Oh, really?
Kid?
To the point where she was crying and screaming at him to leave her the hell alone.
Jeez.
He's just still screaming, "You fucking cunt! I hate you! You fucking cunt!" And it's like, holy fuck, bud.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
you only get one mother, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like to badmouth people. I mean, I've done some stupid fucking shit in my life too, but
yeah, you have. I'm kidding.
But it just.
Oh no, I understand exactly.
And from my understanding, she's like 70 or 80 or some fucking shit.
Shit.
Oh wow, that's messed
Yeah, I
up.
mean, I fully get where you're coming from on that, Tank. I try to avoid all the negativity. I mean, there's times where you'll see me, I'll get on, and I'll be on a few different channels, pages, and stuff, and people will start just bitching at each other and bickering and fighting over the stupidest stuff. I'll just leave. I don't do it. I hate confrontation.
That type of shit is not what I'm meaning.
No, I know what you mean.
If you and I have an argument, that's cool. But if I have an argument with my mother and I degrade her, that's
wrong.
100 billion times worse. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now, I'm
right.
not saying I'm not saying I'm perfect and haven't made mistakes in my life, but I mean I've taken my own remorse and had apologies and just, you know what I mean. It was just a constant fucking thing. I mean it's hard to describe. There was, I don't know. I wasn't impressed by what I seen.
Right. Yeah. I mean, when you see people act those kind of ways, you change. It changes your opinions of them.
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah.
I mean, I'm somebody that I got one of the reasons I used to get I got off of Facebook was the way I'd be targeted because of some of the things that I'd say, and it's that these people don't understand that I don't come from the background that they came from. You know, I see all these people talking about they're having a happy Mother's Day and all this about their moms and that kind of stuff, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, yeah, well, my egg donor's somewhere because my mother left my life when I was 5 years old. I have not spoke to or seen my mother in 31 years. So I've just, I've gotten jumped because I said, happy Mother's Day to my dad because he's the only mother I've had. And all of a sudden I got people screaming at me about, well, I wish my dad was in my life like that. And I'm sitting here going, my dad's been in my life. I wish I had a mother in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
say that to a lot of my friends too. Happy Mother's Day, because the mom isn't involved, but the father is doing all the work.
Right. Well, I mean, I've got a good friend who, ironically enough, his ex-wife, who was my ex-girlfriend, she, the kid turned 3 years old, and she just up and said, well, I'm going to go move in with this guy, and you can have the kids and get the fuck out of my life.
What?
And she literally just vanished out of the city and hasn't seen her kids in 4 years now.
She left her kids for a guy? That's pretty fucking selfish.
She did. What's really sad is she did to him exactly what my mother did to my father. And she couldn't understand when she tried to hit me up why I didn't want anything to fucking do with her. And it's like, well, I'm sorry, but I see who you are, and I'm not going to be around a person that's toxic like that. You know, and
Once
I'm
you lose
sorry.
your trust in somebody, it changes everything.
Right. Right. That's exactly it, Hank. Once you lose your trust in somebody, it changes everything.
Yeah.
And it's hard to go back.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of relationships oh my God, speak, man, speak. Relation, I can't speak. Relationships.
The R word that Hank's talking about, we know it.
Yeah, fail. Is because you can't really go back after certain things, right? And they hold that in resentment or whatever you want to call it. Albany left. Why did Albany leave?
I don't know.
Okay.
Did she get booted or?
No, she said she'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
She's probably going to smoke one.
Oh, yeah.
Or we got her all hot and
but yeah,
bothered.
right. But yeah, that whole once you lose.
Okay.
Uncles who I had never met in my life, but I got the cops coming after me thinking I'm a thief because the guy who more than likely stole decided to label me as the guy who was involved in it. And people want to know why I just shut down and don't talk to anybody locally anymore at all. It's because I can't trust anybody. If your best friend of 18 years gets busted for doing something stupid, he probably had a gram of weed on him and was speeding or something, and he just starts naming names and selling people out. It's fucking bullshit. Sorry.
Nuts, man. I could never imagine doing that. It just, I wouldn't want to bring the trouble to somebody else. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I brought that on someone else's life.
Right. Right. Well, you're supposed to, when you claim you're loyal to your friends, you're supposed to be loyal to your friends.
Right.
You know, I know plenty of things about plenty of people, but shit, a hot poker underneath every fingernail still wouldn't get me to tell. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm not even talking about criminal stuff. I just know certain things about certain people that I won't spread because fuck that spreading rumor shit.
Got to have some basis behind it.
Right, right.
There's a difference between what is it? Factual evidence and
hearsay
and non-factual evidence. Hearsay, yeah.
Yeah.
Just because you think something is one way, it doesn't make it that way.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
The trouble is a lot of people believe their own bullshit too, right? So they'll say something, then they'll start fucking believing it, then they'll start thinking it as fact and pushing it as fact.
Right.
There's no factual basis behind it.
Hey, Tank, you just explained how politics works in this world.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's exactly it. You know, we got to twist the information so the information fits our ideal, and then once it fits our ideal, that's the absolute truth. And if you don't believe it, you're just wrong.
Or nowadays, if you don't agree with someone's opinion, it's like some massive fucking crime. You know what I mean? Nobody can have a dialogue, a conversation, or sharing of ideas anymore in a civilized manner. It's just if you don't agree with what my opinion or what I think is, you know, fuck you, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, and that's exactly it. And it's, you know, it's like me getting called this one does not make any sense in my mind at all because the two just don't coagulate with each other. I got called a far right.
Coagulate or corroborate?
Both. I say coagulate.
Coagulate is like
is what blood does when it dries. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just that, you know, I got called, and this one still don't make any sense at all. What the hell is a right-wing anarchist?
I don't know.
Because if you believe in anarchy, you're neither left nor right. So how the hell was I a right-wing anarchist? Because I said I think it's screwed up that a local company lied about one of my friends and forced her to remove her tree from their charity event because somebody didn't like her ideal. You know, apparently that made me.
It's the same. It's the same thing as colleges, right? Like colleges used to be a place where you could have healthy debate, right? To prepare you for the world. Well, now if they don't agree with what you're debating or what you want your speech to be, they'll just kick you off the fucking campus, and you're not allowed to voice. You're not allowed to have that dialogue. It's censorship on a new level.
Right. I mean, when I say we're living in Orwellian times, I'm not saying it just to be, you know, hey, it's 1984, like all these other people. It's because we are literally living in Orwellian times. Everything is monitored and everything is controlled.
Right. And your devices, they listen to you 24/7.
Right.
That's how the ad companies make the fucking money off of it.
Exactly.
They listen to everything. They keep track of your search history. They keep track of what sites you go to. And then they take all that information, and that's what ads you get spit out at. Right? So, and I noticed it because the more I talk about how much I want to get new computer equipment and whatnot and save up for it, I get those types of fucking ads.
Right. Well, I got one for you that'll really, this one had me tripping a month ago, Tank. So I've got this old microwave I've had for quite a while, but I never had the instruction booklet for it. And I bought some microwavable breakfast sausages that said to cook it on medium heat. Well, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how the hell do I change the cook setting on it? So I go to search up, the instruction manual, maybe a PDF for the said microwave. And I typed into Google, into the search bar, I said instruction manual for a Sharp, and it auto-completed the brand and model number of microwave that I had. I'd still like to know how the hell Google had any clue I have a Sharp microwave, because I'd never said anything until I started to type that in. And this isn't like it's,
did you search up were you online looking for a microwave?
I had actually just got on Google to look up the instruction manual for the microwave. Like, I didn't say anything about the phone.
Prior, before you got the microwave, no?
No.
It's just gotta be the algorithms that fucking listen to everything.
Well, the way it acted, I mean, this is why it had me tripping. The way it acted like when I walked up to the microwave to figure out what the model was to type it in, the camera got a picture of it, so they knew what microwave it was. That's what I'm saying. That's why it had me tripping so bad, because it wasn't like I'd made comments about I need to get a new microwave or that kind of stuff. It was just I walked over, was trying to figure it out, pulled my phone out. Next thing I know, the damn phone's telling me what kind of microwave I've got. And I'm just like, what the hell? That was a wild one. Yeah, I got people looking at me like I'm a freak.
Well, screw them people. It's a scary world. Scary world we're living in nowadays. I mean, everything you do is being documented and logged.
Well,
all your metadata.
Right. And it's all they're trying to build up as much information as they can, because they want to try to implement a social credit score here. And I already know that once they do that, I can't leave my house, because my credit's going to be so low that I'm going to be targeted everywhere I go. Look at how the people in China are treated.
If you think about it, they're already starting that with see something, say something.
Exactly. Well, I made a mention to my insurance agent here when I went and renewed my policy about how I don't have a bank account and, you know, I don't do credit and that kind of stuff. And she looked at me and said, wow, knowing that about you, I'm shocked your insurance rate is as low as it is. I looked at her and said, yeah, I know, my social credit score isn't that high. And her exact words were, exactly. I mean, talk about standing there just dumbfounded, like, so it's acceptable to have a social credit score?
You want to hear something crazy? Every time someone does a background check on you to check your credit, it takes away credit points.
Your credit drops.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Nope,
It's
my
really
can
nice.
opener is from the 1930s, is what Southern said.
Hey, my can opener is this pocket knife I carry, so.
Yeah. Or a steak knife, or a butcher knife.
Right. Right. Hell, flathead screwdriver works really well too.
Yeah, just keep trying.
Yep. Stab, pry, it'll work.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
I
tried
guess-
that twice.
Well, you know, you spend 6 months living in a junkyard, just out on your own because you got thrown out of your house when you're 18. Yeah, you start learning different tricks of the trades. It's just like, you know how you keep your drinks cold if you're living in a tent somewhere? Set your tent up next to a creek and hang your sodas or whatever it is in a bag inside the, you know, down in the water in the creek in the shade, and that'll keep them nice and cold. Yeah, I mean,
Good idea.
right. Yeah,
That's how we used
you
to
know,
keep our beer cold when we went out on the boats and shit. We would we'd tie them in like a mesh bag and drop the mesh bag under the boat. And that way, if the game warden never came by or fish and wildlife people that fucking seize everything you own, when they
Right.
come popping around, they don't see it being there because you have to take the net and reach down and pull the bag up to grab the rope because the rope is fastened to the bottom of the boat.
Right, right. Well, we used to, when we'd go tubing on the river, we used to take, you know, 6-pack of beer for each of us and just tie it to the end of the rope on the tube, and it'd float underneath us. Oh, they don't have any clue there's beer floating down there because they just see the rope hanging over the edge of the tube into the water.
Right.
Yeah, that's actually how I learned that trick of keeping the stuff cold to be able to keep the stuff cold like that.
It's definitely a smart little trick.
I mean, that's right. Well, there's a lot of things that these younger kids have no clues about. Like recently, my uncle's got this 19-year-old kid that's doing some work for him out on this farm, helping him clean up he's got a old farm that's got a bunch of cars on it, a whole bunch of stuff he's just been collecting over his lifetime, and he's trying to get it straightened out. Well, he's got this 19-year-old kid working with him. He got in the truck with my uncle, and he goes, hey, can I drive the truck today? And my uncle looked at him and said, well, if you want, I guess. And right after my uncle said that to him, the kid looks at my uncle and goes, what's that thing sticking out of the floorboard? My uncle's truck's a 5-speed. The kid had no clue what the shifter was. Like, that's just saddening. You know, I didn't learn to drive. I learned on an automatic. You know, I won't lie. When I turned 16, when I got my license in '99, I was driving for driver's ed. I was driving a brand new Grand Prix GT that was an automatic, but I still knew what a shifter was and what a manual transmission was.
You ever seen the kids nowadays? You hand them one of them rotary dial phones and they can't figure out how to dial a fucking number. I mean,
what's
just
sad?
YouTube that.
I
You'll
remember-
see it.
Right. Well, I remember being in high school because the little town I went to school in still had the old school landline wires for their phones. When I was in high school, my buddy's grandparents' basement, they had an old Princess phone, one of the old metal had the sits on the top of the phone handsets with the rotary dial. That We used to use that. I couldn't tell you how many times I called my house or other people off of that phone. But yeah, they don't even know how to operate it. Hell, give them a cassette and try to get them to put it in a Walkman and see how well they do. Better yet, hand them a Walkman and ask them what it is.
Or a Discman.
You know, I still have one of them.
I used to. I used to have one of the anti-shock ones that you could whip at a wall.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, I had a Discman.
They were
that
awesome. Little Panasonic one.
Oh hell yeah. I don't know what brand it might have been an Apex brand, but I had one that I bought at Walmart when I was 19 that I had a cassette deck in the car and I didn't want to spend the money on a CD player, so I just bought a little Walkman or a little Discman and an adapter. But that CD player lasted until a year ago. Fucking thing went 18 years before it quit working. Go buy a new one.
The newer ones, they fall right fuck apart.
Yeah, I mean, hell, my last DVD player I bought lasted 3 months before it quit working. And what quit working on it was the motor that spun the disc got so weak it wouldn't start the disc spinning. So I had to open the damn case up, and then I could spin it by hand to get the movie to start playing. But you get into the older stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm talking about, Watcher. Is the G-Shock, Panasonic G-Shock with the clips on the side. Is that the one you're talking about? It's like orange and blue or something?
I know which
Black
one you're talking about. Yeah, mine was just a cheapy generic from Walmart, but still can't believe it lasted 20 years.
I was talking to Watcher because he said he has the G-Shock. That's the one I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, same
yeah.
one. And I mean that thing lasted forever. I mean, I dropped it. I dropped it in water. You couldn't kill the damn thing, and it would not let a CD skip. It would just play and play and play, not one skip at all. You could put the most scratchedest CD in it that you could find, and it would still play clear as day. The new ones now, I mean, anything moves, and you're skipping.
Right, that's the Focus I just bought. It's got an Alpine CD player in it that's a year, maybe 2 years old. CDs that'll play in my CD player at my house absolutely fine. I mean, just fine. Won't even play one song in this damn car because they're just a little dirty. And it's ridiculous. I remember sticking CDs in that looked like somebody taking sandpaper to the bottom of it and the whole song playing fine in my last car.
Right.
Well, you know, they have
It's
to.
It's like I got all older sound systems. Like they look newer, like they're from like the 90s and shit. And I have an industrial home theater system, and then I have another system that is an industrial home theater system, but I have it set up as a DJ system.
Oh hell yeah!
These sound systems pump to the point where I could probably crack my windows. And there's an old system that it like my industrial home theater system that's hooked to the big screen in the living room is about 8,000 watts.
Oh shit!
And the one that's in my tattoo room is I think it's like 3,000 or 4,000 watts. And they have a newer sound system that's supposed to be roughly 10,000 watts of DJ power, but my lower quality system in my tattoo room outbeats that.
Oh no shit!
It's absolutely nuts. They're just not building shit the way they used to.
No, not at all. Well, everything has what they're calling planned obsolescence built into it now. Go look at the brand new Chevys sitting on the dealership. I noticed this here a week ago with my buddy rolling through the local Chevy dealership. All of the new trucks, when you look underneath them, every one of their frames has a nice little patina or rust on it already. These are trucks that don't even have 5 miles on them.
They're not undercoating them anymore.
Yeah, they're not painting the frames. They're not undercoating them. Hell, you go out and look underneath my '83 Chevy I've got. The truck's got 6 license plates for a driver's side 4-pan. I mean, it's got holes the size of my fist all over the body. But you look at that frame underneath it, and it looks just as good as it did the day the truck was built. And it's ridiculous. I know a guy that bought a 2012
chassis
GMC
are also
Sierra
made
1500.
cheaper.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
chassis,
The
chassis
strength
now
of
are yeah, they're so much more cheaperly fucking made. They used to be quite good, but then
well, look at what caused the big stink with Toyota with all their frames breaking it here a few years back. That was all because they got some cheap steel from here in America, out in California, from some steel provider out in California, got low quality steel for them and built all their frames out of them. And that's why all those frames were breaking on those trucks when they'd pick them up on lifts. They replaced them with frames that came when the trucks got recalled and frames were replaced. They sent frames that were made of steel from China and other parts of Japan and the country and the U.S. to repair them, and now those trucks don't have any problems. But it's just why wasn't the guy there in charge of quality? Why wasn't the quality guy aware that steel wasn't up to grade?
Or
you know, my father's worked as a musician. And that's it. They were. The guy just he was making it. What it was he was making his union wage, sitting on his ass, getting his $38 an hour, and he just couldn't be bothered to go out and test that batch of steel that came in. And that's where yeah, and that's where it's all happening. I mean, like my father works as a machinist, and he just quit his last job because he retired earlier this year, but he was still working. But he just quit his last job because of the fact that the guys that they have hired in there now, they just, oh well, we got a 600 piece job that we got to do this week, and say one job pack is 600 pieces. We got to do that this week. Well, let's take all week to do these 600 pens that are 4 inches long and 1.5 inches around, where they've got packets lined up where they could knock that job out in one day through their grinders, and the next day start on a new packet. But no, they gotta lay around, play on their phones all day, avoid doing every bit of their work, just so they can make that hourly wage. That's what gets me, is there's no quality in anyone's work anymore.
I find that people don't know the value of $1 anymore either.
Right. Well, the dollar has no value, so.
Well, I mean, it used to be that people cherished $1. You know what I mean? They worked their ass off to get that $1. And now it's not like that. People just don't even give a shit.
Yeah, it's this whole just push it off on somebody else and let everybody else worry about it society. And I can't live like that.
Or people that say it's not happening to me, so why should I care?
And those are the ones that just make me madder than fuck, they do. Because those are the ones that stand out there and scream at us about how we're instigators, because I was walking down the side of the road and 3 cops stopped me for walking down the side of the road, wanted my ID, and I told them, I haven't committed a crime, I don't have to give you my ID. I'm the one who's the instigator. And I don't get it. Because, you should just roll over and obey and lick the boot.
The thing that I find really confusing is that when you're recording a cop and then they tell another civilian, oh, they're just trying to instigate something and make us look bad. Well, if you take that into that logic, so if I take a video camera and videotape my house, now the house isn't going to do anything. But if I videotape someone lighting my house on fire, then I'm now exposing that person that just lit my house on fire.
Right.
I didn't make that guy light the house on fire. That was his choice. The camera sees everything in real time. So if you're recording a cop and the cop's acting beyond the scope or realm of his duty, or breaking his oath, or violating his oath, or violating your rights, then who really made that guy look like an asshole?
Well,
Was it you, the camera, or was it him or her?
Exactly. Well, the way I always lay it out to people is, they talk about the auditors are out there baiting cops. Okay. Well, I'll put it this way. They are. But they're baiting them just like the cops do when they set up that bait bicycle or that bait car. How is it wrong for us to set up a way to prove a cop is either going to act correctly or criminally, but when a cop does it, it's absolutely okay. It's that double think that just doesn't make sense.
Well, another thing is if you're recording a cop doing something bad, then all you're doing is documenting it.
Exactly.
With the cop is the one that's violating his oath and violating someone's rights and doing something bad. So therefore, you're just exposing that cop for who he really actually is. You're not baiting anybody. You're not just setting it up for a reaction. You're just documenting the behavior. And I can't fathom how anybody says that that's baiting cops or how you're trying to make them look bad. Because they're making themselves look bad by their own actions.
Man, I love these videos of these guys. They'll go out and they'll go out and they'll do the public photography thing, and somebody will call, the cop will pull up and go, well, we got a call, said you're out here taking pictures. What are you doing? I'm just taking pictures, man. Why are you bothering me? and the cop turns around and goes,
did you see what Watcher just said?
No, I didn't.
He said cops bait citizens when they dress like prostitutes.
Yeah. Oh, hell, they do that every day here where I live. And you want to know what the really sad thing is? Is one of the cops they dress up like that, weighs about 250 pounds. I can't believe anybody'd even stop for her. And she gets more busts than any other cop in town.
Listen, big women need love too.
Well, yeah. It's
absolutely
just
nuts.
Yeah, it's just the whole world is just gone nuts. It's like somebody took the screws out and everything's just slowly falling apart as it vibrates away.
I don't understand certain things that transpire and take place. You document a cop beating a guy to death or fucking choking him out or whatever, and I mean, take the person that videotaped the guy selling cigarettes, and they choked the poor bastard to death.
That was just, to this day, that was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Over a 75-cent cigarette.
Yeah, well, I've seen worse, but in this particular case, the guy that recorded that incident was fucking harassed.
Right.
I think it was a male, might have been a female. They recorded the cops beat that father that was on the beach, or he was on sand, and he was in his car, and he got out and he was complying, and the cops wound up beating him to death. Well, they went around and they seized everybody's cameras and cell phones, and kept them in evidence. And said this is part of an ongoing investigation. Rah rah rah. You're not getting your shit back.
And it was all so they could hide their crime.
Exactly, and that's the same thing as in Leon Valley, when they held that fake press conference, and everybody went to this fake press conference, and then they were arrested, and all their shit was seized.
Right.
Well, that's the same shit too. All they're trying to do is control the narrative. I just heard about this. There was a what the hell happened with that? I can't remember what the hell it was, but they came out. Oh, the guy was arrested, assaulted, had his camera thrown for no reason at all, like absolutely no reason. Made get out of the vehicle. The cop opened his passenger side window, demanded him roll down the window so he could get in, open the door, reached in, grabbed something and threw it out the fucking door and said, "Get the fuck out of the car now." And so he got out. Then the cop pushed him to the ground, like just shoved him to the ground, grabbed his phone, whipped it, and then they made him out in the news footage to be the instigator. And I was like, that does not make any sense. You just violated his Fourth Amendment, his First Amendment, his Fifth Amendment, and he was the instigator. I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense. It's like if I tell you that I'm better than you at something without knowing any factual evidence about it, and change the narrative so that I look good and you look like shit, when really,
even though you have no,
whatever the hell it is.
right, yeah, even though you have absolutely no factual evidence that the person that you're now saying is wrong is actually wrong, but there's plenty of evidence that you are wrong. Yeah, I mean, well, it's how the mainstream media twists everything so that it fits the narrative to hide the fact that the world is becoming a police state. Because it's unfortunately, it's just not your country or my country or the UK. It's the entire Western world is becoming a police state.
And militarized.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely hate seeing these guys standing there with their AR-15s and their guns, dressed in full body armor, because we got a guy called and said he might take his own life, so we had to show up with an armored car and 30 guys with AR-15s because he's got a 22 long rifle. That's something that legitimately happened in my neighborhood.
When I was a kid, I remember they used to have these metal cap guns. And and we used to play, like if we seen a cop or whatever, we would shoot the cop fakely, right? Just as kids being kids, and the cop would play along with it. Well, now they're gunning down kids for having plastic guns.
Right, and
it's unfathomable. I can't understand how you can justify taking a child's life because you thought he might have a real gun.
Right, and that story actually hits close to home, because when I was young, my father knew one of the local county deputies who was actually really well known here in the area, and everybody loved this guy. I mean, the guy was a really good, decent human being, and he wasn't a tyrant. He wasn't overbearing. I mean, hell, he's the guy that served my warrant for my arrest, and he showed up. I wasn't home. He told my dad, well, you can have him either come down and turn himself in, or we'll come back and get him with the happy cab. I went down and turned myself in because I had respect for Charlie. And I remember clear as day, there was a kid that lived down the street. This was when I was 12, 13 years old. And this kid was a problem. He's knocking windows out of cars. He's getting in fights. He's just a little trouble, little dude, right? And cops have dealt with numerous times. Well, he went and knocked the window out of the neighbor across the street's house or something, and they called it off. Charlie shows up, pulls up and stops in front of the kid's house, gets out of his squad car, and as he shuts the door of his squad car, this kid came out the front door of his house with one of them little metal cap guns, one of the ones that looks like a 2/3 scale Colt.
Yeah.
Little metal cap guns. He came out the front door of that, just level to Charlie's face, squeezing the trigger. Charlie, drew down on him because he freaked the fuck out because all of a sudden this kid comes out with a gun at him, And he freaked out, drew down on the kid. The kid threw the gun down. His backup handcuffed the kid. They put him in the back of the squad car. And the kid was already on his way to juvie because of the crime he already committed. But Charlie was leaving, and he came by our house because me and Dad were standing out in the driveway trying to figure out why the hell there's 30 cops down the street. And he comes up and he tells us
That's the difference between a good cop and a bad cop, though.
Right. Well, I'll tell you right now, I'll never forget Charlie standing there just shaking, talking about he couldn't believe he almost killed a 13-year-old. And he was upset with the fact that had he pulled the trigger, he would have been justified. That's what gets me.
Have you heard of TX Sheepdog 72?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, take his raid for instance over
Oh,
a rubber
yeah.
block. Okay, if it hadn't been for the officer from his jurisdiction that talked them into not going in guns fucking blazing, they would have killed Jack.
Yeah, he'd have been dead.
I think that was their plan.
And it was all because
I genuinely feel that they wanted to kill him.
And it was because he walked into the city hall with,
with a rubber Glock.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that whole situation is nuts. And then look at what that started. You know, that's the part that gets really scary is look at what that led to. Because that was Leon Valley, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chief Savaggio or whatever.
Savaggio.
Did you see the cop that prevented it from getting too out of control that knew Jack when he said Jack goes, "This is all over my rubber Glock," and you could see that cop, he just kind of turned and chuckled. He's like, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Yeah. I mean it's nuts. Well, you can't trust them anymore. You see them, your best bet's go as far away from them as you possibly can, but don't let them notice you're turning away to go avoid them. Because boy, once they notice it, they're on you, and they're on you hard. You know, these are the experiences just doing late night walks out in the country because, you know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm surrounded by 3 guys with guns telling me they're going to instigate violence on me if I don't hand them my ID card, even though they just told me I had committed no crime and no crime had been committed. And none of that makes any sense. You know, they're going to take me to jail, arrest me for obstructing, and more than likely beat the hell out of me before they get me down to the jailhouse, all because they stopped me while I was walking.
When someone just gets charged with failure to ID, that's horseshit because failure to ID is a secondary charge.
Well, I got one
You have
for
to be
you.
arrested and charged for a crime first, and then not fail to ID. Then that's a secondary charge.
Right,
You can't be charged just for failure to ID.
And well, no, they don't even charge you for that in the state of Iowa because the state of Iowa has no ID statute. We actually operate under the federal statute, which is committing, about to commit, or have committed.
All right. RAS or reasonable articulable suspicion. I don't know if I said that right.
Yeah, it's reasonably articulated suspicion or reasonable articulable suspicion. Yep. Yeah, and without
they changed that though. This is the way they look at it. They look at it like that is if they think you're suspicious, that gives them grounds to ID you. But suspicion is not a crime.
And that's exactly
what articulable suspicion is. The reasonable articulable suspicion that you have committed a crime, about to commit a crime, or
in the process of committing.
Crime.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
that's what RAS is. But they look at it like, well, we think you're suspicious because you're holding the camera.
Well, this wasn't even holding the camera. This was me, my friend, and my dog went for a walk at midnight, and we got stopped. And they kept their whole. My friend just rolled right over and handed his ID over. But I looked at the cops, said, "Am I required to?" And boy, that set him off. And boy, he kept telling me. The 3 of them literally encircled me about, well, I'm investigating. Hit every other word. I'm investigating.
Well, you're not obligated to help them with their investigation.
And that's the whole thing. It's just that at the moment I wasn't in the right set of mind where I was ready to go to jail that night. So I wound up unfortunately giving in. It's just a simple fact that having 3 guys with guns standing there. And I told that cop, make sure you put that on your report that I gave you my ID under duress. Because I know what he was investigating. He wasn't investigating a crime. As soon as I said, I haven't committed a crime, I don't need to ID to you, he decided he's going to investigate who I am. He ran me through everything he could. And I came back perfectly clean because I'm not a fucking criminal. But I came back perfectly clean.
You want to know how you really fuck with a cop? You want to know how you really fuck with a cop and you hurt his ego?
How's that?
Call him by his last name. Or first name. Last name or first name? Hold on.
Oh yeah, that works, but so does
just his last name.
Well, the one thing
It
they
breaks,
don't like.
it breaks him away from the uniform. So
Right.
You're not showing him that respect for that authority. You
Oh
what
well,
I mean?
you know
They demand that respect for the authority under threat of violence. They want that respect. They want that.
right, and you know it's just like every law out there. It's all an opinion enforced at the end of the gun, and it's just sickening that the people they hire for such an important position in our society are ego driven. You know.
Welcome back, Hesperia.
Oh, Hesperia.
Hesperia.
Yeah, it's Hesperia. Yep.
Butchered that name. But I agree. It's but see, they're how would you put that? Power hungry, authority stealing.
They're sociopaths.
I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you. I'm badder than you. Type of mentality where you either give them respect or they'll take it under force. You know. And
well, they all have sociopathic tendencies.
Right. But not all of them. There are some good ones out there. I've come across some good ones, and I've come across a lot of bad ones. But there are still some good ones. With everything, there's good and bad. But the bad ones, they seem to crave that power. And when you take that power from them, or hurt their ego, or embarrass them in front of their co-workers or whatever, yeah, you can join. Hold on one second. It fucks with their brain, right? And they now I gotta go back to the. Hold on one second. And then they copy. Then they move straight to like a fucking mental breakdown. They're like, how dare you?
Right, you bruise their ego, and it snaps their train.
I think that's the right link. I hope that's the right link.
Well, I mean, the whole ego-driven. If you let your ego control everything you do, you're never going to have a happy or prosperous life. But unfortunately, the people that have such ego-driven attitudes are the ones that are hired for important jobs. I mean, the way I look at the way I look at politics is, I think that every politician out there that's out there running says, I want to be in charge. I want to be in charge. Those are all the people that do not need any power at all because they're seeking power.
Did that go through?
Hi, guys.
What's up, Barry?
I hear him, but I don't see him. Oh, there he is.
No, I see him.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you guys are saying about the cops. I wanted to tell you guys a story about me and my friend. I'm sorry? Me and my friend were driving in downtown Los Angeles. Sorry?
Tank, I think it's you. Because I can hear him good.
You can hear him?
Can you hear me okay, Tank?
Yeah, just glitchy. But I think that's me.
Okay. So we were driving downtown Los Angeles. And we drove by some cops. It was LAPD. And my friend, it was like a group of them, right? Just hanging out like right there on the sidewalk in the street in downtown Los Angeles. And these guys, you guys know the LAPD wears their uniforms all black.
Right.
And there's probably like 5 cops right there. They were just gathered, standing right there, like outside a patrol car. And they had the shades on, the sunglasses, and they were all bald. And my friend mentioned, he's like, hey, look at these guys, man. They look like gang members. And they did.
They are gang members.
They look like a straight up gang. I mean, you know, most of them here in LA, you know, they're Hispanic, and so the cops shave their head and they wear the dark sunglasses like lowriders, and their uniform is black. So it's like my friend said, "Hey, you know, look at that. They look like gang members," and they were cops. They were LAPD.
Well, they, in my opinion, they are all gang members. I bet you if you'd have walked up, well, I bet you if you'd have walked up to them and asked them if any of them had tattoos, at least 2/3 of them would have showed you their nice little blue line tattoo that is their gang symbol.
Right, right.
I mean, I saw an image came through my feed yesterday on YouTube that I'm not sure who posted it, but it just made me so just madder than fuck. It's a picture of a gal holding a blanket that's got the American flag on it, right? And the flag is grabbed in the corner of it's in a fist of a dirty hand, and it's peeling the flag off of the blue line flag that was behind it. That right there shows you that it is truly us versus them. Because they think that
taking
that symbol,
the United States out of the blue line or out of the flag, blue line flag, to just leave the blue line, so it's just them. So fuck the Constitution.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what that symbolizes to me.
Yeah, and
you know,
another thing is they make so much money. They make a lot. Like a sergeant makes in the six figures.
Oh man, I've seen what they get paid on the LAPD. I can't make what they make in a year. I can't make that in 10. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got policing for profit. They get kickbacks to seize money or drugs or whatever.
And you know, I'm not saying I mean they make a lot of money, and I'm not saying, you know, I know that it can be dangerous. I know that, you know, they deal with people with guns sometimes, or sometimes they can be shot at or whatever, but look, honestly, most of the time, police work is just sitting around, man. I mean, you're just sitting around, you know?
Right. And, you know, they talk about how dangerous it is, but I'll tell you right now, the profession I had is at least 5 marks more dangerous than a police officer's profession. And they won't mention that on the news, but yeah, if you're a roofer, you have a much higher chance of getting killed on the job than if you're a cop.
Or a truck driver.
Right, or a truck driver, a taxi driver, because you're constant. Do you know what the number one killer of a police officer is?
What's that?
A police officer. The majority of them die because of their driving.
Right.
That is the biggest killer of a police officer, is traffic accidents.
Yeah.
Well, just think about it. You look at the numbers from this year alone. They are killing at an 8-to-1 average. They'll kill 8 civilians to 1 cop getting killed.
Yep.
And these are legitimate numbers.
Yeah.
There's been, 887 people murdered by the police this year?
But you know what? Notably, Nova, I think that the cameras, that's why I'm a supporter of the auditors and cop watchers, because I think that the movement is making a difference. At least a slight difference, because, you know, now everybody has a camera. So it's just, even like your average Joe who doesn't cop watch, if they see something shady, they can pull out their phone and record these guys.
Right. You know, I'm actually a lot more interested. I back the auditors. I back the cop watchers. I mean, if I get my channel set up the way I want it set, that's what I'm going to be doing, is cop watching. But at the same time, the ones that get me more frustrated than anything else aren't the cop watcher audit videos. It's the videos of those 2 guys sitting in that car here, 3 weeks ago, that were in that little shopping center. That cop came up and just started screaming at those 2 black guys.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? I'm a cop. I can do whatever I want.
And then
that guy.
And then the sergeant came and cleared it all up.
Yeah,
and
that guy.
That cop was pushed to duty, or he was fired, or whatever the fuck it was. He was an police officer.
Right, and it's just, you see, those are the ones that get to me so much more, because of the fact that those aren't people that are standing out there watching them, trying to see if they catch anything. These are people that are just pulling out their phone because, oh my God, look at what I'm going through.
Right.
You know,
right.
and
the guy
it's
followed them. He followed them doors and followed them. They died, and then took the plate numbers. So they spun back. It's why are you following us? Like, did we commit a crime or something?
right. Well, you know, it all was because this guy just happened to be some old jerk that seen two young guys come into a place and buy a bunch of shoes. Oh, they got a bunch of money. They must be criminals.
I
You know,
think it was partially race motivated as well.
right, right.
But I do feel
I can't say that for sure.
I do feel that the
I
camera.
can't say that for sure, but I don't know. Cameras do
Right, you
make
know,
a difference.
Yeah.
They do. The cameras really do. I mean, like I said, I follow Chuck, and you know he's actually doing a watch right now. But you can tell by his videos that just doing what he's doing, just driving around with that camera, is majorly affecting that city. Because hell, he'll go 2-3 hours and he won't find a cop, even though he's chasing down every call he's hearing because they're hiding from his ass.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to be held accountable.
Exactly.
And to me, that's making a difference.
And some of them get really pissed off when they're recording them, when they know they're being recorded. Like, they don't like it.
Right. Right. And if somebody's got a camera, like the last job I had 3 cameras pointing at me where I was at the register. If I had something to hide, I wouldn't like the camera. But I didn't have anything to hide, so I didn't give $2. I had 3 cameras pointing at me. You know, hell, I felt safer because I had 3 cameras pointing at me.
I think for a lot of them, again, not all of them, but I think for a lot of them, like you said earlier, it's an ego thing. Like they feel like that, you know, you like if somebody's recording them, like, oh my gosh, like that's their boss, or they don't want to, you know, it's like an ego thing for them.
Right. Right. It's all about the ego, and I've never understood that.
Yep, I agree.
I mean, it's crazy. It's just crazy that, you know, they talk. You hear the Blue Line Liquors talk about how
Hank,
We lost somebody.
you lost notably Nova.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
He probably just needs to boot back in, so I'll repost the link.
Okay. Hey, what state are you in, Tank?
I'm not in the state.
What ocean are you in?
I'm in Canada.
Oh,
right
you're
now.
a Canadian. Oh, you're one of the Canadian guys? Okay. You're not OG, are you?
No, I'm not OG.
Okay.
OG's like a brother, though.
Okay, yeah. I've been on his live stream, on his
Yes.
channel.
sorry about that, guys. I
Yeah,
just lost connection.
He's good shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, OG's a good dude. Oh, I'm stepping outside. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'm making the people
Don't do it.
small
It's not
work.
worth it.
Where are you at, Nova? Oh, he's gone again.
Jesus. Horrible connection, I take it.
Probably.
This, oh, there he is. Should be popping back in.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I hit the back button on my phone accidentally.
Wow, that was rude.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Fuck these guys, I'm out. Click.
Yeah, fuck this shit. I'm out. Oh.
Where are you from, Nova? Where are you at?
I'm from Davenport, Iowa. I'm living in Iowa.
Okay. Yeah, and you know what? This whole thing about it's not just like people say, oh, it's like just black people, this and that, or minorities. No, it's cops will kick anybody's ass, like white, black, purple, anything.
Sure, but I think that a lot of stops and a lot of the stalking and harassing they do to. I mean, if you've ever seen the training and whatnot, they're trained in the class. Some of them, that people are dangerous and they're criminal. So when you're trained, that's how that race.
They are. A lot of them are afraid of the black man.
Yeah. Have you guys done any research into Killology? The training, the guy that trains. It's actually what they titled the classes. But there's a national instructor that trains the police in the USA that trains them to believe they are the sheepdogs, the civilians are the sheep, but anyone that questions them is a wolf. And the only thing you're supposed to do with a wolf is put it down. And that's literally the training these guys are getting put through. I mean, if you can actually see some of the seminars here on YouTube, it is scary that they're training them to look at us as the enemy. And then when you get into the fact that we've got the militarization of the police is so bad, and then they hire guys straight from being, getting their release papers from the military without being decommissioned. So when they hit the street, they're still in that uniform and they're still in that mindset of the only people I can trust are the people in the same uniform I am. The rest of them are all the enemy.
Right.
Have you seen the video I posted a while back? It's titled, "Do you know who is?"
I might have. I'm not sure, Dank. I've watched so many videos.
You should watch that. It's about an operation done by the United States military to embed people, military operatives, in communities, and the objective is to trust the community and report everything they can on them.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of that. Well, I mean, it's you look at the whole movement, and you don't know who's real, who's fake, and that's why I try to avoid the
It never
negativity.
used to be that way, though.
Right.
Like, it never used to be that way. There was a time where a watcher and predator got hemmed up or fucked up with got his rights violated. People all over gathered together in solidarity and did mass to say listen, violate rights of someone, kind of thing.
Right.
We don't have that anymore. It's all bickering and drama. Everybody people are losing their trust in people, and it's just conflict.
Right, and
everybody is for the same fucking goals. Y'all want freedom. Y'all want to stick up for your rights and everything. Why not work together like the old days?
Right.
We lost somebody.
Hesperia. Well, yeah, I mean, he decided, fuck these guys, I'm out. I don't know. Yeah, it's scary, the world we live in, man. Oh, hey, is Watcher still in the chat?
I don't know. Watcher, are you still here?
He's probably hiding because he knows what I was thinking about doing.
Uh-oh.
Well, every time I see him, I've been giving him a lot of shit about how I'm going to get this song stuck in his head. Oh, shit. But yeah, I mean, it's just sad that we live in a world that's so, I mean, it's everywhere you go, there's toxicity and yeah. And it's just, it's all division. And it's not even necessarily division. People are just toxic anymore. I mean, when's the last conversation you've had with somebody where you were talking about the good things that you guys did in the past day or two, instead of, well, this guy pissed me off and this guy made me mad about this and this happened and this pissed me off, and you don't hear that anymore. It's all, this made me mad and this made me upset. My feelings are hurt over this. And my God, I swear to God, my skin isn't any thinner than it was in 1999. But it seems like everybody else's is.
You know, another thing that I haven't quite been able to wrap my head around is that everybody knows that the cops make up shit, right? The bad cops, they make up shit to hem you up, to fuck you over, whatever, to censor you, whatever the reasons are. I don't know. And when this happens to someone, and it's a goofy fucking charge, and then everybody turns on that person, and then it's like it's like they're hypocrites. You know?
Exactly.
You know that shit gets started for no fucking reason. You know that they're corrupt in a sense, but when someone gets charged for something and you don't agree with that charge, you completely lose sight of, well, is it true? What happened to innocent until proven guilty? Are you fighting for the same concept of freedom, innocent until proven guilty, or if you're already persecuting someone for an accusation, then you don't deserve freedom. That's my opinion.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100% on that, Tank. You look at how some of these people in this community are treated, because 20 years ago they got a charge for something that wasn't, something I definitely don't agree with, but they served their time. They were convicted. They served their time. They're out. They still have every right to fucking go hold the cops accountable as you or I do.
Right.
I've had enough people use my past against me over my lifetime that's the one thing I absolutely refuse to do to somebody. Oh, you got busted smoking weed 20 years ago? You're good.
There's also a difference. There's a difference between, let's say someone does something fucking goofy,
right?
And they just spend their whole life trying to hide it, and minimize it, and not take responsibility, to a person that is open about it and takes responsibility and says, "Fuck, we all make mistakes."
Right.
You have to give that person that just a hair of credit. Or not credit, but just a little bit more respect, because they were man or woman enough to come out and say, "Hey, listen, I fucked up. Oops, I'm human." Wrong place, wrong time, or whatever.
There's actually a officer-involved shooting that I've seen it come up in videos. It's some from people that I have a lot of respect for, and I won't call them out on posting the video or anything like that, because I have respect for these people, and everybody has their own opinion on every subject. But there was an officer-involved shooting with a guy on a motorcycle that the guy on the bike pulled over after he'd fled for quite a ways at high speeds on this bike. When he pulled over, the cop got out of the car and put him at gunpoint because it was a felony stop, because this dude's fleeing. And I understand that there's times for a felony stop. Well, when the cop put his hands together at the top of the door of his car, a shot went off. He shot the guy on the motorcycle. The cop's exact reaction was, "Fuck," and he runs right over to the guy and he starts, "Man, do you have anything on you? Here, sit down. Can you get off the bike? Just sit on the bike." And the cop is literally, from the moment it happens, owning the fact that he fucked up. He even tells the guy on the bike, "I didn't mean to shoot you. I fucked up." And you see all these people, "Oh, that cop needs to be hung. He's just a fucking tyrant," and all that. And all I'm thinking is, man, with his reaction, he owned it.
He took responsibility.
My opinion
it's not
was
like the one video where Buddy was like, "I love this shit," or whatever the fuck he did when he shot that guy running away.
Right.
Or that old man that got out of his vehicle and the cop got scared and shot him, which was kind of a goofy fucking move. But the cop's reaction afterwards is what made me say, okay, well, obviously he's not a mean-hearted person. He was just afraid.
Right.
And it was a goofy thing to do, but still, you got to give him credit and respect for saying I fucked up,
Hey, if you fuck up and you own it, you ain't gonna hear anything negative from me about it, because you owned it.
Right.
That's what
his back.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. That should have been enough for him. But yeah, I mean, it's just sad that, you know, the people won't own it. And then they get mad because people are like, well, why the fuck don't you own the shit? You did it. Every time I've done something wrong and been called out on it, I literally say, yeah, I fucked up, I guess. Shit happens. I mean, it's not real, you know, it's owning it, but at the same time, I'm not really owning it. But it's just, I understand when I fuck it.
Responsibility.
Yeah.
And that's the key thing of everything, right? It's the people that are like, no, I didn't do nothing wrong. You know, they could have murdered 5,000 people, and they're like, no, I did what was right, nothing wrong. But if you get the other person that takes responsibility, is like, fuck, I probably shouldn't have killed people, but I did what I thought at the time appropriate. But I mean, in hindsight, perspective, however you want to play in the proper verbal term, it was probably it's those people that take responsibility and show that remorse that it tells me there's just a smidgen bit more hope.
Right.
You know?
Right. I mean, when you hear the excuse of I didn't do anything wrong, I was just following orders. You know, that's the same.
Nazis.
Yeah, that's the same thing the SS said. Hell, that's the same thing the Confederate soldiers.
For them.
Right. I mean, that's why I refuse. That's one reason why I refuse to obey. You'll never see me just. I will. As I've always said, I would much rather die on my feet fighting than on my knees as a slave.
Give me liberty, give me freedom. Blood.
Well, you know. They call me an anarchist because of my constantly saying no man has a higher claim or authority over you than yourself. That doesn't make me an anarchist. That makes me a person that believes in the absolute basis of freedom and liberty, because that's exactly what defines freedom and liberty.
Albin, are you using headphones?
Yeah.
Albany, are you using headphones?
Yeah.
YouTube watcher said that I echo when there's 3 people on here.
Lame?
Yeah. That's what I said in my brain.
I'm just listening for right now anyways. I'm making homemade bread, so I'll be listening.
What kind of bread?
Send on.
Cinnamon and raisin.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah. I'll be canning some peaches later.
No, canning some peaches, huh?
Old fashioned.
Hear that, watcher? She's singing about peaches too.
It's like I missed a valuable point for all that.
Oh no, I've been harassing Watcher on different music streams and shit, telling him that he keeps up some of the shit he's been saying, just fucking around with him. But he keeps it up. I won't get the song "Peaches" by the President of the United States stuck in his head.
Damn, what was that video? I seen it on an ad, so I copied the link to it. It's like it's a fucking funny video. It's got Donald Trump, Kim Jong-un or whatever, and Vladimir Putin, and they're like fucking weird, not animated. They're real-looking faces, but they're like fake faces, and they're singing a song, and fucking they're all friends and acting like retards together. I was like, holy fuck, that's pretty fucked up.
Well, hey, you know, the one thing that I've used. OG's back?
Yeah.
The one image that I saw that that proved to me that all our national politics is nothing but a game was that picture, and I want to say it was Aretha Franklin's funeral, where you had Trump, Clinton, Obama, all of them sitting together. And you see that Trump, Clinton, and Obama were all talking and laughing about something together. But these are three guys that have done nothing but talk shit about each other the whole time they've been president. Doesn't that just not play with what the media states?
I don't trust mainstream media.
No, I know. I refuse to watch it anymore. I just last night I was talking on Discord about how something that I was flipping through the channels and the news just happened to be on, and the 30 seconds of news I watched was them talking about the impeachment bullshit and something else that was something about the roads being super dangerous and all this other stuff, and it was all negativity, and it was all stuff to create division. And it's like, why the hell are what?
OG said, "Hey." I'm not quite sure if you can see the chat, but OG said, "Hey."
Oh, okay. What's up, OG? But, my whole thing on that yesterday was, why the hell are they showing shit like that on Christmas Day to create more division in the public? Isn't this the day that, they claim everybody's supposed to get together and be joyful? Then why do we have people on our TV telling us we need to divide ourselves over this stupid bullshit or that stupid bullshit? It just doesn't make sense. I mean, I don't believe them. I haven't believed anything the mainstream media says for years, because I'm one of them people that understands what the revocation of the Smith-Mundt Act equals. Our media here in the United States, TV, whether it be a show or news itself, is just nothing but pure propaganda anymore, because they made it legal to show.
You never see a news anchor come on with a breaking story and say, "Breaking news, folks." It's always a panel of opinions.
Right.
They're playing it off as facts. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, and then if you actually take the time as a free thinker to go through and do the research on the facts that they're stating, you'll see that, wow, they're skewing every bit of them facts. It's like the whole argument about women getting paid pennies on the dollar versus men. Have you ever actually looked at how they do that research? It's skewed in a way to show a deficiency, because they don't take in the fact that females on average work 35 to 45 hours a week, whereas males on average will work 55 to 75 hours a week. That right there is going to create a disparity whether the man and the woman are being paid the exact same amount or not. They also don't take into the fact that some women willingly choose to be a housewife and not work. I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't disparity, that there isn't differences in wages, but I know that in the real world, in my experience, I've never actually seen it. The last job I took at $1.50 an hour less than the girl who interviewed an hour before I did, and she had less experience than I had. The only reason I got hired was because of my experience, but they weren't willing to pay me the same they were going to pay her, even though she had no experience in the business at all. And I think that's just, every fact out there is so skewed, and you can't trust anything or believe anything anymore. It used to be seeing's believing, but hell, you can't believe what you're seeing on TV.
Not nowadays.
Not at all.
It's like CNN. CNN in one breath will tell you that the president has been proven not to do anything wrong. And then right after that breath, they'll be saying, but we still have evidence that there's collusion.
Right.
You can't have it both ways. Either he did nothing wrong or he did something wrong.
Right.
You can't have it both ways. Or with the holding funds to get what they want for political reasons. Joe Biden, Creepy Joe, he did that. Nobody's talking about that. You know,
Creepy Joe. I love that you call him that. That means you've seen the same
Bro.
shit I've seen.
Did you see the fucking video where he did the speech and he's sniffing this girl's hair and he's like,
Have you seen the comp? Have you seen the comps?
My hair would be wet and the kids would come up under the pool in the water and play with my hair. I love having kids on my lap, he says.
Have you seen the compilation video of all of the creepy ass things he's done? Like, there's a couple different cops out there. The one was actually titled Creepy Uncle Joe. That was like 20 minutes of him sniffing the one senator's wife's hair, being real handsy with these little 8-year-old kids, and it's just like
sniffing their hair.
Yeah, sniffing their hair or saying, "Hey, we can talk." Like literally caught saying, "Hey, you and I need to go talk in the back room." The fuck is that shit? And you can do the one little girl he said that to about, maybe we should talk afterwards. You could see the utter terror in her eyes because she knew something was up with that fucking dude. And these are the people that are in control of our societies. That's why I don't believe, when people say this, you see people saying Epstein didn't kill himself. That's why I believe Epstein ain't even dead and he was never in the joint in the first place. He had too much power and pull and influence on everybody. When you've got knowledge of who the kitty diddlers are in every political society on the planet, you think you're gonna die without a dead man switch? Or
did you check out the lawyer evidence or whatever? He had an attorney that and he's gone. What the hell?
Hi, how's it going?
It's not too bad yourself.
Still making this homemade bread. I love homemade bread. It's way better than the store, that's for sure. And you know what? Like he said, some women choose to be housewives. Boo fucking yeah, that's me. I choose it, But
I can dig it. I said I can dig it.
Yeah. Yeah, he keeps losing connection.
I think he's
you guys
back.
hear me now? Yeah,
Nope, I don't hear you. I'm just kidding.
My phone fell off of my dash. I'm sitting in my car and I reached for my fucking tobacco underneath the stereo and I caught the charger and knocked my phone off the dash. I'm a dumbass. You're gonna have to get used to it.
But I mean, with this Joe Biden fella, he does a lot of fucking weird shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it all has to do with kids, And there's things you say and there's things you do, and things you don't say and things you don't do.
Right.
And I mean, I don't know if you've seen that fucking speech where he was talking about having little kids in a pool and sitting on his lap and playing with his hair on his legs, and I mean, what the fuck?
Who the fuck even talks about something like that?
I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. And everybody's just swarming to him like he's some kind of saint, And
he's a fucking weirdo.
Somebody snipped my kid's hair, man. I think I cut the fucking nose off. Because that's fucking weird.
Well, I know for a fact I'd at least call the motherfucker right out then and there why he did it. Right. If I didn't get violent, I know I'd at least call him the fuck out on what he's doing. But it's everybody.
I think that's how I would do it. I would call him out on it, say my fucking piece, but then I'd probably wind up getting agitated by the end of it and just tearing his face off.
Right. And Tank, I'm the same way, man.
I'd start saying my piece, and that's how it normally goes. is I'll say something to somebody that's doing some goofy shit, and then they'll get lippy, and then I'll get agitated, and then they'll say something more stupid, and then I have no other choice but to make a fucking example of the person.
Right.
Just to show them like I'm not fucking around. Just slow the hell down. That's some weird shit, you know.
Right.
But
Right.
Where's all the fucking outrage about everything that he did? Everything they're accusing Trump of, he did. You know, I've never once in my fucking life heard Trump say that, or even sniff a fucking kid's hair. I've never seen that. I mean, maybe he has. I don't know. I've just never seen it.
Right.
You
Right.
know?
Well, the whole thing is too many people get caught up in a cult of personality. I don't know if anybody here watches High Impact or not, but that guy comes up with a lot of good points about things like cult of personality. That's, you know, my father's caught in the cult of personality because he wants to go piss people off because he they don't like Trump, so I'm gonna go get a Trump hat. Fuck these fucking people. And it's like, yeah, well, you know, why are you following him so hardcore? Look at what he's done. An executive order that says that anti-Semitic speech is now a crime. How come the First Amendmenters, you know, all the people in this fucking community aren't standing up screaming about the fact that he just criminalized free speech? That's why I don't trust any of them.
I can agree with that point. But I mean, there's how do I put this into words? There's so much division in this world right now. Like, take this for instance. I go to my mother's place for a dinner. There's a couple walking down the street. She lives in the country. I wave to these couple, and they just give me the weirdest fucking look in the whole wide world. When I was a kid and I waved to somebody, or even just as far back as 10 years ago, I waved to somebody, they would wave back.
Right.
You know, people are they're so lost in their own world.
Well, I've got a really good friend named Josh. He's a black dude, and me and him have sat and talked about this. You know, we got to know each other over the past few years, and sadly, he just moved out of state here a couple months ago. But we talked for years about how the way society's turned has just gotten so bad. It used to be when I was 21, 22 years old, standing on a corner in my trench coat on a chilly night like tonight, smoking a cigarette outside the bar. Black guy walks up needing to know the time. He'd walk up and go, "Hey, man, do you know what time it is?" I'd look at my watch on my phone and say, "Yeah, it's this time." "Cool, thanks." And the guy'd walk off. These days, people will see somebody standing and they'll just literally avoid them at all costs because, oh, that guy's going to have a problem if I say something to him. And it's like, man, what the fuck happened to this world? Yeah, part of it is I think it's the internet's part of what the problem is. The fact that everybody is so interconnected into everybody's lives. That's why I deleted Facebook and all of my social media except for YouTube.
There's another element to that. And that element is with all of, and I mean, it's kind of suspicious that, I mean, they go for the gun red flag shit and then all these mass shootings start happening. I think that's kind of fucking suspicious, but that's just my opinion.
Well, the mass shootings are the propaganda to enforce that.
Right. Well, if you take that into consideration with all the evil shit, and then you got all of these law enforcement people and federal agents and newscasters and everything coming on TV and saying, see something, say something. Well, now you got everybody in the world questioning their neighbor, you know, and now it's like your neighbor could be in the backyard digging a fucking hole to plant a tree, and then the neighbor calls the cops and says he's digging a hole in the backyard. I think there's something suspicious going on. Now that person just got shot, right? And it just.
No, I know exactly what you're saying, Tank. And it's actually a little more scarier than that because it's not just your neighbors are watching your neighbors. It's your kids are watching you. I mean, I don't know if they do because you're in Canada, right, Tank?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if they do the DARE program up there, but when I don't
know what that is. What does it entail? It might be labeled as something different here.
It's the cops going through the schools and talking about how to avoid drug use and And how did? Okay.
I don't know what it's called, but it's the cops will come in and they'll have a couple officers come in and they'll talk to all the kids and teach them how to do fingerprints or whatever, and just put shit in their head.
Right. Well, when I was a kid in elementary school, we're talking the early 1990s. When I went through DARE, boy, they pushed it on us about if you see your parents with that evil marijuana, the devil's weed, you need to say something to somebody. And back then, I was like, why would I want to get my parents in trouble because I seen them smoke something? I couldn't get it through my mind then because my father smoked cigarettes. So I don't know if he's smoking a cigarette or if it's a joint. So do I call the cops? Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hey, Southern, what did that last statement mean? My free speech just got stuffed? I'm confused. Times are definitely changing, and I mean, and then you got the cops going into your schools and telling the kids that if you feel threatened or you feel mistreated by your parents, then say something. Well, I mean, if you ground your child, you've now just hurt their feelings. So now you go to jail.
Right. Well, and then it all actually ties back to Orwell in 1984. They talk about how the kids are so proud of themselves because the neighbor's kid is so proud of himself because him and his sister went and followed this old man that wasn't wearing the normal kind of shoes. So they followed him, alerted him to the thought police, and the man was charged as a conspirator and an enemy of the state, and he's been hung. And they're proud of themselves, all because they noticed a little old guy wearing different shoes. Is that really the world we want to live in?
Well, look at that one incident there where the cop split that old guy's head out open. Somebody called in a welfare check on him, and he just had to go to the washroom. And then the cop fucked this guy right up. And that was hard to watch, man. That made me irritated. I think that if I was standing close to that as it was happening, I think that my steel-toe boot would have met a face. That's just how I feel. And right. I can genuinely say that is something that I know for a fact that in the back of my brain, I would either do or spend a long time stopping myself from doing. Because I can't see someone be hurt like that for a pointless reason.
Well, yeah, I've got one for you, and this is a fucked up ass statement that's gone through my head and that I've actually said. I am fully aware of the fact that one day I very well may eat a bullet from an authority's firearm simply because I questioned the authority. And it's sad being resigned to know that I could simply be killed just because I questioned a guy who started barking orders at me. I don't know.
It's pretty damn sad when you think about it.
It is. It's really sad. 20 years ago when I was a 19-year-old dumb kid, 20 years ago, but 16 years ago, 17 years ago, I was a 19-year-old dumb kid driving my old hot rod around, had smoke with me all the time and shit. And cop get behind me, I wouldn't be nervous because I just know, well, cops behind me, can't drive fast or anything. These days, cop gets behind me and sees the fact that I have long hair to my shoulder and a long beard. Oh, I'm suspicious. I want to check you out. What the hell did I do? Just, you're a suspicious vehicle. What's your name? Where do you live? Where are you going? Where are you coming from? What the hell did I do? Well, you're a suspicious vehicle. It doesn't make any fucking sense because they use that lie to be able to get to enforce into the sheep's mind that they are the shepherd and we must comply at all times, even though that's not how it actually works. You know, it's really sad when you live in a country. This is the point I've gotten to. It's really sad when you live in a country that the whole role of the government was to be kept in check by the people, and the government was supposed to be in fear of the people, but the people now all fear the government in any way, shape, or form. Oh, you got an argument with your neighbor? Well, because you reported your neighbor for letting their kid run around in his diaper at 3 o'clock in the morning, we're going to investigate everything about your life. Oh, hey, you smoked pot 3 years ago. We're taking your kid. That's the world we live in. It's fucked up.
What do you call it when the government is afraid of the people?
Freedom.
Liberty.
Liberty.
What do you call it when people are afraid of the government?
Tyranny.
Tyranny. Would you say that the people are afraid of the government?
Fuck yeah. Well,
then I think people need to stop doing so much talking and start putting more action together. The Second Amendment was it's there for a reason. It's there to protect against the government. It's not there to, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Well, I keep telling everybody I know, and you know where I live, it's an awfully liberal area for a very conservative state. But I keep telling everybody I know, listen, guys, whether you agree with owning firearms or not doesn't matter. What matters is you need to agree with the fact that that Second Amendment is the most important amendment that we have. Without the second, the rest of them all go out the window. As soon as the guns are gone, you think we're going to have free travel? You think we're going to have free speech? Hell, you think we're going to have the right to remain silent?
They're already taking the guns.
Right.
It's mind-boggling because what part of do not or shall not be infringed are they not understanding? Because I mean, your neighbor calls in and says he yelled, you know, he stubbed his toe and yelled, "I feel threatened." Well, now you got SWAT coming to your door, seizing all your weapons, and now you're left defenseless.
Right, and that's exactly it. You know, like that guy I told you about a couple weeks ago that accosted me in the gas station because I didn't move my car fast enough. That dude came completely unhinged over something, and that's the kind of guy that, you know, they say these red flag laws need to be enacted on, but at the same time, the dude was just venting. He was pissed off at me, and he's an asshole. I don't need to send armed thugs to his house to go fucking ruin his life. I just tell the guy to fuck off, get in my car, and leave. But no, nowadays it's, oh, if you see, hey, that guy's walking down the street with a gun on his side in a constitutional state. Well, we just called the law, and the law went there, and they said they're taking his guns because he was walking down the street with a gun. How the fuck does any of that make sense?
Inciting panic.
Right.
Panic is the common go-to.
Right, and if they actually did their jobs, when the call came into dispatch that there's a guy walking down the sidewalk at 3 o'clock in the afternoon with a 45 and a holster on his hip, if dispatch actually did their job, they'd say, okay, has he committed a crime? Well, he's walking down the road with a gun. Well, that's not a crime. And that's how it should be handled. But instead, it's 20 guys with guns, guys at gunpoint, hands in the air. They disarm him. They check his gun. And then they want to know who he is because, well, we don't know if you're a criminal or not. We don't know if you can have this gun. How the hell does any of that make sense when he hadn't committed a crime to be accosted in the first place? You know,
it's a confusing concept.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Minority Report. You ever seen that movie, The Minority Report?
That's exactly what red flag laws are is pre-crime.
Okay. But
yep.
What they're doing now is in the body cams that they're wearing, they're putting an AI software where it tells the officer if you have a potential to commit a crime or you're agitated or whatever, and then they
so I need to avoid body cams.
And that's That's pretty fucked up, man.
It is. It is. This whole concept of you could potentially be a criminal in the future, so we have to do something to you now, is just it's there ain't even a word to describe it because it's so frustrating and confusing. And I mean, I'm sure there's probably a German word for it because they got a word for everything, but it's just that you can't convey it in just simple terms of, you know, it's frustrating or it's confusing, because it's a combination of all of it. Yeah, I hate the fact that no matter where I go, you know, indoctrination is so thick in society, period, that it's just sad. Yeah, I walked through Walmart going to go grocery shopping at midnight because, you know, I got up late and decided to go in town. I ran out of food or something. And I'm wearing my trench coat. And I go walk through the fucking store. Oh, you wouldn't believe all the comments I hear about, hey, look, it's a school shooter, or just all this other stupid shit. You part of the trench coat mafia and all this other stupid shit because of all the indoctrination that was forced into people's minds in 1999 over Columbine. Funny thing is I've been wearing a trench coat since 1997. I didn't have any clue who the trench coat mafia was or any of that shit. And then I've done the research into all those facts. Yeah, those guys they labeled the trench coat mafia, a whole bunch of Dungeons and Dragons gamer geeks that used to wear trench coats to school and hide in their basement after school and hang out. That's what the trench coat mafia was. And it's just scary because, boy, when I was 18 in high school, all I heard about was how the trench coat mafia were the most dangerous people on the planet. A bunch of gamer kids? Damn.
Makes you
It's
wonder
just
what's
scary.
really
I mean,
dangerous.
I got stopped. Right. Well, you know, I know that just me walking down a sidewalk at 11 o'clock at night in this trench coat is enough to have a cop stalk me for 20 minutes until he gets back up to then stop me under the guise of I was going to offer you a ride. What I found that was the last interaction I had with the police officer, and the only thing I said to him was he got out of his squad car, stopped, walked the middle of the street right in the middle of the road with his lights on, his backup right behind him with their lights on. They're blocking a major thoroughfare with their emergency lights on to offer a guy a ride. Didn't they just violate their entire policy by using their emergency lights in a non-emergency situation? You know, but he gets out of this squad car, walks around the front of it, hits me with this, you know, shines his flashlight on me and goes, "What are you doing?" I'm walking to Walmart. Am I free to go? Well, yeah. I said, good. I don't like being stalked. I never even stopped moving. I just kept on walking the whole time. And this cop says, well, I wasn't stalking you. I was just going to offer you a ride. I turned and said, that's absolute fucking bullshit, because that's why you called backup before you stopped me. You know, tyranny's tyranny and a tyrant's a tyrant, you fucking jackboot. I just kept on walking. You know, if they weren't stalking me, why was it they both just immediately turned around and went the opposite direction? And if he wasn't stalking me, why'd he pass me 6 times in 15 minutes while I walked a half mile? And what it was I was a scary guy in a long black trench coat at 11 o'clock at night, walking down a public sidewalk underneath streetlights, committing no crime.
It's crazy the shit that they use to justify certain shit.
It is. It really is.
Guy exercising his Second Amendment right, and he gets stopped because he's creating panic. You know, like he's in control of how other people feel.
Yes, Watcher, I was talking. I figured out how to see the chat. Yeah, Southern
Wait,
ludicrous
I'm
is a
high.
good
It's
word. Yeah, that's a good word, Southern. Ludicrous is a good word, but it's so much more than just ludicrous. Yeah, insanity is much closer to what it is. What the hell was that? Fucking that movie a few years back. Oh shit.
Can you tell me the storyline?
It was all about how politics really work, and it's a comedy. Fuck, I can't think of the name of it. I've only seen the movie once, and oh. Shit. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. I'm trying to. Not Audacity. Oh, shit. Damn it, I'm not high. If I remember.
Now I'm curious to know what movie it is.
Who, what?
I said I'm curious to know what movie it is now.
God, I keep thinking Hypocrisy, but that wasn't the name of it. Oh, shit.
Who's the actors in it?
Tank, it's been a long time. I couldn't even tell you off the top of my mind.
Well, all right.
Oh, somebody knows. Watcher's got to know it. He watches everything.
What are we talking about again? A movie.
Yeah, a comedy about politics that showed the insanity behind it. God.
Sure it wasn't a TV show?
No, it was a movie. I don't know, what TV show are you talking about?
Shit. It's got a female president.
Oh, I can't think of what you're talking about, what the name of it is, but I know what show you're talking about. It's not that show. No, it was, I want to say it came out before Obama's first term. I mean, it's been a long time since the movie came out. But it was basically, you ever see the movie Wag the Dog?
No.
Oh, okay. That was not Kiefer Sutherland. Shit, I can't think of who was in that one. But that one was it was about how the mainstream media is used to indoctrinate people, and it was about them starting a false war, and instead of, they wanted to wag the dog, i.e. they wanted to control the people to believe their narrative. Oh shit, who the hell was in that one? But the movie that I was talking about is basically a comedy version of that movie.
So like a National Lampoon.
Yeah, kinda. It was kind of like it, but it was shit. mean, the National Lampoon is a good way to put it, because it was comedy a lot like Idiocracy. That was the name of it.
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
Seems fitting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was very fitting. Well, I mean, you hear these people, like where I'm at, I keep seeing these political ads for the people wanting to run, against Trump next year and all this shit. And there's this guy who's his name's Tom Steyer, and he's been doing commercials and ads since the day Trump was elected about how we need to impeach Trump. Right? Now he's running for president because he wants to, throw him in jail and do all this blah 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 bullshit. But he keeps talking about how we need to make our democracy work the way it's supposed to work. And every time I hear him say,
about the guy from the Young Turks? There's a guy from the Young Turks that was running as president. I think he dropped out, but
no. This is some big money dude who's a lot like Trump. Not really been political, but he's got all kinds of money, so he thinks he should have power. And I mean, he literally lays it out in some of his commercials about how I've earned millions of dollars by doing this, this, and this, and we need to make our democracy work. And all I keep thinking about is, you look at the fact that all the people on the left side of the fence talk about how this democracy isn't working like it should be, and democracy, when we've never been a democracy. Our country's always been a constitutional republic. And then you actually go back and look at the history of the democracies that have existed in the past on this planet and realize that they all have fallen because of pretty much the same thing: rampant greed, over-sexualization. I mean, it's scary because that's what they want us to be. Is we're supposed to be a democracy, and you look at what's tearing our country apart, and it's exactly what's tearing all the democracies apart. But it shouldn't be affecting our country because we're supposed to be a constitutional republic that has checks and balances, that's supposed to keep the government under the control of the people. So when I hear him say that we need to protect our democracy, it just reminds me that that's somebody who absolutely deserves no power in this country, because he doesn't even understand what this country was founded on. You hear about these people talk about the founding fathers would be so upset if they heard about how the American people talk about the government. Yeah, well, I hate to tell these dumb fuckers, the founding fathers were cop killers. They were the people that were out there with their guns taking down the tyranny. And for those of us that wish we could step up and do that, the problem is it will never be, if the revolution ever did start, it would never be televised. Any word of it would never be spread through electronic means. Because the first shootout, it's going to be, an armed gang attacked a bunch of police officers. Even though the truth of the story would be a bunch of cops came up on guys walking down the side of the road with their guns and said, "Give me your ID and do this, 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 and that," and pulled their guns. And those guys freaked and shot them.
Look at the countries that are protesting right now. They've shut the internet down in those countries.
Right.
So that nothing can get out.
Look at what happened with that auditor just a couple weeks ago that had the mental health crisis. That fucking went live, had the cops out front of his door, and then all of a sudden all the internet and cell phone towers in his area got shut down. I can't think of what the hell he goes by, but he was a dude up in New York that shit just went down with.
Oh, you're talking about somebody called and said he there was a domestic situation and he has guns or something, and they shot fucking gas canisters into his house.
Oh shit! You just reminded me of his name.
It's
whiskey and Oh shit! I know his
Soldier or Whiskey.
Yeah, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah. Look at how that situation went down. Look at how they just killed all the information from even the people in the neighborhoods that were putting out the information about the standoff because they just killed the cell towers. How the hell were you supposed to spread any information about what was going on? They used it under the guise of, well, the people in the comments on his video were telling him to do this, this, and this. Yeah, but you're enacting, and it was all over. His coworker had called and said that he had high capacity magazines. Is the story that I had heard the night that it was going down. But that was just a screwed up. I mean, man, all over a guy having a couple of fucking magazines. I was just at Christmas dinner with the friends. My buddy's got his brothers from West Virginia. He's sitting there telling me about what's going on in his state. And if you've heard anything about how the National Guard's supposed to be, it's they got that governor that says they're going to eliminate any gun that holds fucking 10 rounds or more. Even a 22 fucking, they want it to where everybody has cap guns or revolvers. That way they're semi-auto, because that's what people don't realize with all this wording that they keep using. They need to ban semi-auto. They want to ban semi-auto. Semi-auto needs to go. Semi-auto needs to go. People don't realize, a lot of people
want to weaken the people so that they have the more powerful artillery.
And that's exactly it. And people don't realize that when they allow them to write them laws that say all semi-automatic firearms are now banned in your state, guess what? Your little 22 sidearm you carry, that's now illegal because it's not a revolver. They don't, because yeah, it is. It's just, as Otto says, shit is fucked up and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it makes you sit back and go, all these people swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, and
none of them understand what it is.
Exactly. Do you know how many times I've seen auditors or cop watchers ask an officer, "Do you know what the Constitution is?" And the response is either like not fully, or they can't answer certain questions to do with it. Or in some cases, they're like, "Fuck the Constitution."
Yeah, or they'll look at you and tell you, "Well, you tell me what the Second Amendment is." I've heard them say that, and it's like, why should I have to tell you that? You're the one that swore the oath to uphold it. You're the one that should be defending it at all costs. Why are you coming at me violating my constitutional right instead of defending my constitutional right, which is what society pays you to do? You wouldn't believe how many people, have you noticed in the comments on these streams and stuff, how many people talk about the cops are supposed to protect you? Because they're not smart enough to realize that the Supreme Court has ruled the cops have no duty or obligation to protect the citizenry.
Yeah, our safety is not their concern. They're there to enforce laws.
Right.
Not to keep us safe. They're there to enforce laws. When there's a law being broken, it's just an extra additive that they get to save your ass. World's changing, man. Little bit at a time.
Only the snowball effect's really taken over though, because now it's just getting faster and faster. I mean, I'd almost guarantee you by the end of the week we've got another red flag shooting, and the mass panic and mass hysteria being enacted by the media because they still haven't got our guns. And the scary thing is I don't even own a firearm. I've never been a gun.
Own one or not, you still gotta. It's your right to own one. It's your right to carry one. It's your right to possess it.
Right.
It's your right to protect your family. It's your right to stand up for your freedoms. So it
Right.
doesn't matter if you agree with it or if you're completely against it or if you need it or if you don't need it. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
That's exactly it. That is exactly it. You know, when I say I'm not a gun guy, it's I don't own a firearm because I'm smart enough to know that I'm the kind of person that I probably shouldn't have one. Because I may come across a situation where I would make a mistake. So I would rather play better safe than sorry. But at the same time, I don't think every American citizen should just fucking turn in their guns because the government says so. I think the Second Amendment was wrote for the specific fact of when the government says everybody's supposed to turn their guns in, every gun's supposed to be turned on the government.
Well, the way that how do I put this into proper words? So there's a massive conflict of interest, right? When your governments are telling you you can't have this weapon or you can't possess this weapon or you can't have this many ammunition in your clip or you can't have a clip that can hold this many or rah rah rah. It's kind of a conflict of interest. It's like paying a security guard to protect your business, and the business is or the security guard is actually the guy trying to tear your business down.
Right.
Or I can't think of the proper analogy for that, but it's kind of a conflict of interest because the Second Amendment was put there so that you can stand up because the founding fathers said, hey, listen, there will become a time where the blood of tyrants must be shed.
Yeah, the Tree of Liberty needs to be watered.
Exactly. And when they put it, when you put it into that terminology, and you're like, okay, well, the Second Amendment is there to protect us against the government and tyranny, but it's the government taking our weapons away. That's a conflict of interest. You know, it's
Right.
like having a lawyer, and your lawyer representing you and the complainant at the same time.
Exactly.
Who the fuck's his loyalty to? Me or the complainant? Where's the
Neither.
loyalty?
His loyalty is to himself.
Exactly. It's all about profits.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
Fucking weird concept.
well, that's what operates this world is greed. I mean, you can't go anywhere without hearing somebody talk about money this or money that. And I've never understood why people value a piece of paper that's backed by nothing as the most important thing they could ever come up with. You know, I know that kind of goes against the people don't hold the value of a dollar anymore. But it's also that the dollar doesn't have the value it once had anymore. You know, it ain't been 10 years ago that I made $6.50 an hour and hell was living high on the hog working 35 hours a week. Now, if I made $6.50 an hour and worked 60 hours a week, I'd barely cover what I make. And the only thing that's changed is prices have gone up for stuff. It ain't that resources have gotten smaller or things have gotten rarer. It's just they've decided to start charging more. Look at the price of a new car. A new truck is, when I was hauling those food trailers across the country earlier this year, them diesels that we were driving, them are $60,000, $70,000 trucks we're driving. You know what cost $60,000 and $70,000 on that truck? The labor to build it. It only costs about $12,000 to build the truck. If it didn't have all the government nanny devices on it, it only cost about $8,000. But they're still going to charge you $60 to $70 for it.
And they're built cheaper.
And they're built so much cheaper. I mean, I know a guy that bought a brand new F-150 XLT Lariat in 1996. This truck was, leather, Eddie Bauer edition, nicest truck you could have got. And he paid $18,000
What's prime
for it.
time, prime crime bullshit? What the hell does that mean?
What the hell, OG?
kind of a confusing statement.
Yeah.
My luck, he's probably not even talking to us. He's different conversation or something.
Right. Well, that, or he's talking about or he's agreeing with the fact that, you know, what we see in our society is all the primetime bullshit. You know, it's all the shit the primetime TV's programmed them to believe.
Have you ever watched every single fucking news station? Whenever there's a tragedy or something, have you ever watched every single news station? It's like they all have the same fucking script.
Well, I got one for you, Tank,
They
and this
all
is one.
say the same fucking shit.
Right. Well, I got a good example I was throwing at people earlier this year, trying to break their indoctrination in their minds. Look at the whole shit with the Japanese oil tanker that got attacked by Iran. That they were trying to get us to go to war with them over them attacking a Japanese freighter, and, you know, the Japanese oil tanker. But what I kept trying to explain to people was, don't you find it really odd that all you've seen is, you know, on the leftist media, CNN, ABC, and all that shit, all you've seen is fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump. And then on the right media, up until Disney bought it, you had Fox News, and it was Trump good, Trump good, Trump good. But then this tanker gets attacked, and all of them were going for the same thing. All of the media was agreed, we need to go to war with them because they're attacking this tanker. But I thought you guys didn't agree with anything anyone else ever said about anyone. I thought all you guys hated each other. How come you're all reading the exact same script now? Even though the last 6 months the scripts have been completely opposite of each other, now you're on the same script. It don't make sense because it's all programming. It's all it is. That's all I look at TV as anymore is it's all programming. You know, do you want to watch the news program or do you want to watch the TV show? Either way, it's still just programming.
All but serious, right? Mainstream media is the biggest psychological fucking operation that anybody could ever pay attention to.
Right.
And I mean, let's do some math, right? So there wasn't as many mass shootings, but as soon as they tried to pass the gun laws and the red flag bullshit, then there's mass shootings left, right, and fucking center. And none of the eyewitness testimony lines up with the story.
Right.
Like there was one where it was said that it was one younger fella that went in and started shooting, but all the fucking witnesses said that there was 3 people dressed in black. Sounds to me like military operative.
Oh, you're talking about the El Paso Walmart shooting. Yeah. There was 20 different witnesses that said there were 3 guys dressed in all black that came in and did that shooting, and we get one grainy picture of a guy in shorts standing in front of Walmart. You know, I think that's the funniest thing I've ever seen because I live in kind of a smaller area, but we have 2 Walmarts. You walk into our Walmart and there's a monitor when you first come in the door that shows you the camera that faces the door. And that monitor is the crystalline clearest picture I have ever seen in my life. So you're telling
me the video that was put out about that? Somebody put a video out about that where they took the security camera footage from Walmart and they took the security camera footage from the gun range. And he's wearing the same clothes, same stance, same everything.
Oh, you mean they overlaid an image onto the video? That wouldn't shock me one bit.
It's what it looks like. If I mean, I'm not saying that's what they did. I'm just saying that if you look at both of those footages, the only difference is the background.
Right.
They're the same fucking photo. You like the same. They look identical. So I mean, did they just take
footage from the gun range and claim that as
into there?
Right. Or did they just post the footage from the gun range and claim it as the footage? Because look at the one that came out a few months ago about the supposed terrorist attack or whatever it was, and then people proved that ABC was using footage from a fucking gun range as the video they were saying, and it's like, so we're supposed to believe any of them? You want to know what my first experience as to how mainstream media lies was? Back in 1992 or 1993, Dateline, NBC, their weekly drama bullshit, they did an episode about square body Chevy pickups, the trucks that had saddle gas tanks, the gas tanks that were on either side of the frame right behind the cab. And they ran a story about how these trucks were incredibly dangerous, and if you were to get T-boned in one, you would die because the truck will explode. They did a crash test as an example for this. They took a pretty much same truck as what I drive, a mid-'80s C10 Chevy that had saddle tanks. They filled the passenger side gas tank as absolutely full of gas as they could possibly get in it, to the point it was running out the neck of the gas tank. Put the wrong gas cap on it, put a lit road flare underneath the truck, and then drove a Chevy Citation into it and caused a massive fireball. Put this story out about how these Chevy trucks are deadly. Well, a firefighter on the scene who was there working to, extinguish the fire when they did the story, was hired to work the story. He contacts GM and tells them, look, they had a road flare underneath it, and that was set up. That was staged. GM went to California, found the actual truck in the junkyard, pulled the gas tank off the truck and x-rayed it. In the story, Dateline claims that the truck, the gas tank, had a hole punctured in it from when it got hit, and that's what caused the gas to spray, and the gas was ignited by the headlight of the car that hit the truck. When you watch the video, the lights aren't even on in the car, and it's a really screwed up situation, but GM x-rays this gas tank, finds that there's no hole in this gas tank, takes the testimony from the firefighter, and took NBC to court. Cost them a couple $1 million. They had to do a public apology on TV stating they staged the whole incident. And that was the moment that I realized, wow, these news organizations will lie to somebody that much? And the really sad thing about that whole situation is that killed GM's sales on their pickups, cost GM and Chrysler both a lot of money to redesign their fuel tank supplies for their pickup trucks, because Dodge used saddle tanks at the time too, and cost a lot of people a lot of money. People got rid of their trucks, and it was all because a bunch of people said, hey, let's make a panic-inducing story that's going to make all these people get rid of these trucks. And the really sad thing is they never even had to make the story.
Did you ever see the news clips? Did you ever see the news clips from where the reporter was apparently in a battle zone?
Are you talking about the CNN Baghdad video from 90 or 91 that looks like a Monty Python sketch?
Exactly. Well, they released the extra footage to that, where they're discussing what the reporter needs to do. What would you call that? They're planning when this happens. This is what you do, and then we'll cut to somebody else and the camera.
Yeah, they're running through the script before they actually do it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I can't believe anybody bought
and right
that.
after it was done, right after it was done, you can hear them laughing. They're laughing like, "Oh my God, yeah, you did good. Yeah, high five."
Right.
Okay, what the hell? One, you're not dressed for a fucking war zone. You've got a helmet on.
That motherfucker looked like he was on a safari.
That's not what a fucking reporter in a war zone looks like. They have a vest that says press. They have the proper equipment, and it just.
Well, my question on
how
that
did
one
anybody
is
fall for that?
right. Well, my question on that one was, where was his guard at?
Exactly, the escort. You have to have an escort. Where the fuck's your
where was
escort?
his escort at?
And why can't we see any military personnel in the shot?
It's because they were in front of a green screen somewhere in D.C. They weren't over there.
Right. Or Nancy Grace and the CNN host, they're doing live coverages, and Nancy Grace was supposed to be on the other side of fucking wherever, miles and miles away, but on CNN in the back you see a van and truck drive by. A loading shipping vehicle,
and on the other guy's clip, you see the same truck, and
on Nancy Grace's screen. So they're in the same parking lot.
Right.
They're a matter of mere feet away from each other, but they're playing it off as if they're like fucking miles away. You know, it like they have to think that people are stupid. They have to, because I mean.
Well, Tank, the scary
Who
thing
else would
is
put something stupid like that out.
Well, the scary thing is it's not necessarily that they think that people are stupid. They know there's enough stupid people out there that will believe it, so they can get away with it. Because if everybody was smart enough to realize, I mean, I don't understand how anybody sees that CNN clip and doesn't immediately flash to an episode. Like, I literally think it's an episode of Monty Python every time I see that clip, because it does not look like any kind of news report I've ever seen in my life. It looks like a Monty Python skit.
And it doesn't even look like a war zone.
No, it looks like a guy standing in front of some stage prop talking about there's bombs and shit.
Do you remember the fucking plants?
Yeah.
When he dove to get the helmet and elaborately fucking, it was way too over the fucking top.
It was,
you know. And then the plant fell over.
Yep.
No offense, but if a fucking plant have you ever tried to take a tree stump out of the ground? We tried it with a Bronco one time, and it wasn't working. We had to chainsaw the roots and cut them off and start digging, and then we were able to take it out.
Right, it was still a pain in the ass.
Dude having to do that. Exactly.
Right.
You could tell that it was fake. You know, and how are people so blind that they can't see it? I don't understand how people don't see or notice shit like that. I notice everything, even the stupidest shit in the whole wide world. I'll fucking notice it. Most of the time, I'll keep my mouth shut because I'm either thinking, well, I could be wrong.
Well,
but
I get you exactly on that take. The Christchurch shooting that happened earlier this year.
Yeah,
I watched that video. I saw something in that video that literally put me into a panic attack, and I still won't talk about online or anywhere where there's an electronic device, because I saw something that I don't even want to talk. I can't even talk about it, because if I talk about it, I'll have to tell it. I'm not going to do it, because
I'm not forcing you to.
Right. Well, it was just one of those things that if you see it, you'll never unsee it, and it opens your eyes up. Let's just say there's a certain type of vehicle that goes driving by when he was walking down the sidewalk that should have been right on top of a guy with a gun.
What?
Yeah.
Say that again. I think I misunderstood.
But what it was what I saw was a particular vehicle driving down that main street in front of that mosque while he was shooting on the sidewalk, that if that were a real situation, that vehicle would have been immediately stopped, and there would have been a massive influx of authority figures in that area.
Okay.
Basically, you know what? I'll just lay it out there. If you're watching that video when he's walking that, when he goes back around the front of the mosque and he walks down that sidewalk and he shoots that guy on the sidewalk, if you watch the traffic that goes by, a fucking marked squad car goes by as he was shooting that guy on the sidewalk. And if you've ever seen what the cars, the squad cars in Australia or New Zealand or the UK look like, they are immediately recognizable as a police vehicle.
It's fucked up.
It literally put me in a panic attack because I didn't know. I have seen people make mention of it in a few places, but very few places. But that was something literally put me in a panic attack because why the fuck are they, why are they enforcing this on the entirety of Western civilization? Why are they trying to change all of Western civilization to be mindless drones?
Dumb people. Watcher asked what video. You can post links if you have the link to it.
Yeah, I don't have the link, and that video got scrubbed so quick.
It's amazing how that happens.
Oh, you know what was crazy was it got scrubbed so quick by Fugel that I actually had to go through my security on my phone, my the cleaner app. It's got a VPN in it, and that was the only way I could watch the video on my phone. Otherwise, if I tried going to any of the sites that it was posted on through Google, it'd just ring of death. Constant buffer, ring of death. But as soon as I went to the same video through that VPN, it clicked right on and played.
Blocks your IP, baby.
Yeah, well, it was censorship through Google. Because when it was going down, there were people. I was in the chats and the stuff and talking to people, and people were talking about how nobody could get to that video on what the hell was it? I think it was LiveLink was where it was. But Google wasn't allowing anybody to access LiveLink at the time. But everybody that jumped over to a private VPN, they could actually get onto that video. But if they tried going through their Google, it wouldn't work at all. And all I could think is, who has the power to say, hey, we're going to censor this no matter how many people want to look at it? And why are we allowing them that power?
I posted a video like that a while back. I got permission to use from another channel. And it was Google blocking his website. So you couldn't get to his website using a traditional browser. But the moment he went to a different browser, he was able to access his website.
Right,
and
right.
his channel.
Right, and you start getting into what's going on with the censorship on YouTube and stuff, and that stuff's just getting so out of control. It's not even funny.
The bullying
my
law,
God.
the fucking can't talk about Jewish people law.
Well, I got one for you. So, I was on a live stream last night talking to people, and somebody mentioned something about rednecks, right? And it was, rednecks aren't that good at people, blah, blah, blah. And they kind of laid it out how anyone who is country is a redneck, right? And somebody commented, and it might have been Watcher that actually commented, because I think he was in that stream, but commented about how there's a difference between Southern, country, and redneck. I went to reply, and when they spelled redneck, they had to spell it out one letter at a time. I replied to that comment.
I had to do that.
Did you?
I had to do that as well. When in my own chat as well. I tried to put I'm kind of redneck, and it would not post redneck.
Right, and then
one of the first streams I ever did.
Right. And what I tried to say was I may be country, I may be Southern, but I'm not a redneck. And it would not hold. I mean, I must have typed it 20 different times, 20 different ways, and it would not let me post that comment. Who the hell are the rednecks offended by that word? You know?
I know plenty of fucking rednecks, and they'll tell you to your face that they're rednecks. They don't give a shit. Who knows about it?
Well, you see, I'm old school, and to me, I kind of get where redneck would be blocked, because the way I was always raised is a redneck isn't a country boy. Like, when Too Tall Rob says he's a redneck, I don't necessarily think he is, because the way I was raised, what that term means is a redneck is Hank Hill. You're straight-laced, fucking, everybody needs to just obey, good old boy redneck. That's a redneck. Whereas someone who's country or a hillbilly or, and they're not even really a hillbilly, but somebody who's country or Southern, they're not necessarily a redneck. I've gotten called redneck for years because there'll be times where since I was born in the South, where my accent will come out real thick. And I've always told them, I'm not a redneck. I may be a roughneck, I may be country, and I may be Southern, but I'm not a redneck. I smoke too much weed to be a redneck. Yes, Watcher, censoring comments is very bad. I like that. I'm going to have to remember that, Watcher. Neck of red. Oh, there we go. Holy shit, it's almost 9 o'clock. Oh.
Time flies when you're having fun.
No, it does. It always flies when you have good company to talk to.
I agree. I enjoy this. This is really cool.
Yeah, I really like this, Tank. I like being able to actually sit and talk instead of having to type, because, hell, you've seen how bad I lag. All right, Watcher, I'll start singing it if you want me to.
Damn peaches.
Millions of peaches, peaches for free. Oh, man. Yeah, so I wonder what the people out here in this parking lot are thinking of the long-haired guy just sitting in his car.
Fuck, we might have you shot live on live whatever this is.
Well, they're going to have to shoot me. I think that's why I had to have backup the last week or so, a couple weeks ago when he stopped me. I was talking to my dad about it. This trench coat I wear is thick enough. I don't think they could tase me if I was wearing it. I think they'd have to get me either in the face or in the hand.
If it's thick enough leather, the barbs won't go through it.
It is definitely thick enough leather. The barbs won't go through it. I had to sew a button back onto the front of it here a couple months back, and it is so thick and sturdy of leather that I was almost pushing the blunt end of the needle through my thumb trying to get it to go through the leather. But yeah, I started thinking about that, and I think that might be why he called backup to stop me. But at the same time, years ago when I was young, I had a cop stop me in the middle of the night because I was walking, offered me a ride. Never asked me for my ID or anything. Asked me where I was, if I needed a ride, because it was kind of cold out. And I said, well, yeah, I live about 2 miles down the road. And he said, okay, hop in, I'll give you a ride. And that's how he offered me a ride. Never asked my name, nothing. Dropped me off at the entrance of the mobile home park I live in. Never even saw where I lived. This guy, oh man, that's an evil guy walking down the side of the road. I better stop him. What the hell? You know, that's
They're being trained to question everything, but for what they need to question.
Well, that, and they're trained to be in constant fear. That's why they're constantly going for that gun first thing, or going for that taser and barking orders, because they're trained to be scared little pigs. You know, they're not training them to be, you know, they talk about the militarization of the police, and they are militarized, but we're giving a bunch of scared kids military weapons. Because when you go talk to a soldier, they're not trained to be in fear of their life at every single moment when they've got that weapon with them. You know, they're trained in other tactics, but they're not in similar tactics, but they're not trained to just be constantly in fear. And they're not taught that, you know, as long as you say you were in fear, you're justified. But that's how the civilians on patrol are trained. Yeah, I'm one of the people that I celebrate Happy Fuck the Cops Day whenever I can. But I've seen enough videos. You know, ain't been 10 years ago that I believed that, yeah, there's just only a certain select group of bad cops. I see videos every day of them. And it's not repeats. It's a new video every day comes out. And it's just, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, I was raised as an old
That guy
hippie.
that got shot on the side of the road, and his wife live streamed it on Facebook. In dash cam audio, you can hear him say, "I have a concealed weapons permit." He said, "Don't reach for the gun." He says, "No, I'm not." Or no, he said, I have a concealed weapons permit. He's like, "Get me your license." And he said, "It's in the glove department. I got to reach for it." He says, "Okay, don't grab the gun." And he says, "No, I'm not going to grab the gun. I'm grabbing the license." And then pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, I know what one you're talking about. Oh,
that was fucking confusing.
Yeah, it's just. Well, yeah, that's another thing that you see when these shootings happen. You got one guy barking, don't move your hands. And you got another guy barking, put your hands on the wheel. And then you got another guy barking, put your hands in the air. What are you supposed to do?
Each one is yelling a different damn command.
Right. So if you follow one's command, the other two are going to shoot you because you didn't follow their command. And it doesn't matter which command you follow. It's the whole damned if you do and damned if you don't. Yeah, I was raised in the world should be all about peace, not greed. You know, if I have a problem with somebody, I'd rather talk to them about it. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. There's times I troll the fuck out of people online and stuff, but mainly, if I have an issue with somebody, I don't want to have a fight, an argument. I'd rather have a debate. You know, bring your valid points for your opinion across and express them to me, and I'll listen to them and I'll express my opinions. And if they just don't mesh, then we have to agree to disagree. You know, That's the Trump's election, the original election of Trump is the whole reason I got off of Facebook, because I got literally disowned by 10 of my friends simply because I didn't think that Hillary Clinton should be president, or I didn't agree with Bernie Sanders and his not able to do math. You know, and I was going to vote for Trump because I don't vote for anybody. I will never vote for my master. You know, and I don't feel good about choosing who my master is going to be. But it's sickening when you get disowned by people you've known for 10, 15 years because you don't agree with them politically. We don't care who you vote for. Vote for whoever you
Kind of
want.
sounds like Scientology.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
It does.
What the fuck do they call that? Outside or non-communication or holy fuck. SGB News First would know what it's called, or Nasty Nathaniel, or the Angry Gay Pope. They would know what it's called.
Right. You know, it's you, and that's the other thing. Like, I'm not religious because to me, statism and religion are one and the same. Like, and the main reason I'm not incredibly religious, and this has always been my biggest reason, and I've had this reason since I was a little kid. I quit going to church when I was 12 years old because I was already of the mindset of the easiest way to explain it is, say you and I are the same age, Hank, right? We've grown up together, we've went to school together, we've gone to church together every Sunday. Well, right. Your God, the way you perceive God, your God is not my God because we don't perceive God in the same fashion. Even though we've been told
God
the same.
God is different things for different people.
Right. Right. I mean, no matter, we can be told the same stories and everything our entire lives, but the way we perceive it is not going to be the same. It'll never be the same. And that's why, I see these comments on these channels and stuff about, well, we just need to pray and all this. And it's like, man, when have prayers, show me one example of when prayers have actually helped. I'm not saying don't pray, don't practice your religion, because hell, everybody's got the right to practice whatever the hell religion they want. It's just that
That's in the Constitution.
Right, exactly. Well, and that freedom
It's part of the First Amendment.
Right, freedom of press, freedom of religion. It's all basic. It all boils down to the one basic thing, and it's the reason why I got so upset with all that shit that went down with my friend Ashley and that tree she had. When you base I just got distracted. I just got blinded by headlights. Damn it. Freedom of expression. Everyone has the right to express themselves how they see fit. Whether you agree with that expression or not doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to express themselves. That's like, you see these cops, where's your press pass? What the fuck do you mean, where's my press pass at? I was born in this country. I have a press pass.
Press passes, I believe, are only meant for private events.
Right. Right. And yet you'll hear them talk, or where'd you learn about the laws? From some YouTube lawyer? No, I actually researched the laws. And what does it matter if I learn how the law is practiced because I watched a lawyer's video on why you should never talk to a police officer? It doesn't mean that I don't understand the law. It means that I have a basic concept of the law and how it's supposed to work, and I understand you're violating my rights through your actions. But they'll tell you, oh, well, you don't have a law degree, so you don't know anything. And these fuckers went through 16 weeks of training on how to shoot people. And they know the law.
They spend more time at the gun range than the law library.
Right.
and they're law enforcement.
Right. You would think that to be an LEO in this country, you should have at least 4 years of constitutional law under your belt before you can be hired as a cop.
Well, look at a judge, for instance. What does a judge need to be before he becomes a judge?
A liar, or a lawyer.
They need to know the laws, know the rights, and they have to have had their bar license. But a cop, it's nothing like that. They go to a short schooling and get indoctrinated to hate civilians in some cases, and in some cases not, or they interpret it differently, and then you get some good cops that come out with a proper interpretation, but then you got some that come out with the interpretation where their training has taught them that nobody should question your authority, and it's contempt of cop kind of thing. Right. Oh yeah, I am definitely guilty of committing contempt of cop quite a few times. You know what my favorite one was? My most favorite contempt of cop was? I didn't get arrested for it, but boy, I sure pissed the cop off. You know what you answer when they ask you which way you're heading? What?
You point out the windshield and go that way. When they ask you, oh, where are you coming from? You point out the back window and say that way. They don't like that at all.
There's also it's none of their damn fucking business where you're going, where you're heading, or any of that.
Right, the fucking loser should have been happy I answered his question. Now I got mad at me because I pointed.
I love addressing the tyrants without the word officer or.
I refuse to call them officer or sir. I will call them dude. I will call them guy. I will call them anything but officer or sir. And I don't cuss them out. I mean, when I start cop watching, when I get to doing this shit, I'm not gonna be one of them guys that fuck you, you fucking tyrant, and all that stuff. I mean, I don't do it, but they get me on edge. I might lay a few F-bombs at them. I might let them know exactly what I fucking think of them, but I don't like getting angry and violent.
But then you're disturbing the peace.
Exactly. And then they have a reason to hem me up.
In reality, it's not disturbing the peace.
Redressal of your government's your constitutional right. It is not disturbing the peace, but they will use it as disturbing the peace. I'm one of them people that I am all for boots on the ground work. Like, I think that, I've been saying this around a lot of places. I think that people need to be finding people locally and doing street corner education forums. You know, not standing out there holding a sign that says fuck the police, but standing out there holding, you know, packets of information that you've printed up that show examples of, you know, we've all seen the stuff that certain people pull up from records requests that are the blatant lie versus the video. You know, and it's easily documented. Some of this tyranny that they're putting us through is so easily documented that you can stand out there with reams of paper and just hand them out to people. And if you change one person's opinion of the situation by handing out that ream of paper, you've done your deed. You've planted that seed, and once that seed's planted, that person's going to start researching facts and start understanding things how it works, and they're going to start planting seeds. That's what we need to do, because you're not going to get people to. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I love these guys that stand out there with those signs and say "fuck the police," "fuck the government," and all that kind of stuff, but you're not going to be able to easily sway the mindset of the community by doing that. You know, I showed a few people I know the Rockwall video about everybody getting arrested for chalk. And I got a couple people that said, boy, that's just fucked up. And then there's a bunch of people that say, well, what did they expect? They were writing fuck the police on the sidewalk. And, you know, when people have that kind of mindset, you're not going to get it through to them until they've been violated. But the people that go, wow,
And
that's
that's the thing, though, is it all these cops are getting pissed off at auditors and cop watchers and activists and shit. But if they stopped and thought for just a second, how does an activist, a cop watcher, or an auditor become about? If you ask any one of them, a true activist or auditor or fucking cop watcher, it's because their rights at one point in time had been violated. And they just had a fucking up and said, fuck it. And they got educated. And they're like, well, fuck, this is what I'm going to do. You violated me. Now I'm going to be on your ass.
And that's exactly what turned me, Tank. Those 3 cops standing around me for fucking walking on the side of the road, threatening me with violence because I didn't give them a piece of plastic.
Right. They're creating activists with their rhetoric and bullshit.
Right. Having that situation happen, and then 4 weeks later, have the cop stop me because he was quote unquote going to offer me a ride after he stalked me for 20 minutes. That took me from being a guy who just sat around and watched the videos and went, yeah, fuck the cops and all that, to I'm standing out here and I'm watching these motherfuckers. I'm going to hold them accountable every single way I possibly can, because if they're going to treat just an innocent person walking down the side of the road like an absolute criminal, then I'm going to treat them like the criminals they are. I'm going to hold them accountable for every single action they make, because they sure as hell would me.
That's right. There's some good activists and some good cop watchers and some good auditors out there, and then there's some that just they confuse me, like not as in the sense of like I don't know what the fuck they're doing, or I'm confused by lack of knowledge, but I'm just confused of some of the way that things are being done are not the way they should be done. But I mean, everybody will deal with their own situation differently than the next person. So where one person will scream fuck the police, the other one will try to educate.
Right.
You know what I mean? Both ways work, but civilly is
much more effective.
But in some places, in order to catch people's attention, you must be loud. You must be obnoxious. You must exercise your rights to the fullest, right to the letter. In order to raise that awareness, in order to catch people's attention, in order to have that person say, well, can he actually do that? And then they start going home and they're like, well, can I yell fuck the police at the police? And then by the time it's all said and done, they're like, holy fuck, that's covered under the Constitution. You know? Right. Rather, if you're doing it subtly, people don't notice subtle. They're blindsided by everything else around them. It's the things that catch them off guard that they're like, whoa, what the fuck? And shocking them, where they're like, well, I wonder if he's even allowed to do that. And a smart person will go back and research it all and say, well, shit, that's covered under a constitutional right.
Right. And I agree with that. I do agree that there is a time and a place to be screaming, you know, to be holding them signs and screaming those words. There is a time and place, and it is quite effective because it does shock the public mindset. But then it also brings out the bootlickers so thick it's not even funny, because they're just going to defend them guys because in their mind some asshole's just screaming fuck that guy because he doesn't know anything about him. Even though the person that's saying
I like to start everything off civilly. I like to start it if I'm having a conversation with a cop. I like to be respectful at first, but the moment that cop starts acting shady, then he's just nothing but a fucking pig tyrant to me.
And that's exactly it, Tank. That's exactly
if you're not going to show me respect, then you can go fuck yourself and go die in a hole then, because I'm not going to give you that respect, and I'm not going to take disrespect. So if if I'm having a conversation with a cop or whatever, I get pulled over or fucking stopped on the side of the road, and I'm being polite and respectful, but he's being a complete fucking jerk off. Why in the hell would I want to treat that guy with respect?
Yeah, why should you be polite to him if he's just...
If you don't respect me, why the fuck should I respect you? You want to treat me like a piece of shit? I'll fucking top your piece of shit. You are a piece of shit, pig, kind of thing.
Right.
But I to start everything off politely, civilly. And then when they start mistaking that kindness for weakness, that's when shit gets fucking real.
Right.
Because like I've never been a bitch. I've never been that guy that just lays over and takes shit. I've had to fight for everything in my life. I've had to struggle and fight and survive, you know? And I don't give a fuck if it's a cop. I don't care who the hell it is. It's all about respect, right? So if I'm respecting somebody and they're doing nothing but disrespecting me, then you don't deserve my respect. You don't deserve nothing.
Right.
Right? But always start off civilly, right? Give the opportunity for discussion. A civil, discourse, you know, a civil conversation. Give that an option, or give that a try, you know, always at first. But once it starts shifting and they start mistaking that kindness for weakness, then fuck it, exercise your rights to the fullest.
Right.
The trouble is that I've seen people that have been the most resourceful fucking activists, the most calm, collective, and cool activists get fucking nowhere. Get nowhere. Don't get nothing. Don't get no respect. You just get disrespected, assaulted, violated, jailed for shit. And then by the time it's done. Fast forward fucking 6 months to a year, and now they've just completely lost their fucking mind. Not in a bad way and not in a good way. They've just said, I've had enough. Every time I have a conversation with you guys do nothing but violate me. So fuck you. I'm gonna violate you every time I see you. Like take Eric. Okay, I love Eric. Eric Brandt.
Eric's the perfect example of that. He really is, because when he started, he wasn't who he is now.
Collective, cool. He was very respectful, smart as a fucking whip, but he was very respectful and calm and collective and cool. And even now, he tries to be calm, collective, cool, and respectful. But even while he was being disrespected and violated, he was still being respectful. But he got sick of it. He just got absolutely sick of it. Just all these different cases. And he's won a lot of fucking cases.
Well, look at what he's been through.
A lot of money. Right.
I mean, look at what he's been through. That's one guy, when I see him screaming that shit, I absolutely back him 100%, because I get why he's where he is.
Well, look at how many times they violated him.
Yeah.
You know? Look at how many times that I mean, his older videos where he would like stick up for the homeless and whatnot, and they would be violating the homeless, and he would stick up for them, you know, and then he would wind up getting hemmed up, but the other person that he stuck up for wouldn't get hemmed up, and they would leave that person alone and immediately shift their attention onto him, and he took that. He took that as a badge of honor, because at least they're not fucking with somebody else.
Right.
Right? He can take it. Don't fuck with the man that's got no money. Don't fuck with the man that can't take care of himself. Don't, you know what I mean? And by the end of it, he took care of those cases and won a considerable amount of them. And hats off to him for that. But he's a prime example of someone that just had a breaking point, you know?
Yeah, someone that's absolutely had enough.
Friendly and respectful, mixed with friendly and respectful, and calm, collective, and cool for so long, you know. But you get violated enough times in that same sentence. Everybody has a breaking point,
right?
And I mean, I have enormous amount of respect for. Let's take this for instance. I have enormous amount of respect for Eric Brandt, Liberty Free TV, Monkey 83. Otto the Watchdog, who else? Sashi in the Springs. Who else would fall under that? Pike Peaks Auditor. Just some of the the original kind of crew. You know what I mean? Like those are people I have a high, enormous amount of respect for, because they get fucked with constantly.
Right.
You know, and for what? For exercising their rights, for trying to hold their public officials accountable. I mean, that doesn't seem like a fair trade. All they're trying to do is do what the Constitution is allowing them to do, and they're being fucked with because the cops can't take having their power taken from them.
And you know
what they really don't understand is that the cops don't have any fucking power.
Exactly.
They have absolutely no power. They enforce laws. That doesn't give a person a power over someone. You know, sometimes people confuse me, and not in a traditional sense of confusion where you're not understanding or fathoming the circumstances behind the confusion. The confusion for me is that I cannot understand how you say, I'm going to swear to uphold this letter, and then piss on it every fucking chance you get.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Or a flag that people have died for, a flag that people have made the ultimate sacrifice for, and they black and white it up and put a big blue line through it, or a little blue line, or a thin blue line, or whatever. You know, that should be classified and labeled as a desecration of your country's flag. That's exactly what the fuck you're doing.
I don't understand how they're not using the flag code against them for that, because the flag code blatantly states that it is a crime. I mean, it's just that flag. Well, you know, I know I don't know if you've seen the video I posted or not, because I've only posted the 3, but that video, that sign in front of Walmart that says parking for our law enforcement officials or our law enforcement partners on it. There's a reason I posted a picture of that sign. That sign pisses me off more than anything I've dealt with in the past 6 months. They put that fucking sign up 4 weeks before winter starts. They put it up like right about a week before the end of October. And every time I go into Walmart, those were the best 2 parking spots in Walmart. They took them. And every time I go into Walmart, those parking spots are always empty. But since that sign's been put in, there's been at least 15 times I've gone to Walmart and there was a squad car parked in the fire lane and both those parking spots were empty. That's why I say you can't tell me they're not a protected class and that they're not seen as a separate class from us. You know, Walmart made them 2 parking spots specifically for them to park in. Why the hell are they still blocking the fire lane?
Because they feel like they're entitled.
No, because they're fucking tyrants. They're above any law or rule. I love how
and it almost seems like they're above that, because where I'm at, there's an officer that pulled his own wife over and was caught on dash cam kicking the fucking snot out of her, like just beating her to an inch of her life.
Oh no shit!
And then arresting her, and the conversation that they were having that was picked up on the microphone was he was basically telling her that she's not to say anything about how she became all bloody, but that didn't stop her. She sang like a canary. And this cop got put on probation, but can still carry his gun and his reg number.
That's fucked up.
The dude's still a cop. He was back on his patrol 24 to 48 hours later.
That's Jesus Christ. Well, did you see the one about the cop that hit that car in traffic while he was playing Grand Theft or watching Grand Theft Auto YouTube videos?
Yeah, I seen that.
How about the fact that he's had 4 major accidents in a squad car, so now he's just sitting on desk duty. He's not allowed to drive a police car anymore, but he's still a cop. How the hell can that guy be allowed to be responsible with a firearm if you can't even trust him to be responsible with a motor vehicle? That's what I don't get. Like, that should have been the end of his career,
Each one
right?
is a weapon. You know, when used the right way, both are weapons.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, that was, he assaulted her with a deadly weapon when he hit her car. Yeah.
Didn't they try to pin that on her?
I didn't hear anything about, I think I came onto that one late, but I didn't hear anything about them trying to pin it on her. The only thing I'd heard was that he was traveling like 70 miles an hour when he hit her. I know he hit her hard. Put her in the hospital for quite a while.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't shock me if they
But
tried to pin it on her.
I think that he tried to pin it on her and say that she cut him off or something. And then they checked some camera. There was a camera somewhere that picked up what he was doing. And maybe his body cam or...
But that could be because that'd be how they figured out he was watching the video game footage on YouTube.
Yeah, because you could see it on the laptop.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think too. And well, what makes me sick is, did you see what they charged him with over that? Following too close. That was his ticket for that. What about the reckless driving or the criminal negligence that was involved in that? You know, they'd lay it out on either one of us. If right now I'm talking to you,
they give you a massive ticket. It's like $2,500 ticket if you're caught texting and driving.
Oh shit! It's only here. They just in my state they just criminalized it, and it's I think the first ticket's 150, the second's 250, and the third's 500, and you lose your license for 6 months.
They've increased, and since they legalized marijuana, and this is what a lot of people didn't understand or see when they said, "Oh, we're going to legalize marijuana," because there's so many people that smoke marijuana. They're like, "Oh my God, it's going to be legal, cool, awesome," but they didn't see the downside to it, where now they can stop you and do roadside saliva tests on you without any reasonable suspicion. Now, they still can't fuck with the passenger, but the driver.
Well, I got a good one for you. This just went through, excuse me, a local city here. It's only about 2 miles, 3 miles from my actual house. They just had a case go to the state Supreme Court that they lost over a woman's car was flagged. I don't know if it was the story, the article I read on it, and this wasn't from MSN, this was from an independent news source. But I'm not sure what her vehicle was flagged for, but they were looking for this gal that owned this car. And she went through the city of Eldridge. Well, Eldridge cop got behind the car, or the car went through the city of Eldridge. Eldridge cop got behind the car, ran the plate, seen that I think she had a warrant or that she was flagged. They wanted to talk to her for something. Cop pulled the car right over.
Was it a gray car?
I'm not sure.
Was it the one where she mysteriously committed suicide in her cell?
No. This is it's nothing that crazy. There wasn't any video of it either that I know of.
Okay.
What had happened was the cop pulled this car over because the owner of the car was flagged. Cop walks up to the driver's door of the car. His only PC for pulling the car over was because the car was flagged. The owner of the car was flagged. He walks up to the door of the car, sees it's her boyfriend in the car. She wasn't in the car. It was just her boyfriend. He then proceeds to identify the boyfriend, write him a ticket for driving without a driver's license, and tow the car. He took it to the Supreme Court as a violation of his rights because the only reason the car was stopped was she was accused of a crime. The city of Eldridge lost in the state court. State court said that as soon as that officer saw that it was not a female suspect, it was not the female suspect in the front seat of that car, that cop should have let that car go.
God, that sounds familiar. I can't think of.
Yeah, this just got ruled on here not quite a month ago. It's maybe been 3 weeks since I read the article on it. But to me, I think that's a great thing. Because now it's, well, we're looking for, you know, that what that does is that kills Eldridge's ability to say 16-year-old girl in a red Pontiac Grand Am hit a fire hydrant and drove off. Well, now the city of Eldridge can't stop every single red Pontiac Grand Am they see just because you might be the car we're looking for. They now have to have more, more RAS. They actually have to prove the RAS. You know, that
Sounds
you
like,
are
Turner versus Driver.
right.
That's the Battusi.
Battusi? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's the Turner versus Driver.
Yep. Yeah, and that's one that like when those cops wanted my ID that night, those three that surrounded me, the one cop, the one that made me mad that I swung around on and I just looked him straight in the face and said, "Oh, so you are accusing me of a crime." This dumb fucker with a 10 badge looked me straight in the face and said, "Well, this is a high crime area and we see somebody walking, we need to figure out who they are." How sickening is it? Well, how sickening is it that a person whose entire job centers around Terry V, Ohio, has absolutely no clue what Terry V, Ohio was about?
And they try to change the narrative on it so that they can stop and search people.
Right.
Because there was a guy at a cop shop that challenged them on that, and he read off all of the pieces to it, and they're like, "Yeah, keep reading," and he's like, "I read the whole thing. It states that you don't have a right to do what you're doing."
Well,
like, no, I think you're misinterpreting it. No, it's in black and white. It's clear as day.
Right. Right. Read them. What you do is you read them the Riot Act. You read them Terry v. Ohio, and then you read them Brown versus Texas, and then ask them, "So what are you accusing me of?"
They can't answer that.
No, it's not they can answer that. It's they won't answer that. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's a combination of heartbreaking, frustrating, ludicrous, aggravating, insulting. Oh, yeah, it's just downright sickening.
In every way.
I mean,
have you seen my videos where I've titled them Father, forgive them, or Father, help them, for they know what they're doing?
Oh, I might have. I think I have.
I took some heinous clips and clipped them together. And,
oh yeah, I have. I have seen that one.
Well, there's two of them. There's a female version, and then there's a male version. But they take the female one, for instance, on camera. They did cavity searches on the side of the road in front of people, and because they were looking for weed.
Yeah.
And like, what the fuck, man? Like, how do you violate someone in that manner? And you can hear the woman. She's like, "Excuse me if I'm not understanding right now. I just had a finger in my ass and a finger in my pussy."
Right. Right. Yeah, I know what video you're talking about. That was, yeah, I don't get it. Well, shit, look at what Albuquerque did to that one dude for being in the passenger seat of a car. Drug him out and literally tased him in his ball sack after they beat the hell out of him.
Right, and they say the cop said that because the reason why that all happened was because they didn't signal. Well, why the fuck did you go straight to the passenger?
And interact with the passenger like you've interacted with him before.
Right.
Yeah, that was a cop had beef with a dude and was just going to enact his authority over him. That's what I believe that was.
But he didn't anticipate on the security camera footage. And
Right.
if I'm not mistaken, they
There
tried
was
to hide that security camera footage.
Wasn't there also cell phone footage from his girlfriend who was driving the car though?
I think so, but there was footage that was seized, and it wasn't brought to public view. But the news station, which completely shocked and surprised me all at the same time, they did all the Freedom of Information Acts and Freedom of Information Acts to get all of that footage, and the business had spare copies of the footage, so they got that footage too, and then they did their story on it. And the story or the footage doesn't match what the cop was saying.
Has it ever matched what the cop was saying, Tank?
Not in a very long time.
I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever seen one that actually matched the written report. Because it's because they have to make that narrative that says, look, what we did was justified, whether it was or wasn't, because we wrote it this way, it was. And then that's how you get these unions to come out and protect them, and then they can fight and, oh, well, we're just going to suspend him without pay. We're going to terminate him so he can go get hired down the next station. When it should be, well, that guy's a fucking criminal and we're revoking his bond so he can never serve in any enforcement capacity in this country again. Security guard? Not if I gotta carry a gun. You know?
I think that if a law enforcement officer violates his oath or breaks the law in any shape or form, I think that they should go with how it's supposed to be, where you lose your qualified immunity and you get prosecuted just as a regular civilian.
Right. And when you get prosecuted,
if there was consequences, if there was heavy consequences for the violations, and they need to be held to an even higher standard because they swore that oath. Now, if there was enough consequences for this, and the district attorneys and different governments or whatever punished them and punished more for the shit that they do, I think that would make a lot of cops think, well, I'd like to violate this guy's rights,
but if I do,
this is what could happen. You know?
Right. Well, I've always said that a public official, when they're caught for a crime, for committing a crime, especially an officer, when they have willfully violated someone's rights, knowingly violated someone's rights, not only should they lose their qualified immunity, but they should be tried to the fullest extent of the law, because that's what they do to us.
Right.
You know, if a cop violates, the perfect example I could give, if a cop violates your rights, like the case I was talking about earlier, where they killed that dude for recovering his own stolen car. If the law actually worked in the way it should work, that cop should be facing treble the circumstances that the normal civilian would be facing, simply because of the fact that you are held to a higher standard. So when you're charged and tried, you are going to be tried to the fullest extent because you are held to that higher standard. You know, there shouldn't be, you got 10 years and a hug.
That's not how they do it, though. Because, I mean, take that fella that got caught with a couple grams of weed, and they gave the fucking guy like 10 years.
Right.
And then take all the cops that got busted in that hidden sting where they were stealing drugs from the locker room, and weapons were going missing that were supposed to be destroyed, and they were selling the drugs and weapons to local gang members and whatnot, and running a brothel of underage girls out of a stash house of some sort.
Are you talking about New Orleans?
I don't know. There was a big sting that happened, but they only got probation.
Right, and that's absolutely sickening because, boy, if either of us had tried doing that, we'd be sitting for life.
Fuck it. We'd still be on fucking remand.
Right. Right. I mean, that's if we were lucky enough to live through the encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen comments that I agree. I agree that they should carry. That I fully agree with that. People stating that they believe that they should hold their own insurance policies, like doctors have to hold their own insurance policies, and they should have to pay for them out of their own pocket. Because then, if it's coming out of their money, they will think twice about it.
But that's how it's supposed to be.
Right, but
once they lose their qualified immunity, as soon as the qualified immunity goes at the table, then you're open for civil litigation.
Right.
But in 9 times out of 10, it never reaches that.
Well, 7 out of 10, they won't drop qualified immunity, even though they have absolute documented evidence that it should be dropped. Because, oh, well, he's just ignorant of the law. Yeah, but a judge will tell me ignorance of the law isn't an excuse, so why is it for a cop?
Well, look at Furry Potato's case, where that security guard fired the warning shot at the ground and it ricocheted up and shot her in the leg.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you think would happen to us if that was us?
Fuck, I'd still be in prison.
Hey, and
fuck, I'd be looking at 20 more years. Well, you know, that's like, I absolutely, you know, when a cop asks me, you know, when you get stopped and they'll ask you, have you ever been arrested before? I literally look them straight in the face, say, I won't answer that question, because of the fact that if I answer that question, all of a sudden out the car I go and you got a dog walking the car simply because of a stupid fucking misdemeanor crime I was caught with at 23, and I'm 36 now. We're talking 13 years ago, and that crime was expunged from my record because I wasn't a criminal, and I was able to take the adult misdemeanor class to get it expunged from my record. But boy, if they knew I ever got busted with a weed pipe, they'd be all over this fucking car. They ain't gonna find anything, but they'd destroy my car to try to. And if they don't find anything, there's a 1 in 5 chance one of them will plant something to find it.
Hey, that's the other part of that story I was telling you about earlier. The narcotic officers and undercovers, they tore this guy's dashboard apart after arresting him, looking for narcotics. Like, tore his fucking dashboard apart, broke it, all the shit, ripped pieces everywhere.
I've got a great example of that happened when I was in high school. A kid that was a year older than I was. It was my junior year, his senior year. He had a 77 or 78 Pontiac Trans Am. The car was gorgeous. The only thing it needed was a paint job because it was faded pretty bad. Car was sitting in the parking lot when the city cops walked the dog through the parking lot. The dog hit on his car. The same city the city of Eldridge, the same city that lost that case I just told you about. Well, they had 3 cops go through that car, cut every seat in the car, broke the dashboard up, ripped the carpet up in the car, just destroyed the interior of this car because the dog hit on the car. They didn't find anything in the car. The city of Eldridge had to spend almost $6,000 on a Legendary's interior replacement for that car.
Do you know what I think? I think that with all these searches happening where they bring a dog in and the dog hits and says there's drugs, I think that if they don't find any narcotics or anything illegal, I think that those cops should be prosecuted because obviously there's something more at play. Because if they're searching all these times and not finding a damn thing and just wasting people's time.
What is it? What is it in the penal code about is it section 282 about if 2 or more officers conspire it's a felony offense and it's considered treason. And when you got two cops and a police dog destroying somebody's car because supposedly that dog hit and they don't find anything, isn't that a conspiracy?
Even one cop and a dog. Because if you shoot a police dog, you're going to jail for shooting a police officer.
But they can walk right in my yard and shoot my dog and turn around and walk off. That's what makes me sick.
And your dog could be a fucking chihuahua.
Well, I think you've seen the picture of my dog. He's a fucking little 10-pound rat terrier. And they'd shoot it. Did you see that one video from inside the house where the cops convinced the woman to let them in the door of her house because they had an arrest warrant for the husband or something? And when they come in the house, she's got a chihuahua bouncing around on this couch that's just yipping and yapping like them little rats do. And it kind of nips at this fucking cop. And this cop punches this little chihuahua, little 2-pound chihuahua, as hard as he can, grabs his gun and tells her.
They were looking for the son.
It was the son, okay.
The son was told to have been selling narcotics.
Okay, so you know what one I'm talking about.
Going in there, but yeah. It just fucking punches the dog. He's like, if your dog bites me again, he says, I'll fucking shoot the stupid mouth.
And as he's saying that, he's got his hand on his fucking gun. Dude, it's a 2-pound chihuahua. Step on it.
Well, all I gotta say is, if a cop ever shot my dog, they better make sure that they got another one prepared in that fucking chamber. Because if I don't disarm that piece from him and put a bullet in his fucking head before he can put a bullet in my head, he's going down. Because my dog is my best friend.
I'm the exact same way, Tank. If somebody shoots Yogi, if somebody hurts Yogi, they got to deal with me. And I'll tell you right now, I'll be a lot worse than that little dog ever could be. Yeah, somebody shoots. I just watched, I don't know whose channel it was, but somebody just put up a video here a couple days ago about the constantly shooting dogs. And the two stories they showed was the story of that guy standing out there in that chihuahua. The neighbor called the law because he told her to put her fucking gun away, quit pointing it at his dog in his yard. And the cop shows up, and this little, about size Yogi, probably 10-pound chihuahua mix, is running around the yard and shit. This cop tells him, well, you come out to the street and talk to me. And the guy says, I ain't going out to the street. Well, I'm going to come up here. You need to do something about that dog. If you don't do something about that dog, I'm going to shoot it, blah, blah, blah. And the guy says, dude, why are you so afraid? You don't need to shoot my dog. And the dog walks over to the cop, and the cop shoots the dog in the head. Right in front of the guy.
Did you see the video where the cop forced the man to cut his dog's head off?
I won't watch that video because they killed
the fucking dog, and then they said that they were going to arrest him if he didn't cut the dog's head off.
Yeah, I've heard the circumstances about that one. That's just one of them things that I can't watch.
I would not cut. I don't give a fuck if my dog. No, I wouldn't cut my dog's head off.
I'd be cutting somebody's head off, but it wouldn't be the dog's.
I'd make it abundantly fucking clear to that cop that you should maybe question every decision, every word, and every action you make from this point forward. Because if you're that heartless, it's my duty to fucking end that evil.
Right.
And you can fucking try to arrest me, but I'm not going down with a fucking fight, and I'm not cutting my dog's head off. So you can get down on both knees or one knees, wash your fucking teeth, or you'll be leaving without them.
Right. I
couldn't do that, man. I couldn't do it, you know?
Yeah.
I would lose my fucking shit, man. The moment that cop said, I'm going to arrest you if you don't cut the dog's head off, the moment those words come out of his fucking mouth, I think I'd lose it on him.
Honest to God, I don't think I'd make that far. I don't think I'd make it that far because I think as soon as that bullet left that gun for my dog, I'd be on that cop that quick. Don't give a fuck who he is. My dog didn't do you no harm, so why are you killing him? And if you're evil enough, you're just going to kill an animal because you're so scared of it and it made no aggressive move towards you, then you don't need to exist anymore.
I don't don't remember why the dog was shot, but the dog was shot, and they needed to make sure that the dog didn't have rabies or some fucking stupid shit. And they
Hey, I
needed
think
the head
Watchers.
to send it to the vet.
I think
What's that?
Watcher's right on that. I think it was Sound Minds that posted that video I just watched. That one that I was talking about with that Chihuahua that got shot in the head. That didn't kill the dog, thank God. But man, that cop, he shoots that dog and then gets right up in that dude's face, talking about just rah rah rah. And I don't know, but the part about that made it so hard for me to watch that was the fact that I saw the exact moment I'd have been on that cop. He shoots that dog in the head, takes 10 steps towards the front door of the homeowner's house, and as he does, he puts the fucking the pistol, he puts his gun back in its holster. I think as soon as that gun was in that holster, that cop would have been on the ground. Because he was well,
like I don't feel fear the way most people feel fear. They're afraid for their life, or they're afraid for their safety. I don't feel that. I don't. I think I'm a sociopath that way because I don't feel that. I don't feel that fear. I feel adrenaline and anger. And in that type of situation, I think I'd be going to jail for a very long time.
Well, I say that because I watched that through a video. And the only reason I say it isn't because it's a fear thing. It's just that I know that as soon as that gun was put in that holster, I can close the distance and take him down. Whereas if that gun's not in the holster, he could take me down before I even get 2 steps out. That's where I see it. I get what you're saying about you don't feel fear, but you're not a sociopath because you understand empathy. You want to take that cop down because you feel for the fact that for the animal that he just shot, and that shows you have empathy, and that means that you're not a sociopath. I mean, crazy, hell, we're all crazy, but sociopath, nah. I wouldn't say that.
I don't know. I just over the span of my life and how it's played out, I've been kind of trained to compartmentalize a lot of shit, and fear is one of them. So I haven't felt that afraid feeling like that in a long ass fucking time.
Right.
I feel adrenaline and anger. That's what I would feel, and then it would trigger that to hypersensitivity, where I would analyze everything real fucking fast, and I would have a few different outs before he even thought he had an in. And I mean, that comes with MMA. So I mean, if you take that training mixed with other training I have, it kind of, I can't really describe it. It's like you can predict what's about to fucking happen, and you can spot weaknesses before that person has an ability to stop the weakness that he has, or whichever. And
right.
I think in the heat of the moment, I think that I'm not saying I'm lightning fast, but I would for sure fucking catch him off guard. I wouldn't give a fuck if I had to throw a pillow or something at his face so that he immediately draws his attention to it. All I need is a couple seconds distance. Not even a couple seconds. I just need a few steps. Once I have a few steps, I can then take control of the weapon that he's using. And then it's a matter of a couple different pressure points, which will cause his hand to go completely fucking numb, and it'll slide out. And then I would have a big decision, and the big decision would be use the gun on him or just beat him to fucking death with it.
You see, that when it came to that decision, I ain't gonna use the gun. I like my hands. See, with the gun, he ain't gonna suffer as much as
hands are better. Hands are better. Because I mean, and the way that I was trained is that, let's say that you're going up against someone with the same training, or even by chance, if you go into a situation like that and you have a weapon, that weapon can be your saving grace, or it can be your fault. So any weapon that you use can be disarmed in a matter of seconds and used against you.
Exactly.
But I mean, you'd have to cut my fucking hands off. So I'd say, yeah, hands are a little bit better. You have more control over your hands than your hands and whatever you have in them. So I could agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just and you know, I don't like violence. I ain't been in a fight in 20 years, but it's not. I'm
I don't
afraid
either.
of.
But I also know that in some cases, and it's hard to grasp this thought, but in some cases, you have to fight fire with fire.
Right, and that's very true.
Yeah, it's like the friend that's stuck on stupid. You can't explain nothing to him. You got to kick him in the fucking head so he knows.
Right, and then half the time they don't even realize what you did wrong.
Right, or you know, it's like being a kid and not having any discipline in your family home, and you getting away with everything that you ever do, good or bad, and never being disciplined for doing the wrong thing. Then you grow up and you're constantly doing the bad thing because you didn't have that structure. Without that structure and that discipline and someone to teach you right from wrong, you're just going to go by impulse. And if you know anything about impulses can be a bitch, because sometimes impulses are the wrong outcome,
right?
Or not the wrong outcome, the wrong solution to a problem, and you learn that quick in certain situations. Like it's like the angry man. They say that the angry man who fights will always be a loser in that fight, but the calm man will be able to keep his composure and be able to analyze things 10 times better. So angry people, they swing rapidly. They have one track mind with a designated target, and they just swing rapidly, and no precision, no precise movements. It's just all random and a freestyle of shit. But if you take someone that is able to remain calm in a certain situation to a certain degree and have enough sense in their brain to analyze it and to be able to predict how the situation will go, or be able to spot different openings to use against their opponent, then that person is going to be more apt to win or succeed in that altercation than the person that's so angry. Because I don't know if you've ever had an angry person come swinging at you, but they have no precision, right? So
they're blinded by the hate.
Easy, exactly. Their hands are easier to block. They're easier to maneuver, and they're easier to control in those situations because they're just blindly swinging. You know, rather with if you're calm and you know what you're doing, you could walk into that altercation and he does a windmill, and I mean you've got a couple milliseconds you could block and then move in. So in certain situations, a little bit of anger is good, but not to the point of blacking out.
Right.
But enough to keep the adrenaline going, but you're still able to keep your composure. While keeping your composure, you're able to anticipate your opponent, but not underestimate your opponent. Don't ever underestimate your opponent, because I mean, everybody is only one shot away. One shot to a knockout, one shot to a death, one shot to a fucking crippleization, one shot to fucking mental illness or retardation, if you will. And everybody is that one shot away. Whether you're fucking Muhammad Ali or whether you're a homeless guy on the side of the road, you know, everybody, it's all by chance, you know, and that's a good motto to go by, is keep the adrenaline going, but keep the anger at a steady pace.
Right. Keep the anger at bay, but keep it.
Yeah, you can use your anger to fuel your adrenaline, and adrenaline is a very powerful thing, because it's like it gives you super strength, you know.
Right.
And if you're able to use that adrenaline to your advantage while still keeping a level head and being able to spot weaknesses while the other person is just rapidly swinging or just constantly leaving themselves open, you can then take control of the situation, and you can either toy with them, and that's just give them nice little rabbit punches just to fucking daze them out and fuck with them,
Yep.
or you can go straight to the sleeper and hit the right spots. And if you hit them nice and clean, it's 8 to 10 pounds. 8 to 10 pounds, and they're fucking in cold. And it's much more easier to go in it that way than anger, you know. And I think that's a lot of people's problem, is that they let their anger blind them. And I'm guilty of it too sometimes. You know, sometimes I let my anger fucking get the best of me. More so when I drink. When I drink, that's when my anger, I can't control my anger. I have no patience. Absolutely no fucking patience for some reason. It's like my fuse has been broken in half, and
somebody lit it.
It's so short. Yeah, you know, and that's the biggest part I hate about drinking. You know, like the old me, I'd go find the biggest crowd of people I could and see if I still stood by the time I was done. And sometimes I'd make it out good, and sometimes it'd be even, or sometimes I get fucked right up.
Right.
You know? Either way, it numbed the pain. And that's the part of me that I hated, because I had no fucking patience. I was just an angry fucking empty shell of a person, and that's why I don't drink the way I used to drink. You know.
Well, you were smart enough to grasp what the issue was, so you addressed it.
Well, I didn't grasp what the issue was until I was hospitalized.
Oh.
I had to check myself into a mental health facility, because when my son died, I literally lost my fucking mind.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to put it into proper words. I lost my mind. I was not me. I was like the empty shell of me that went on impulse and anger. And I had absolutely no fucking respect for nobody. I didn't give a fuck. And as long as you didn't disrespect me, everything was fine. But if I felt like I was being threatened or disrespected, I would react.
Right.
Or if I was super, super fucking drunk, I would go find the biggest crowd, as big as people I could find, and just start fucking swinging.
Sure.
And, you know, just to take that stress out. It's a hard concept to explain. But I became a fucking douchebag. Like, 24/7 drinking. And I lost my mind.
Sometimes well, were you forced into checking into it, or did you check into it on your own?
Both.
Both? Okay.
Yeah, I wound up putting a good group of people in the hospital in serious condition, and I got arrested.
Okay.
And I was given an option to go get a mental health evaluation, or just take it to trial. And so I said to my lawyer, I said, I'm guilty. I walked up to the crowd of people, I started swinging, and I just got away much better than them. And my lawyer said, so your best bet would be to
go to do the evaluation. And,
yeah. And then 30 days turned to 60 days, and 60 days turned to, and as soon as I signed those fucking papers, they had complete control over me until I started to display normal behavior. And that took a while. But once I was able to get that, and then get the help I needed to overcome losing my son, then I was able to, I wound up pleading to certain parts, and then I wound up doing a little bit of time in jail, and then I got released. And they were going to NCR me, but I didn't want to be NCR'd, because if you're NCR'd, then they own you for the rest of your life. Piss test, the whole nine. And NCR stands for not criminally responsible.
Okay.
At first I wanted that because I thought I could just beat the charges. But then I started to see people being brought in by the cops, and I was like, well, what the fuck is with these people?
You're right.
Then I got to know them, and they're like, oh, well, we're NCR, not criminally responsible, so for the rest of our lives we have piss tests, and and if we violate anything on the outside, doesn't matter if it's hearsay or not, they send us right back here.
Yeah, and you don't no.
Yeah, I
that
was
wouldn't
like,
work.
I don't want that fucking bullshit.
Right.
So I immediately started to hatch a plan, and the plan was that I had another 60 days left, so I needed to intake as much information to help myself as I could possibly take in. So by the time I intaked all this information and took all the programs that I took, I come to the conclusion that, okay, maybe I'm not fucking crazy. I just am not, I wasn't able to compartmentalize that trauma. That trauma was not something that I could just shove under a rug somewhere.
Yeah, you can't just.
It was more personal.
Right, it's something you can't just bottle up. It's something you're going to have to address and then be able to put.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I did, and then I had called my lawyer and I said, listen, I don't want to be NCR'd. And he said, why? And I said, because all these people that are NCR have to live in this fucking hospital for the rest of their life. The punishment doesn't fit the crime.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Not at all.
It doesn't make any sense. Just because, you're not criminally responsible, which means that you had a mental fucking breakdown, or you're crazy, or you temporarily insanity, or temporarily, however that word goes.
Yeah.
And that's in my case, that's what it was. I temporarily just fucking snapped. You know, the stress just got too much, and how it started was I just kept drinking, and I gained so much weight, and neglected the girl I was with in every way that you can neglect somebody. And
well, it's because you weren't in control of who you are. You know,
well,
and
but I wasn't. I was selfish, is what it was, because I mean, it was her son too.
Oh, okay.
And I wasn't taking into consideration how she was feeling.
Okay.
Because she didn't show those feelings. She bottled them up, right? And she was being strong for both of us. And in the back of my brain, I'm thinking, how the fuck can you not be just wrecked right now?
Right.
You know? And then I started to get agitated, because I'm like, how the fuck? How is this not bothering you? Like, how is this not something that's just tweaking your fucking brain? And by the end of it, I wound up pissing that relationship away, and it was a temporary psychosis, is what it was.
Okay.
And once I was able to sober up, get on some medication to help deal with certain things, and take the programs I took to help. It's like trauma relief programming or something like that. The combination of all that together kind of snapped me back to reality. And then I found out that they were going to NCR me, and I was like, but that's at the time, yeah, sure, maybe I'm not criminally responsible, but I mean, that doesn't mean that I'm not criminally responsible for the rest of my fucking life. My brain skipped.
Right.
And, so I fought it. I had 30 days left of the 60 days, and I did everything that was required of me, and made all of the necessary changes to prove that I'm sane. And then to top it all off, in the report they said that it was temporary psychosis brought on by trauma, and I was not criminally responsible for the crime. But if I'm not made not criminally responsible, then it voids the not criminally responsible for the crime. So I wound up having to do a little bit of time.
Okay, I understand. I understand how you're saying that works, and it's just, boy, getting in this, when you get in the system, it's hard to get yourself out of it.
To get back
really
in.
is. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've dealt with my own mental health issues for a long time, but it's mainly because I don't want to go check myself in, because I might not get back out. And I might not get back out because I'm not an easily programmed sheep. You know, I mean, I know there's issues that I have that I need to take care of, but I don't see going and putting myself into a system as being that basically where I'm at the point where you were before you got checked. If you get what I mean, if you understand what I mean by checked.
Okay.
You know, when you got arrested, you got checked, and that's what got you in the system, and that's what started to wake you up. And I haven't gotten to the point where I've needed to be checked yet, but there are times where, you know, you're saying your anger will blind you, where, boy, there's times where I need to just lock myself in a room and not see anybody for a couple days because things will get to me. And it's sad because it's just some stupid little bullshit sometimes. I mean,
It's definitely a messed up concept. You know, like there was people in there that were NCR for the rest of their life. There was a girl in there that was NCR for the rest of her life. She'll spend the rest of her life in a hospital. And the reason why she was in there is because she was made not criminally responsible because she stabbed a crack dealer because the crack dealer tried to rape her.
That's fucked up.
And she was made not criminally responsible.
So the system can own her for the rest of her life. That's
because she protected herself against an attacker.
Yeah. That's just
drug-induced psychosis is what they label it as. Drug-induced psychosis.
Okay.
I didn't even know what the fuck that was.
Well, I've heard of cocaine psychosis, but not, you know. It's just, I mean, I will say this much: I'm glad you got help tank. I'm glad you've gotten it figured out. You know.
No, I haven't got it all figured out.
Well, none of us will ever have it all figured out. But you seem like you've got your head back on your shoulders, is what I mean.
For the most part, I have my days. I have my moments. But I usually know how to deal with it a little bit better so that I don't wind up hurting anybody.
Right. Once you're aware of how the mania affects you, you can actually, you can't necessarily control it, but you can work with it so it doesn't take you over.
Right.
Yeah, I've explained that to people before about how I've been asked if I'm bipolar, and I'm not so sure. I mean, I've never been diagnosed with anything, but I believe that what I deal with, what my main issue is I never truly got treated for my ADD when I was a child, because at the time when I was young, the only medication for children with ADD at the time was Ritalin. Since I was born with a heart condition, and I had open heart surgery when I was 2 years old, and the school tried to force me onto Ritalin when I was in first year of junior high, and the doctors are who ended that. The doctors told them, if you put that kid on Ritalin, you're going to kill him because of the way it speeds you up. And that's something that, you know, because I never got treated for it then, it didn't necessarily get worse. I mean, I could pay attention in school and stuff. It was just that what they were labeling me as being ADD was really me getting sick and tired of the bullshit I was having to deal with from the rest of the classmates, because where I live and where I grew up, there's a stigma because I lived in a certain mobile home park growing up. And everybody in the school district I went to, including the teachers, will hold that against any child that goes into that school system. And to this day, it still works the same way.
Are you talking about behavioral class?
No, they never put me in any behavioral classes, because I was actually in junior high. I qualified for what they call TAG, which is the Talented and Gifted Students. I might not sound like it now.
That's where they put behavioral kids now too.
Oh, really? They're putting them in See, this
If
was
you
for.
can't function at the same functioning level as the people that are in the classroom, whether you're lower functioning or higher functioning, they put you in like a special ed class.
Okay.
Where you can get more one-on-one shit. But the trouble with that is that those behavioral special ed classes
They cater to the
are given-
lower end.
Exactly, and they're trained to use restrain moves and fucking physical violence to get you to comply.
Right,
So,
right.
that-
And, you know,
I had to deal with that bullshit in school and whatnot. And
I knew kids that had to go through that.
because I knew that I was fucking right, and I tried to tell the teacher like, "Hey, yo, what the fuck are you talking about, man? What you
Right.
just said doesn't match what it says in the book. You know, you're teaching me one thing, but the books that you're telling me to study are teaching me something completely opposite. So who the fuck is wrong? Is the book wrong or are you wrong?" Well, they don't like that, right? They don't like you questioning their authority. And then they put you in this fucking dark room and use physical violence, restraint moves and techniques of sticking their kneecaps in your back and fucking shit to pain
compliance.
Comply or, something like that. And
Yeah,
they'll
you
sit
see-
like that for fucking 45 minutes, making you feel that pain for 45 minutes until you calm down. And even when you say you're calm and start acting calm, they don't believe you're calm.
Man, see, they never.
Still to this day, I think that teacher, the teacher for that class, I genuinely to this day feel that he enjoyed inflicting pain on us kids.
You know, it wouldn't shock me because I had a teacher in my high school that was the same way. Never seen a teacher grab a
just the
student
look
and
he
just
got on his
slam him
face.
against the wall.
You know what I mean? Just the look and the tone of voice and how he communicated with you while it was happening, after it was happening, before it was happening. It all screamed, "I'm going to enjoy this."
Ah, that's fucked up.
You know what I mean? There was no
There was no empathy or remorse.
no, and it would. I don't agree that anybody, not even parents, should be able to put the like they slowly stepped away from that. Like when I was growing up, shit was different, like a fuck of a lot different. And,
yeah.
Like I don't know how many times that I had to go home and my mom had to take me to the hospital to pop my shoulders back into place, or to get ice packs or something for my spine because the kneecap digging into the spine bruised the different vertebrae, and it doesn't seem logical. That's not how you know what I mean? It's like someone that beats the fuck out of their dog or animal or whatever.
Or even their kids. You're teaching them.
Or even their kids. You're not teaching them right from wrong.
No, you're teaching them violence is the answer.
And fear.
And violence is never the answer.
And fear, you know?
Yeah.
And it boggles my mind, you know? Because, I mean, like if a parent ever treated their child like that, CAS would jump right in.
Right.
But when you tell CAS how a school is treating you, or a group home or a foster home is treating you, they just shrug it the fuck off, you know?
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense to me. That genuinely doesn't make sense. I cannot fathom that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
There's nothing logical that can speak out to me and be like, okay, well maybe it's logical, because there's no maybe it's logical or not. It's violence, and it's uncalled for violence.
Right.
You know, try discussing something with the kids. You know, try talking with them. Try explaining shit. You know, it's like
sit down and
exactly. It's like if you did something wrong and I kicked you in the face every single time, but you didn't know what the fuck you did wrong.
I just wonder why you were kicking me in the face.
Right.
But if you sat down and told me, look, you do this wrong, I'll kick you in the face. I know, hey, I don't need to do that because then I won't get kicked in the face.
Or explain the right way.
Right. Right, yeah, or explain to me why it's wrong what I'm doing. Yeah. Well, I mean, I used to get
communication is key with everything.
exactly. And you know, too many people are that's what the big problem with what society is anymore. Everybody's intertwined with everybody through electronic means, but nobody truly communicates anymore.
I look at it like this. We're all alive, but we're not living.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
And that's a sad concept, because even when you're trying to live a life or do something right or positive or whatnot, if it doesn't match with what society feels, which, I mean, if you do the history check, society has been, for lack of a better term, programmed to feel a certain way. And if you take that and times it all together, if your ideas don't go with what they're wanting your ideas to be, then you're outcasted.
Right.
Even if your ideas are logical, you know, it never made 110% to me. It was like living in a fucking Twilight Zone. You know something's right, you know something's wrong, by feeling, by common sense, and by the end of it, with seeing how everything plays out, by the end of it, nothing seems normal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does.
It's like seeing hell on earth around you, but being told, no, you're in heaven.
Exactly. There you go. There's your analogy. That's the analogy right there. It's living in hell on earth while being told you're living in heaven.
Right. And it's very confusing, especially when you know what is right, what is wrong, by how you feel, or by how a situation makes you feel.
Right.
But then someone saying, no, your feelings are wrong. I don't agree with that. That doesn't line up with what I know, or what I was trained or taught or whatever. And if it doesn't line up with their narrative, then, I mean, you're just the fucking devil.
Oh yeah.
Even if it's right or wrong, you know, like take into consideration where, you remember when the pictures were leaked from the United States military of the torture?
Oh yeah, yep.
So I don't agree with torture. I don't give a fuck if a person's a terrorist or not. I don't agree with that. You're not. It's just not. I don't agree with it. You want to stick the person in a fucking hole in the ground someplace, then stick them in a hole in the ground someplace. But I mean, getting dogs to bite their fucking dick off and electrocuting them and then
fucking waterboarding them and
yeah, it's cruel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I realize that a terrorist is a terrorist, right? Their sole purpose is to do something for the cause, you know. But take this into an idea. So some people call activists terrorists,
right?
But activists just do what they feel is right. So if you look at a terrorist in that retrospect, they're just doing what they feel is right. Now backdate the terrorist, right? So all these different terrorist organizations were born from war. Were born from countries going in and slaughtering their families.
And that's how activists are created.
They need exactly, and they need to retaliate, and that's the way that they retaliate. So sure, they did a crime. They deserve to be punished. I'm not disputing that. It's scumbag shit to kill innocent people. I understand that, and I respect the they need to be punished. But tortured, I can't understand torture.
No.
And
No.
I mean, firsthand, I've seen this shit in front of me, and it doesn't fit. It's cruel because no matter what the fuck that person did, the shit that they're having done to them are not. It's not. I can't think of the fucking word that I'd like to use for this. And in most cases, those people that were tortured were just average, everyday citizens.
Right.
That a rogue group of people thought, fuck it, we're just going to torture them. We're going to call them terrorists.
Right. And
there
because
hasn't been one real fucking terrorist in a very long time. And if you measure it up to out of 100 people, 2 of those 100 people were actually part of a terrorist cell. The other ones just fit the fucking description.
Right.
So you're torturing innocent people to try and get them to tell you information about a terrorist organization that they have no clue about. That's the part where I think is wrong.
Oh,
There's no due process. There's no due process in a war zone. Not even a little bit.
Right.
If in the back of your brain you think that guy's a terrorist, well, if you can capture him, take him back to the wire and do your fucking thing, get shipped out to a black site. Well, I mean, and if you can't fucking get the person, then he's collateral damage. And I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen how this works, but if there's one verified terrorist in a crowd of 1,000 people,
they'll send the tomahawk right for that one terrorist and don't care about any of the other ones.
Now you have 999,000 innocent bystanders that are collateral damage.
Right. Right. Well,
it doesn't seem worth it.
No,
you know, I mean, I can see kill one man to save 999,000 people, but kill 999,000 people just to kill the one guy.
It don't make any sense.
It doesn't seem logical.
Well,
the collateral damage is too greater.
Right, and that ties right into that UPS shooting down in Florida. Look at the 2 people that were there. You know, whether that was, you know, some people scream psyop and all that, but the simple fact is, what about the poor guy sitting in his car that died? He's just wrote off his collateral damage. Well, sucks to be him. He was there when these cops came unglued and just
Or the driver.
Yeah, or the driver. You know?
The driver was killed too.
Right. Well, you know what makes me the most sick about that video?
Hostage.
Yeah, he was the hostage. Well, what makes me sick about that video is that gun battle erupts, and look at all them cops hiding behind all them civilian vehicles for protection. That was sickening.
That is a fucking good point. They're hiding behind civilian people. Now I know that they don't have a duty to protect the civilian, but
so they're going to use them as a human shield.
You also don't have the right to put them in danger.
Right.
And I mean, who the fuck does that?
Oh, that was that. You want to talk about the definition of a clusterfuck? That's what that was. I couldn't. When I seen that video the first time, I couldn't believe what I was watching. Why the fuck would 30 cops just get out and start unloading like that with all them civilians around?
Did you see the slowdown?
I don't think I saw it slow down. I don't think I did.
Okay, so you know who High Impact Logs is, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, excellently smart person.
Oh, Brian's awesome, dude. He knows his
incredibly
shit.
Fucking intelligent. So he took that video and he slowed it down. You can see the muzzle flashes from every single fucking cop unloading into a sea of vehicles. That's too much collateral damage.
Right, yeah. It's just way too much collateral. I mean, anybody that's ever fired a firearm in their life knows you got to know what your backdrop is, period, at all times.
I wonder if they do that if there was a cop in the crossfire, like dead center of the crossfire.
Oh, hell, they'd shoot him. Look at, you know they would. Look at Houston.
That's right. Some people say that was an assassination.
You know, the way it reads out, I think it was either an attempt on a cop or one of them cops had a grudge against the Tuttles, one or the other. Because why else would they just pick a house out of random?
But the friendly fire that got the officers that were there.
Yeah.
I mean, some people say that was an assassination because of the trajectory. Probably not saying that word right. The angle of the projectiles doesn't line up with where the fuck they were.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like they were a little bit to the left or right, and the friendlies were on the left, and it's like the Tuttles and everything were on the right, and it's like they just went, oh, not the Tuttles, my partner.
Right.
And moved over.
Right. And the sad thing is it's something that cost that whole case, man. That's got me just. I've been angry since that happened.
That case, and I'm probably not going to make no friends from saying this, but that case is what brought the charges against David.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
He was searching into that, and he was digging up evidence, and everything that he reported on and made a video about, the news had to report on later.
Right.
So everything that he was reporting on was fact. It was right. Everything was backed up and dated. And then that union dude come on the thing, and he's like, if you're one of the ones spreading the
fucking
rhetoric,
Grimaldi,
we have your number.
His little midget ass.
Don't go stirring the pot, or if you're stirring the pot or whatever. So
we will
David
find you.
Well, David went to the cop shop, and he stirred the pot.
He literally stood out in front of Grimaldi's office with a pot and a wooden spoon. I love that video.
How many days later was he charged?
4?
Less.
It was less than 4? I knew it was less than.
I think it was 3. I think it was 3. It was inside of a week, but I think it was 3, maybe 4. Now I can't fucking think of it, but it was inside of a week.
Yeah, and
none of it makes any sense.
No, none of it makes any sense, and like you said, it's sad that you're gonna have people come at you hating because you mentioned that name. And what's sad is, remember my example earlier about people who have done something in the past and been tried, convicted, served their time, and released? He was actually one of the people I was talking about because his crimes happened in the past. There's all this drama people are stirring up now.
A lot of that, like if you were to check into that, there's some shady parts to it. But it was proven that it didn't happen the way that the report said it happened. If that makes sense.
It's just sad that, he's got a history, so let's make sure we target him and make sure he can't do anything because he has that history.
Right. But you fight for due process, right?
Right. Exactly.
All these fucking activists and all these people who stand up and scream to high heaven, due process.
And then immediately throw it out the window.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
It's like if you're gonna fight for one amendment in the Constitution, you best be prepared to fight for every single amendment, not just the ones that suit you. And that frustrates me that all these people were like, due process, and then by the time it's all said and done, where was his due process?
But
The
fuck,
guy
from what
was,
I've
he wasn't even in his institution yet, and people were running him down.
right.
Because a cop never lied to get someone charged.
Oh
Ever
yeah, no,
in
they
history,
don't.
right?
No, no,
They
they'll
don't
never lie.
They're all fucking honest. They all honor their oath. Nobody has ever had drugs planted on them. Nobody has ever done time for a crime they never committed. Nobody's ever been executed for a crime they never committed. Because that's the way it goes, right?
Right, right. Yep, exactly. That's exactly how it goes.
When it suits their narrative. But
Right.
have it be reversed, and that's the part that really frustrated me, is like you're either a fake 100% of the time, or you're fucking real 100% of the time.
Right.
You can't be 50% fake and 50% real. You can't be that way.
Right.
You either have a certain set of beliefs and morals, or you don't have any at all. So if you believe in due process, and if it suits you, if you've ever been fucking charged or had shit planted on you, and you scream to high heaven due process, then why aren't you giving that to somebody else?
Right.
If you're fighting for that freedom of due process and for them to honor their oath, then why in the hell are you not fighting for it for someone else? It seems incredibly selfish that you'll fight for when it suits you, but when it has nothing to do with you and it doesn't suit you and you got nothing to lose in it, then you immediately throw somebody under the bus. Now, I don't know if he did it or not. I'm not a fucking psychic.
Right.
But
yeah,
if you take into consideration the shit that had to come down,
dude, the whole timing of that makes everything suspect.
They killed 2 people in a botched fucking raid, execution style, okay, and a dog.
Right.
Now, that's corrupt as shit right there.
Right.
Then they waited till the guy was dead and fired another few rounds into him just to make sure he was dead. Okay? So, that's obviously some shady shit. Well, now you got a guy that's exposing them and making information public that proves that they were in the wrong and that their story doesn't make sense. And then he flaunts it in front of their face.
And almost immediately he's arrested.
He's arrested.
Yeah.
It doesn't. If you believe in due process, then believe in due process.
Right. I'm gonna have to jump off here. I got a phone call.
Alrighty, buddy.
All right, I'll get back on later. Thanks talking to you. Tank.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
Yeah, Hello. Hello. Hey, what's up, man?
Yo, you're still on.
Oh, hey, just.
I moved you to the back so nobody hears your conversation. I think that's how it works. I hope that's how it works. I don't fucking know. Watcher, you still here?